The evidence of the young man's predilections and curiosities is contained in the legends, which tell of lost works produced by him in youth. One of these was a cartoon or monochrome painting of Adam and Eve in tempera, and in this, besides the beauty of the figures, the infinite truth and elaboration of the foliage and animals in the background are celebrated in terms which bring to mind the treatment of the subject by Albrecht Dürer in his famous engraving done 30 years later again. A peasant of Vinci, having in his simplicity asked Sir Piero to get a picture painted for him on a wooden shield, the father is said to have laughingly handed on the commission to his son, who thereupon shut himself up with all the noxious insects and grotesque reptiles he could find, observed and drew and dissected them assiduously, and produced at last a picture of a dragon, compounded of their various shapes and aspects, which was so fierce and so lifelike as to terrify all who saw it. With equal research and no less effect, he painted on another occasion the head of a snaky-haired Medusa. A picture of this subject, which long did duty at the Uffizi for Leonardo's work, is in all likelihood merely the production of some later artist, to whom the descriptions of that work have given the cue. Lastly, Leonardo is related to have begun work in sculpture about this time, by modelling several heads of smiling women and children. Of certified and accepted paintings produced by the young genius, whether during his apprentice or his independent years at Florence, about 14,701,482, very few are extant, and the two most important are incomplete. A small and charming strip of an oblong Annunciation at the Louvre is generally accepted as his work done soon after 1470, a very highly wrought drawing at the Uffizi, corresponding on a larger scale to the head of the Virgin in the same picture, seems rather to be a copy by a later hand. This little Louvre Annunciation is not very compatible in style with another and larger, much debated Annunciation at the Uffizi, which manifestly came from the workshop of Verrocchio about 14,731,474, and which many critics claim confidently for the young Leonardo. It may have been joint studio work of Verrocchio and his pupils, including Leonardo, who certainly was concerned in it, since a study for the sleeve of the angel preserved at Christ Church, Oxford, is unquestionably by his hand. The landscape, with its mysterious spiry mountains and winding waters, is very Leonardesque both in this picture and in another contemporary product of the workshop, or as some think of Leonardo's hand, namely a very highly and coldly finished small Madonna with a pink at Munich. The likeness he is recorded to have painted of Ginevra de Benci used to be traditionally identified with the fine portrait of a matron at the Pitti, absurdly known as La Monaca. More lately, it has been recognized in a rather dull, expressionless Verrocchesque portrait of a young woman with fanciful background of pine sprays in the Liechtenstein Gallery at Vienna. Neither attribution can be counted convincing. Several works of sculpture, including a bas-relief at Pistia and a small terracotta model of a St. John at the Victoria and Albert Museum, have also been claimed, but without general consent, as the young master's handiwork. Of many brilliant early drawings by him, the first that can be dated is a study of landscape done in 1473. A magnificent silver-point head of a Roman warrior at the British Museum was clearly done from or for a bas-relief under the immediate influence of Verrocchio. A number of studies of heads in pen or silver point, with some sketches for Madonnas, including a charming series in the British Museum for a Madonna with the cat May, belong to the same years or the first years of his independence. A sheet with two studies of heads bears a MS note of 1478, saying that, in one of the last months of that year, he began painting the two Marys. One of the two may have been a picture of the Virgin appearing to St. Bernard, which we know he was commissioned to paint in that year for a chapel in the Palace of the Signory, but never finished. The commission was afterwards transferred to Filippino Lippi, whose performance is now in the Badia. One of the two heads on this dated sheet may probably have been a study for the same St. Bernard. It was used afterwards by some follower for a St. Leonard in a stiff and vapid Ascension of Christ, wrongly attributed to the master himself. In the Berlin Museum, a pen drawing representing a ringleader of the Pazzi conspiracy, Bernardo Baroncelli, hung out of a window of the Bargello after his surrender by the Sultan at Constantinople to the emissaries of Florence, can be dated from its subject as done in December 1479. A number of his best drawings of the next following years are preparatory pen studies for an altarpiece of the Adoration of the Magi undertaken early in 1481, on the commission of the monks of S. Donato at Scapito. The preparation in monochrome for this picture, a work of extraordinary power both of design and physiognomical expression, is preserved at the Uffizi, but the painting itself was never carried out, and after Leonardo's failure to fulfill his contract, Filippino Lippi had once more to be employed in his place of equal or even more intense power, though of narrower scope, is an unfinished monochrome preparation for a St. Jerome found accidentally at Rome by Cardinal Fesch, and now in the Vatican Gallery. This also seems to belong to the first Florentine period, but is not mentioned in documents. The tale of completed work for these 12 or 14 years, 14,701,483, or thereabouts, is thus very scanty, but it must be remembered that Leonardo was already full of projects in mechanics, hydraulics, architecture, and military and civil engineering, ardently feeling his way in the work of experimental study and observation in every branch of theoretical or applied science in which any beginning had been made in his age, as well as in some in which he was himself the first pioneer. He was full of new ideas concerning both the laws and the applications of mechanical forces. His architectural and engineering projects were of a daring which amazed even the fellow citizens of Alberti, and Brunelleschi history presents few figures more attractive to the mind's eye than that of Leonardo during this period of his all-capable and dazzling youth. He did not indeed escape calumny, and was even denounced on a charge of immoral practices, but fully and honourably acquitted. There was nothing about him, as there was afterwards about Michelangelo, dark-tempered, secret, or morose. He was open and genial with all men. He has indeed praised the self-sufficing power of solitude in almost the same phrase as Wordsworth, and from time to time would even in youth seclude himself for a season in complete intellectual absorption, as when he toiled among his 446 bats and wasps and lizards, forgetful of rest and food, and insensible to the noisomeness of their corruption. But we have to picture him as anon coming out, and gathering about him a tatterdemalion company, and jesting with them, until they were in fits of laughter for the sake of observing their burlesque physiognomies, anon as eagerly frequenting the society of men of science and learning, of an older generation, like the mathematician Benedetto Arithmetico, the physician, geographer, and astronomer Paolo Toscanelli, the famous Greek Aristotelian Giovanni Argyropoulo, or as out-rivaling all the youth of the city, now by charm of recitation, now by skill in music, and now by feats of strength and horsemanship, or as stopping to buy caged birds in the market that he might set them free, and watch them rejoicing in their flight, or again, as standing radiant in his rose-coloured cloak, and his rich gold hair among the throng of young and old on the piazza, and holding them spellbound, while he expatiated on the great projects in art and mechanics that were teeming in his mind. Unluckily, it is to written records, and to imagination that we have to trust exclusively for our picture. No portrait of Leonardo, as he appeared during this period of his life, has come down to us. But his far-reaching schemes and studies brought him no immediate gain, and diverted him from the tasks by which he should have supported himself. For all his shining power and promise, he remained poor. Probably also his exclusive belief in experimental methods, and slight regard for mere authority, whether in science or art, made the intellectual atmosphere of the Medicean circle, with its passionate mixed cult of the classic past, and of a Christianity mystically blended and reconciled with Platonism, uncongenial to him. At any rate, he was ready to leave Florence when the chance was offered him of fixed service at the court of Ludovico Sforza il Moro at Milan, soon after that prince had firmly established his power as nominal guardian and protector of his nephew Gian Galeazzo, but really as usurping ruler of the state. He revived a project, previously mooted, for the erection of an equestrian monument in honor of the founder of his house's greatness, Francesco Sforza, and consulted Lorenzo de' Medici on the choice of an artist. Lorenzo recommended the young Leonardo, who went to Milan accordingly at some uncertain date, in or about 1483, taking as a gift from Lorenzo, and a token of his own skill, a silver lute of wondrous sweetness, fashioned in the likeness of a horse's head. Hostilities were at the moment imminent between Milan and Venice. It was doubtless on that account that in the letter commending himself to the Duke and setting forth his own capacities, Leonardo rests his title to patronage chiefly on his attainments and inventions in military engineering. After asserting these in detail under 9 different heads, he speaks under a tenth of his proficiency as a civil engineer and architect, and adds lastly a brief paragraph with reference to what he can do in painting and sculpture, undertaking in particular to carry out in a fitting manner the monument to Francesco Sforza. The first definite documentary evidence of Leonardo's employments at Milan dates from 1487. Some biographers have supposed that the interval or part of it between 1483 and that date was occupied by travels in the East, The grounds of the supposition are some drafts occurring among his MSS of a letter addressed to the Diodario or Diwadar of Syria, lieutenant of the Sultan of Babylon, meaning according to a usage of that time, Cairo. In these drafts, Leonardo describes in the first person, with sketches, a traveller's strange experiences in Egypt, Cyprus, Constantinople, the Cilician coasts about Mount Taurus and Armenia. He relates the rise and persecution of a prophet and preacher, the catastrophe of a falling mountain and submergence of a great city, followed by a general inundation, and the claim of the prophet to have foretold these disasters, adding physical descriptions of the Euphrates River and the marvelous effects of sunset light on the Taurus range. No contemporary gives the least hint of Leonardo's having travelled in the East to the places he mentions. He gives their classical, and not their current Oriental names. The catastrophes he describes are unattested from any other source. He confuses the Taurus and the Caucasus. Some of the phenomena he mentions are repeated from Aristotle and Ptolemy, and there seems little reason to doubt that these passages in his MSS are merely his drafts of a projected geographical treatise, or perhaps romance. He had a passion for geography and travellers' tales, for descriptions of natural wonders and ruined cities, and was himself a practised fictitious narrator and fabulist, as other passages in his MSS prove. Neither is the gap in the account of his doings, after he first went to the court of Milan, really so complete as has been represented. Ludovico was vehemently denounced and attacked during the earlier years of his usurpation, especially by the partisans of his sister-in-law Bona of Savoy, the mother of the rightful Duke young Gian Galatz. To repel these attacks, he employed the talents of a number of court poets and artists who, in public recitation and pageant, in emblematic picture and banner and device, proclaimed the wisdom and kindness of his guardianship, and the wickedness of his assailants. That Leonardo was among the artists thus employed is proved both by notes and projects among his MSS, and by allegoric sketches, still extant. Several such sketches are at Christ Church, Oxford. One shows a horned hag or shefiend urging her hounds to an attack on the state of Milan, and baffled by the prudence and justice of Il Moro. All this made clear by easily recognizable emblems. The allusion must almost certainly be to the attempted assassination of Ludovico by agents of the Duchess Bona in 1484. Again, it must have been the pestilence decimating Milan in 14,841,485, which gave occasion to the projects submitted by Leonardo to Ludovico for breaking up the city and reconstructing it on improved sanitary principles to 14,851,486. Also appears to belong the inception of his elaborate, though unfulfilled, architectural plans for beautifying and strengthening the Castello, the great stronghold of the ruling power in the state. Very soon afterwards, he must have begun work upon his plans and models undertaken during an acute phase of the competition, which the task had called forth between German and Italian architects for another momentous enterprise, the completion of Milan Cathedral. Extant records of payments made to him in connection with these architectural plans extend from August 1487 to May 1490. In the upshot, none of them was carried out from the beginning of his residence. With Ludovico, his combination of unprecedented mechanical ingenuity with apt allegoric invention and courtly charm and eloquence had made him the directing spirit in all court ceremonies and festivities. On the occasion of the marriage of the young Duke Gian Galazzo with Isabella of Aragon in 1487, we find Leonardo devising all the mechanical and spectacular part of a Masque of Paradise, and presently afterwards designing a bathing pavilion of unheard-of beauty and ingenuity for the young Duchess. Meanwhile, he was filling his notebooks as busily as ever with the results of his studies in statics and dynamics, in human anatomy, geometry, and the phenomena of light and shade. It is probable that from the first he had not forgotten his great task of the Sforza monument, with its attendant researches in equine movement and anatomy, and in the science and art of bronze casting on a great scale. The many existing sketches for the work of which the chief collection is at Windsor cannot be distinctly dated in 1490, the 7th year of his residence at Milan. After some expressions of impatience on the part of his patron, he had all but got his model ready for display on the occasion of the marriage of Ludovico with Beatrice d'Este, but at the last moment was dissatisfied with what he had done and determined to begin all over again. In the same year, 1490, Leonardo enjoyed some months of uninterrupted mathematical and physical research in the libraries, and among the learned men of Pavia, whither he had been called to advise on some architectural difficulties concerning the cathedral, here also the study of an ancient equestrian monument, the so-called regicide destroyed in 1796, gave him fresh ideas for his Francesco Sforza in January 1491. A double Sforza est marriage Ludovico Sforza himself, with Beatrice d'Este Alfonso d'Este, with Anna Sforza, the sister of Gian 447 Galazzo again called forth his powers as a mask and pageant master for the next following years. The ever-increasing gaiety and splendor of the Milanese court gave him continual employment in similar kinds, including the composition and recitation of jests, tales, fables and prophecies, Roman 1e moral and social satires and allegories cast in the future tense among his MSS, occur the drafts of many such, some of them both profound and pungent. Meanwhile, he was again at work upon the monument to Francesco Sforza, and this time to practical purpose when ambassadors from Austria came to Milan towards the close of 1493 to escort the betrothed bride of their Emperor Maximilian Bianca Maria Sforza away on her nuptial journey. The finished colossal model, 26 ft high, was at last in its place for all to see in the courtyard of the Castello. Contemporary accounts attest the magnificence of the work and the enthusiasm it excited, but are not precise enough to enable us to judge to which of the two main groups of extant sketches its design corresponded. One of these groups shows the horse and rider in relatively tranquil march in the manner of the Gattimelata monument put up 50 years before by Donatello at Padua, and the Colleoni monument, on which Verrocchio was now engaged at Venice. Another group of sketches shows the horse galloping or rearing in violent action, in some instances in the act of trampling a fallen enemy. Neither is it possible to discriminate with certainty the sketches intended for the Sforza monument from others which Leonardo may have done in view of another and later commission for an equestrian statue, namely that in honor of Ludovico's great enemy, Gian Giacomo Trivulzio. The year 1494 is a momentous one in the history of Italian politics. In that year, the long-ousted and secluded Prince Gian Galazzo died under circumstances more than suspicious. In that year, Ludovico, now Duke of Milan in his own right for the strengthening of his power against Naples, first entered into those intrigues with Charles Roman VIII of France, which later brought upon Italy successive floods of invasion, revolution and calamity. The same year was one of special importance in the prodigiously versatile activities of Leonardo da Vinci. Documents show him, among other things, planning during an absence of several months from the city vast new engineering works for improving the irrigation and waterways of the Lomellina and adjacent regions of the Lombard plain, ardently studying phenomena of storm and lightning, of river action, and of mountain structure, cooperating with his friend Donato Bramante, the great architect, in fresh designs for the improvement and embellishment of the Castello at Milan, and petitioning the Duke to secure him proper payment for a Madonna lately executed with the help of his pupil Ambrogio de Predis for the Brotherhood of the Conception of St. Francis at Milan. This is almost certainly the fine, slightly altered second version of the Virgin of the Rocks now in the National Gallery, London. The original and earlier version is one of the glories of the Louvre, and shows far more of a Florentine and less of a Milanese character than the London picture in the same year 1494, or early in the next. Leonardo, if Vasari is to be trusted, paid a visit to Florence to take part in deliberations concerning the projected new council hall to be constructed in the Palace of the Signory. Lastly, recent research has proved that it was in 1494 that Leonardo got to work in earnest on what was to prove not only by far his greatest, but by far his most expeditiously and steadily executed work in painting. This was the Last Supper undertaken for the refectory of the convent church of Sta Maria del Grazie at Milan, on the joint commission, as it would appear, of Ludovico and of the monks themselves. This picture, the world-famous Cenacolo of Leonardo, has been the subject of much erroneous legend and much misdirected experiment, having through centuries undergone cruel injury from technical imperfections at the outset, from disastrous atmospheric conditions, from vandalism and neglect, and most of all from unskilled repair. Its remains have at last 19,041,908 been treated with a mastery of scientific resource and a tenderness of conscientious skill that have revived for ourselves and for posterity a great part of its power. At the same time, its true history has been investigated and re-established. The intensity of intellectual and manual application which Leonardo threw into the work is proved by the fact that he finished it within 4 years, in spite of all his other avocations, and of those prolonged pauses of concentrated imaginative effort and intense self-critical brooding to which we have direct contemporary witness, he painted the picture on the wall in tempera, not according to the legend, which sprung up within 20 years of its completion. In oil, the tempera vehicle, perhaps including new experimental ingredients, did not long hold firmly to its plaster ground, nor that to the wall flaking and scaling set in hard crusts of mildew, formed dissolved, and reformed with changes of weather over both the loosened parts and those that remained firm decade after decade. These processes went on a reign of minute scales and grains, falling according to one witness continually from the surface, till the picture seemed to be perishing altogether in the 18th century. Attempts were first made at restoration. They all proceeded on the false assumption, dating from the early years of the 16th century, that the work had been executed in oil. With oil it was accordingly at one time saturated in hopes of reviving the colors. Other experimenters tried various secrets, which for the most part meant deleterious glues and varnishes. Fortunately, not very much of actual repainting was accomplished, except on some parts of the garments. The chief operations were carried on by Bellotti in 1726, by Mazur in 1770, and by Baresi in 1819, and the following years none of them arrested, some actually accelerated the natural agencies of damp and disintegration, decay and mildew. Yet this mere ghost of a picture, this evocation half vanished, as it was by a great world genius of a mighty spiritual world event remained a thing indescribably impressive. The ghost has now been brought back to much of true life again, by the skill of the most scrupulous of all restorers, Cavaliere Tanneguy, who, acting under the authority of a competent commission, and after long and patient experiment, found it possible to secure to the wall the innumerable blistered, mildewed, and half-detached flakes and scales of the original work, that yet remained to clear the surface thus obtained of much of the obliterating accretions, due to decay and mishandling, and to bring the whole to unity, by touching tenderly in with tempera, the spots and spaces actually left bare. A further gain obtained through these operations has been the uncovering immediately above them, subject of a beautiful scheme of painted lunettes and vaultings, the lunettes filled by Leonardo's hand, with inscribed scutcheons, and interlaced plate, or knot ornaments, in trexiamenti the vaultings with stars on a blue ground. The total result, if adequate steps can be taken to counteract the effects of atmospheric change in future, will remain a splendid gain for posterity, and a happy refutation of D'Annunzio's despairing poem, The Death of a Masterpiece. Leonardo's Last Supper, for all its injuries, became from the first, and has ever since remained for all Christendom, the typical representation of the scene. Goethe, in his famous criticism, has said all that needs to be said of it. The painter has departed from precedent in grouping the disciples with their master in the midst along the far side, and the two ends of a long narrow table, and in leaving the near or service side of the table towards the spectator free. The chamber is seen in a perfectly symmetrical perspective, its rear wall pierced by three plain openings, which admit the sense of quiet distance and mystery from the open landscape. Beyond, by the central of these openings, which is the widest of the three, the head and shoulders of the Saviour are framed in. On his right and left are ranged the disciples in equal numbers. The furniture and accessories of the chamber, very simply conceived, have been rendered with scrupulous exactness and distinctness, yet they leave to the human and dramatic elements the absolute mastery of the scene. The serenity of the Holy Company has within a moment been broken by the words of their Master, "One of you shall betray me." In the agitation of their consciences and affections, the disciples have started into groups 448, or clusters, along the table, some standing, some still remaining. Seated there are four of these groups of three disciples each, and each group is harmoniously interlinked by some natural connecting action with the next. Leonardo, though no special student of the Greeks, has perfectly carried out the Greek principle of expressive variety in particulars subordinated to general symmetry. He has used all his acquired science of linear and aerial perspective to create an almost complete illusion to the eye, but an illusion that has in it nothing trivial, and in heightening our sense of the material reality of the scene, only heightens its profound spiritual impressiveness and gravity. The results of his intensest meditations on the psychology and the human and divine significance of the event, on which he has left some pregnant hints in written words of his own, are perfectly fused with those of his subtlest technical calculations on the rhythmical balancing of groups and arrangement of figures in space. Of authentic preparatory studies for this work, there remain but few. There is a sheet at the Louvre of much earlier date than the first idea or commission for this particular picture, containing some nude sketches for the arrangement of the subject, another later and farther advanced, but still probably anterior to the practical commission at Venice. and a MS sheet of great interest at the Victoria and Albert Museum, on which the painter has noted in writing the dramatic motives appropriate to the several disciples at Windsor and Milan, are a few finished studies in red chalk for the heads, a highly reputed series of life-size chalk drawings of the same heads of which the greater portion is at Weimar, consists of early copies, and is interesting though having no just claim to originality scarcely less doubtful, is the celebrated unfinished and injured study of the head of Christ at the Brera, Milan. Leonardo's triumph with his Last Supper encouraged him in the hope of proceeding now to the casting of the Sforza monument, or great horse, the model of which had stood for the last 3 years, the admiration of all beholders in the court vecchio of the Castello. He had formed a new and close friendship with Luca Pacioli of Borgo, San Sepolcro, the great mathematician, whose Summa d'Arithmetica Geometrica Roman 100 he had eagerly bought at Pavia on its first appearance, and who arrived at the court of Milan about the moment of the completion of the Cenacolo. Pacioli was equally amazed and delighted at Leonardo's 2 great achievements in sculpture and painting, and still more at the genius for mathematical, physical, and anatomical research shown in the collections of MS notes which the master laid before him. The two began working together on the materials for Pacioli's next book De Divina Proportion. Leonardo obtained Pacioli's help in calculations and measurements for the great task of casting the bronze horse and man, but he was soon called away by Ludovico to a different undertaking, the completion of the interior decorations already begun by another hand, and interrupted of certain chambers of the Castello called the Saletta Negra and the Sala Grande dell'Esse or Sala della Torre. When in the last decade of the 19th century works of thorough architectural investigation and repair were undertaken in that building under the superintendence of Professor Luca Beltrami, a devoted foreign student. Dr. Paul Muller-Walder obtained leave to scrape for traces of Leonardo's handiwork beneath the replastered and whitewashed walls and ceilings of chambers that might be identified with these. In one small chamber there was cleared a frieze of cupids intermingled with foliage, but in this, after the first moments of illusion, it was only possible to acknowledge the hand of some unknown late and lax decorator of the school, influenced as much by Raphael as by Leonardo. In another room, Sala del Tesoro, was recovered a gigantic headless figure, in all probability of Mercury, also wrongly claimed at first for Leonardo and afterwards, to all appearance rightly for Bramante, but in the great Sala dell'Esse or della Torre, abundant traces of Leonardo's own hand were found in the shape of a decoration of intricate geometrical knot or plate work, combined with natural leafage, the abstract puzzle pattern of a kind, in which Leonardo took peculiar pleasure intermingling, in cunning play and contrast, with a pattern of living boughs and leaves exquisitely drawn in free and vital growth. Sufficient portions of this design were found in good preservation to enable the whole to be accurately restored, a process as legitimate in such a case as censurable. In the case of a figure painting for these and other artistic labors, Leonardo was rewarded in 1498, ready money being with difficulty forthcoming, and his salary being long in arrears, by the gift of a suburban garden outside the Porta Vercelli. But again he could not get leave to complete the task in hand. He was called away on duty as chief military engineer in Gegner Cameral, with the special charge of inspecting and maintaining all the canals and waterways of the duchy. Dangers were accumulating upon Ludovico, and the state of Milan, France, had become Ludovico's enemy, and Louis Roman XII, the Pope, and Venice had formed a league to divide his principality among them. He counted on baffling them by forming a counter-league of the principalities of northern Italy, and by raising the Turks against Venice, and the Germans and Swiss against France. Germans and Swiss, however, inopportunely fell to war against each other. Ludovico travelled to Innsbruck the better to push his interests. September 1499, in his absence, Louis Roman XII invaded the Milanese, and the officers left in charge of the city surrendered it without striking a blow, the invading sovereign going to Star Maria del Grazi with his retinue to admire the renowned painting of the Last Supper, asked if it could not be detached from the wall and transported to France. The French lieutenant in Milan, Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, the embittered enemy of Ludovico, began exercising a vindictive tyranny over the city, which had so long accepted the sway of the usurper. Great artists were usually exempt from the consequences of political revolutions, and Trivulzio, now or later, commissioned Leonardo to design an equestrian monument to himself, Leonardo having remained unmolested at Milan for 2 months under the new regime, but knowing that Ludovico was preparing a great stroke for the re-establishment of his power, and that fresh convulsions must ensue thought it best to provide for his own security in December, he left Milan with his friend Luca Pacioli. Having first sent some of his modest savings to Florence for investment, his intention was to watch events they took a turn, which made him a stranger to Milan for the next 7 years. Ludovico, at the head of an army of Swiss mercenaries, returned victoriously in February 1500, and was welcomed by a population disgusted with the oppression of the invaders. But in April he was once more overthrown by the French in a battle fought at Novara, his Swiss clamouring at the last moment for their overdue pay, and treacherously refusing to fight against a force of their own countrymen, led by La Tremoille. Ludovico was taken prisoner, and carried to France. The city, which had been strictly spared on the first entry of Louis Roman XII, was entered and sacked, and the model of Leonardo's great statue made a butt, as eyewitnesses tell, for Gascon archers. 2 years later, we find the Duke Ercole of Ferrara begging the French king's lieutenant in Milan to let him have the model, injured as it was for the adornment of his own city, but nothing came of the petition, and within a short time it seems to have been totally broken up. Thus of Leonardo's 16 years' work at Milan, 14,830,1499, the results actually remaining are as follows: the Louvre Virgin of the Rocks, possibly Roman 1e. As to its execution, the conception and style are essentially Florentine, carried out by Leonardo, to a point of intense and almost glittering finish, of quintessential, almost overstrained refinement in design and expression, and invested with a new element of romance by the landscape in which the scene is set, a strange watered country of basaltic caves and arches, with the lights and shadows striking sharply and yet mysteriously among rocks, some upright, some jutting, some pendant, all tufted here and there with exquisite growths of shrub and flower. The National Gallery Virgin of the Rocks, certainly with help from Ambrogio de Predis. In this, the Florentine character of the original is modified by an admixture of Milanese elements, the tendency to harshness and 449 over-elaboration of detail, softened the strained action of the angel's pointing hand, altogether dropped, while in many places pupils' work seems recognizable beside that of the master. The Last Supper of Star Maria del Grazi, his masterpiece. As to its history and present condition, enough has been said. The decorations of the ceiling of the Sala della Torre in the Castello, other paintings done by him at Milan, are mentioned, and attempts have been made to identify them with works still existing. He is known to have painted portraits of 2 of the king's mistresses, Cecilia Gallerani and Lucrezia Crivelli. Cecilia Gallerani used to be identified as a lady with ringlets, and a lute depicted in a portrait at Milan, now rightly assigned to Bartolomeo Veneto. More lately she has by some been conjecturally recognized in a doubtful though Leonardesque portrait of a lady with a weasel in the Czartoryski collection at Prague. Lucrezia Crivelli has with no better reason been identified with the famous Belle Ferroniere, a mere misnomer caught from the true name of another portrait, which used to hang near it at the Louvre. This last is either a genuine Milanese portrait by Leonardo himself or an extraordinarily fine work of his pupil Boltraffio. Strong claims have also been made on behalf of a fine profile portrait resembling Beatrice d'Este in the Ambrosiana, but this the best judges are agreed in regarding as a work done in a lucky hour of Ambrogio de Predis. A portrait of a musician in the same gallery is in like manner contested between the master and the pupil. Mention is made of a nativity painted for and sent to the Emperor Maximilian, and also apparently of some picture painted for Matthias Corvinus, king of Hungary. Both are lost, or at least unidentified. The painters especially recorded as Leonardo's immediate pupils during this part of his life at Milan are the 2 before mentioned Giovanni Antonio Boltraffio and Ambrogio Preda, or de Predis with Marco di Argano and Andrea Sali, the last apparently less a fully trained painter than a studio assistant and personal attendant, devotedly attached and faithful in both capacities. Leonardo's own native Florentine manner had at first been not a little modified by that of the Milanese school, as he found it represented in the works of such men as Bramantino, Borgignon and Zenil, but his genius had in its turn reacted far more strongly upon the younger members of the school, and exercised now or later a transforming and dominating influence not only upon his immediate pupils, but upon men like Luigi Gimpetrino Bazzi Cesare de Sesto, and indeed the whole Lombard school in the early 15th century of sculpture done by him during this period. We have no remains, only the tragically tantalizing history of the Sforza monument of drawings. There are very many, including few only for the Last Supper, many for the Sforza monument, as well as the multitude of sketches scientific, and other which we find intermingled among the vast body of his miscellaneous MSS notes. and records in mechanical, scientific, and theoretical studies of all kinds. It was a period, as these MSS attest, of extraordinary activity and self-development at Pavia. In 1494, we find him taking up literary and grammatical studies, both in Latin and the vernacular, the former no doubt in order the more easily to read those among the ancients who had laboured in the fields that were his own, as Euclid, Galen, Celsus, Ptolemy, Pliny, Vitruvius, and above all Archimedes, the latter with a growing hope of some day getting into proper form, and order the mass of materials he was daily accumulating for treatises on all his manifold subjects of enquiry. He had been much helped by his opportunities of intercourse with the great architects, engineers, and mathematicians, who frequented the court of Milan, Bramante, Alberghetti, Andrea di Ferrara, Pietro Monti, Fazio Cardano, and above all Luca Pacioli. The knowledge of Leonardo's position among and familiarity with such men early helped to spread the idea that he had been at the head of a regularly constituted Academy of Arts and Sciences at Milan. The occurrence of the words Accademia Leonardi Vinci on certain engravings done after his drawings of geometric knots or puzzle patterns, things for which we have already learned his partiality, helped to give currency to this impression, not only in Italy, but in the north, where the same engravings were copied by Albrecht. Durer, the whole notion has been proved mistaken. There existed no such academy at Milan, with Leonardo as president. The academies of the day represented the prevailing intellectual tendency of Renaissance humanism, namely an absorbing enthusiasm for classic letters, and for the transcendental speculations of Platonic and Neoplatonic mysticism, not unmixed with the traditions and practice of medieval alchemy, astrology, and necromantics. For these last pursuits Leonardo had nothing but contempt. His manicided and far-reaching studies in experimental science were mainly his own, conceived and carried out long in advance of his time, and in communion with only such more or less isolated spirits as were advancing along one or another of the same paths of knowledge. He learnt, indeed, on these lines, eagerly wherever he could, and in learning imparted knowledge to others, but he had no school in any proper sense, except his studio, and his only scholars were those who painted there. Of these, one or two, as we have evidence, tried their hands at engraving. Among their engravings were these knots, which, being things of use for decorative craftsmen to copy, were inscribed for identification and perhaps for protection, as coming from the Accademia Leonardi Vinci, a trifling matter altogether, and quite unfit to sustain the elaborate structure of conjecture which has been built on it. To return to the master, when he and Luca Pacioli left Milan in December 1499, their destination was Venice. They made a brief stay at Mantua, where Leonardo was graciously received by the Duchess Isabella Gonzaga, the most cultured of the many cultured great ladies of her time, whose portrait he promised to paint on a future day. Meantime, he made the fine chalk drawing of her. Now at the Louvre arrived at Venice, he seems to have occupied himself chiefly with studies in mathematics and cosmography. In April, the friends heard of the second and final overthrow of Ludovico il Moro, and at that news, giving up all idea of a return to Milan, moved on to Florence, which they found depressed both by internal troubles and by the protraction of the indecisive and inglorious war with Pisa. Here, Leonardo undertook to paint an altarpiece for the church of the Annunziata. Filippino Lippi, who had already received the commission, courteously retiring from it in his favour. A year passed by and no progress had been made with the painting. Questions of physical geography and engineering engrossed him as much as ever. He writes to correspondents making enquiries about the tides in the Euxine and Caspian seas. He reports for the information of the Art de Mercanti on the precautions to be taken against a threatening landslip on the hill of S. Salvatore dell'Osservanza. He submits drawings and models for the canalization and control of the waters of the Arno, and propounds with compulsive eloquence and conviction a scheme for transporting the baptistry of St. John the Bel San Giovanni of Dante to another part of the city, and elevating it on a stately basement of marble. Meantime, the Servite brothers of the Annunziata were growing impatient for the completion of their altarpiece. In April 1501, Leonardo had only finished the cartoon, and this all Florence flocked to see and admire. Isabella Gonzaga, who cherished the hope that he might be induced permanently to attach himself to the court of Mantua, wrote about this time to ask news of him, and to beg for a painting from him for her study, already adorned with masterpieces by the first hands of Italy, or at least for a small Madonna, devout and sweet, as is natural to him. In reply, her correspondent says that the master is wholly taken up with geometry and very impatient of the brush, but at the same time tells her all about his just completed cartoon for the Annunziata. The subject was the Virgin seated in the lap of St. Anne, bending forward to hold her child, who had half escaped from her embrace to play with a lamb upon the ground. The description answers exactly to the composition of the celebrated picture of the Virgin and St. Anne at the Louvre. A cartoon of this composition in the Esterhazy collection at Vienna is held to be only a copy, and the original cartoon must be regarded as lost, but another of kindred though not identical motive has come down to us 450, and is preserved in the Diploma Gallery at the Royal Academy in this incomparable work. St. Anne pointing upward, with her left hand smiles, with an intense look of wondering questioning inward sweetness, into the face of the Virgin, who in her turn smiles down upon her child, as he leans from her lap to give the blessing to the little St. John, standing beside her. Evidently two different, though nearly related designs had been maturing in Leonardo's mind. A rough first sketch for the motive of the Academy cartoon is in the British Museum, one for the motive of the lost cartoon, and of the Louvre picture is at Venice. No painting by Leonardo from the Academy cartoon exists, but in the Ambrosiana at Milan, there is one by Luini with the figure of St. Joseph added. It remains a matter of debate whether the Academy cartoon, or that shown by Leonardo at the Annunziata in 1501, was the earlier. The probabilities seem in favor of the Academy cartoon. This, whether done at Milan or at Florence, is in any case a typically perfect and harmonious example of the master's Milanese manner, while in the other composition with the lamb the action and attitude of the Virgin are somewhat strained, and the original relation between her head and her mother's, lovely both in design and expression, is lost. In spite of the universal praise of his cartoon, Leonardo did not persevere with the picture, and the monks of the Annunziata had to give back the commission to Filippino Lippi, at whose death the task was completed by Perugino. It remains uncertain whether a small Madonna with distaff and spindle, which the correspondent of Isabella Gonzaga reports Leonardo as having begun for one Robertet, a favourite of the King of France, was ever finished. He painted one portrait, it is said at this time that of Ginevra Benci, a kinswoman, perhaps sister of a youth Giovanni di Amerigo Benci, who shared his passion for cosmographical studies, and probably began another, the famous La Gioconda, which was only finished 4 years afterwards. The Gonfaloniere Sodrini offered him in vain to do with it what he would, the huge half-spalled block of marble, out of which Michelangelo, 3 years later, wrought his David. Isabella Gonzaga again begged in an autograph letter that she might have a painting by his hand, but her request was put off. He did her, however, one small service by examining and reporting on some jewelled vases formerly the property of Lorenzo de' Medici, which had been offered her. The importunate expectations of a masterpiece or masterpieces in painting or sculpture, which beset him on all hands in Florence, inclined him to take service again with some princely patron, if possible of a genius commensurate with his own, who would give him scope to carry out engineering schemes on a vast scale. Accordingly, he suddenly took service in the spring of 1502 with Cesare Borgia, Duke of Valentinois, then almost within sight of the realization of his huge ambitions, and meanwhile occupied in consolidating his recent conquests in the Romagna. Between May 1502 and March 1503, Leonardo travelled as chief engineer to Duke Caesar over a great part of central Italy. Starting with a visit to Piombino on the coast opposite Elba, he went by way of Siena to Urbino, where he made drawings and began works, was thence hastily summoned by way of Pesaro and Rimini to Cesena, spent 2 months between there and Cesenatico, projecting and directing canal and harbour works, and planning the restoration of the palace of Frederick Roman II, thence hurriedly joined his master momentarily besieged by enemies at Imola, followed him probably to Sinigaglia and Perugia through the whirl of storms, and surprises, vengeances and treasons, which marked his course that winter, and finally, by way of Chiusi and Aquapendente as far as Orvieto, and probably to Rome, where Caesar arrived on the 14th of February 1503. The Pope's death and Caesar's own downfall were not destined to be long delayed, but Leonardo apparently had already had enough of that service, and was back at Florence in March. He has left dated notes and drawings made at most of the stations we have named, besides a set of 6 larger-scale maps drawn minutely with his own hand, and including nearly the whole territory of the Maremma, Tuscany and Umbria, between the Apennines and the Tyrrhene Sea. At Florence he was at last persuaded, on the initiative of Piero Sodrini, to undertake for his native city a work of painting as great as that with which he had adorned Milan. This was a battle-piece to decorate one of the walls of the new council hall in the palace of the Signory. He chose an episode in the victory won by the generals of the Republic in 1440 over Niccolo Piccinino, near a bridge at Anghari in the upper valley of the Tiber. To the young Michelangelo was presently entrusted a rival battle-piece to be painted on another wall of the same apartment. He chose, as is well known, a surprise of the Florentine forces in the act of bathing near Pisa about the same time. Leonardo took part in the debate on the proper site for Michelangelo's newly finished colossal David, and voted in favor of the Loggia dei Lanzi against a majority which included Michelangelo himself. Neither Leonardo's genius nor his noble manners could soften the rude and taunting temper of the younger man, whose style as an artist, nevertheless in subjects both of tenderness and terror, underwent at this time a profound modification from Leonardo's example. In one of the sections of his projected treatise on painting, Leonardo has detailed at length, and obviously from his own observation, the pictorial aspects of a battle. His choice of subject in this instance was certainly not made from any love of warfare or indifference to its horrors. In his MSS, there occur almost as many trenchant sayings on life and human affairs as on art and natural law, and of war he has disposed in 2 words, as a bestial frenzy passia bestialissima. In his Design for the Hall of Council, he set himself to depict this frenzy at its fiercest. He chose the moment of a terrific struggle for the colours between the opposing sides. Hence, the work became commonly known as the Battle of the Standard, judging by the accounts of those who saw it, and the fragmentary evidences which remain, the tumultuous medley of men and horses, and the expressions of martial fury and despair, must have been conceived and rendered with a mastery not less commanding than had been the looks and gestures of bodeful sorrow and soul's perplexity among the quiet company on the convent wall at Milan. The place assigned to Leonardo for the preparation of his cartoon was the Sala del Papa at Santa Maria Novella. He for once worked steadily and unremittingly at his task. His accounts with the scenery enable us to follow its progress step by step. He had finished the cartoon in less than 2 years, 15,041,505, and when it was exhibited along with that of Michelangelo, the 2 rival works seemed to all men a new revelation of the powers of art, and served as a model and example of the students of that generation, as the frescoes of Masaccio in the Carmine had served to those of 2 generations earlier. The young Raphael, whose incomparable instinct for rhythmical design had been trained hitherto on subjects of holy quietude and rapt contemplation, according to the traditions of Umbrian art, learnt from Leonardo's example to apply the same instinct to themes of violent action and strife. From the same example, Fra Bartolomeo and a crowd of other Florentine painters of the rising or risen generation took in like manner a new impulse. The master lost no time in proceeding to the execution of his design upon the mural surface. This time he had devised a technical method, of which, after a preliminary trial in the Sala del Papa, he regarded the success as certain. The colours, whether tempera or other remains in doubt, were to be laid on a specially prepared ground, and then both colours and ground made secure upon the wall by the application of heat. When the central group was done, the heat was applied, but it was found to take effect unequally. The colours in the upper part ran or scaled from the wall, and the result was a failure more or less complete. The unfinished and decayed painting remained for some 50 years on the wall, but after 1560 was covered over with new frescoes by Vasari. The cartoon did not last so long after doing its work as the most inspiring of all examples for students. It seems to have been cut up when Leonardo left Italy for good in 1516. He is recorded to have left the greater part of it in deposit at the Hospital of S. Maria Nuova, where he was accustomed also to deposit his 451 moneys, and whence it seems before long to have disappeared. Our only existing memorials of the great work are a number of small pen studies of fighting men and horses, 3 splendid studies in red chalk at Budapest for heads in the principal group, 1 head at Oxford, copied by a contemporary of the size of the original cartoon above life, a tiny sketch also at Oxford by Raphael after the principal group, an engraving done by Zacchia of Lucca in 1558 not after the original, but after a copy, a 16th century Flemish drawing of the principal group, and another splendidly spirited by Rubens, both copies of copies with Edelink's fine engraving after the Rubens drawing. During these years 15,031,506, Leonardo also resumed, if it is true that he had already begun it before his travels with Cesare Borgia, the portrait of Madonna Lisa, the Neapolitan wife of Zanobi del Giocondo, and finished it to the last pitch of his powers in this lady. He had found a sitter whose face and smile possessed in a singular degree the haunting enigmatic charm in which he delighted. He worked it, is said, at her portrait during some portion of 4 successive years, causing music to be played during the sittings that the rapt expression might not fade from off her countenance. The picture was bought afterwards by Francis Roman I for 4,000 gold florins, and is now one of the glories of the Louvre. The richness of colouring on which Vasari expatiates has indeed flown partly from injury, partly because in striving for effects of light and shade the painter was accustomed to model his figures on a dark ground, and in this, as in his other all pictures, the ground has to a large extent come through. Nevertheless, in its dimmed and blackened state, the portrait casts an irresistible spell alike by subtlety of expression, by refinement and precision of drawing, and by the romantic invention of its background. It has been the theme of endless critical rhapsodies, among which that of Pater is perhaps the most imaginative, as it is the best known. In the spring of 1506, Leonardo, moved perhaps by chagrin at the failure of his work in the Hall of Council, accepted a pressing invitation to Milan from Charles d'Amboise Marechal de Chaumont, the lieutenant of the French king in Lombardy. The leave of absence granted to him by the Signory on the request of the French viceroy was for 3 months only. The period was several times extended, at first grudgingly Sodrini, complaining that Leonardo had treated the Republic ill in the matter of the battle picture, whereupon the painter honourably offered to refund the money paid, an offer which the Signory as honourably refused. Louis Roman XII sent messages urgently desiring that Leonardo should await his own arrival in Milan, having seen a small Madonna by him in France, probably that painted for Robertet, and hoping to obtain from him works of the same class, and perhaps a portrait. The king arrived in May 1507, and soon afterwards Leonardo's services were formally and amicably transferred from the Signory of Florence to Louis, who gave him the title of painter and engineer in ordinary in September of the same year. Troublesome private affairs called him to Florence. His father had died in 1504, apparently intestate. After his death, Leonardo experienced unkindness from his 7 half-brothers, Sir Piero's legitimate sons. They were all much younger than himself. One of them, who followed his father's profession, made himself the champion of the others in disputing Leonardo's claim to his share, first in the paternal inheritance, and then in that which had been left to be divided between the brothers and sisters by an uncle. The litigation that ensued dragged on for several years, and forced upon Leonardo frequent visits to Florence and interruptions of his work at Milan, in spite of pressing letters to the authorities of the Republic from Charles d'Amboise, from the French king himself, and from others of his powerful friends and patrons, begging that the proceedings might be accelerated. There are traces of work done during these intervals of compulsory residence at Florence. A sheet of sketches drawn there in 1508 shows the beginning of a Madonna now lost except in the form of copies, one of which, known as the Madonna Litta, is at St. Petersburg, another in the Pol di Pezzali Museum at Milan. A letter from Leonardo to Charles d'Amboise in 1511, announcing the end of his law troubles, speaks of 2 Madonnas of different sizes that he means to bring with him to Milan. One was no doubt that just mentioned. Can the other have been the Louvre Virgin with St. Anne and St. John, now at last completed from the cartoon exhibited in 1501? Meantime, the master's main home and business were at Milan. Few works of painting, and none of sculpture, unless the unfulfilled commission for the Trivulzio monument belongs to this time, are recorded as occupying him during the 7 years of his second residence in that city. 15,061,513. He had attached to himself a new and devoted young friend and pupil of noble birth, Francesco Melzi, at the villa of the Melzi family at Vaprio, where Leonardo was a frequent visitor. A colossal Madonna on one of the walls is traditionally ascribed to him, but is rather the work of Sodoma, or of Melzi himself working under the master's eye. Another painter, in the service of the French king Jehan Perial, or Jehan de Paris, visited Milan, and consultations on technical points were held between him and Leonardo, but Leonardo's chief practical employments were evidently on the continuation of his great hydraulic and irrigation works in Lombardy. His old trivial office of pageant master and inventor of scientific toys was revived on the occasion of Louis Roman XII's triumphal entry after the victory of Agnedolo in 1509, and gave intense delight to the French retinue of the king. He was consulted on the construction of new choir stalls for the cathedral. He laboured in the natural sciences as ardently as ever, especially at anatomy, in company with the famous professor of Pavia Marcantonio della Torre. To about this time, when he was approaching his 60th year, may belong the noble portrait drawing of himself in red chalk at Turin. He looks too old for his years, but quite unbroken. The character of a veteran sage has fully imprinted itself on his countenance. The features are grand, clear, and deeply lined, the mouth firmly set, and almost stern, the eyes strong and intent beneath their bushy eyebrows. The hair flows untrimmed over his shoulders, and commingles with a majestic beard. Returning to Milan with his lawsuits ended in 1511, Leonardo might have looked forward to an old age of contented labor, the chief task of which, had he had his will, would undoubtedly have been to put in order the vast mass of observations and speculations accumulated in his notebooks, and to prepare some of them for publication. But as his star seemed rising, that of his royal protector declined, the hold of the French on Lombardy was rudely shaken by hostile political powers, then confirmed again for a while by the victories of Gaston de Foix, and finally destroyed by the battle in which that hero fell under the walls of Ravenna in June 1512. A coalition between Spain, Venice, and the Pope re-established the Sforza dynasty in power at Milan in the person of Ludovico's son Massimiliano. This prince must have been familiar with Leonardo as a child, but perhaps resented the ready transfer of his allegiance to the French, and at any rate gave him no employment. Within a few months, the aging master uprooted himself from Milan, and moved with his chattels and retinue of pupils to Rome into the service of the house that first befriended him. The Medici, the vast enterprises of Pope Julius Roman II, had already made Rome the chief seat and centre of Italian art. The accession of Giulio de' Medici in 1513, under the title of Leo Roman X, raised on all hands hopes of still ampler and more sympathetic patronage. Leonardo's special friend at the papal court was the Pope's youngest brother Giuliano de' Medici, a youth who combined dissipated habits with thoughtful culture and a genuine interest in arts and sciences. By his influence, Leonardo and his train were accommodated with apartments in the Belvedere of the Vatican, but the conditions of the time and place proved adverse. The young generation held the field. Michelangelo and Raphael, who had both, as we have seen, risen to greatness partly on Leonardo's shoulders, were fresh from the glory of their great achievements in the Sistine Chapel, and the stands. Their rival factions hated each other, but both, especially the faction of Michelangelo, turned bitterly against the veteran 452 newcomer. The Pope, indeed, is said to have been delighted with Leonardo's minor experiments and ingenuities in science, and especially by a kind of zoological toys which he had invented by way of pastime, as well as mechanical tricks played upon living animals. But for the master's graver researches and projects, he cared little, and was far more interested in the dreams of astrologers and alchemists. When Leonardo, having received a commission for a picture, was found distilling for himself a new medium of oils and herbs before he had begun the design, the Pope was convinced, not quite unreasonably, that nothing serious would come of it. The only paintings positively recorded as done by him at Rome are two small panels for an official of the papal court, one of a child, the other of a Madonna, both now lost or unrecognized to this time. May also belong a lost leader, standing upright with the guard in swan's guise at her side, and the four children near their feet. This picture was at Fontainebleau in the 16th century, and is known from several copies, the finest of them at the Borghese Gallery, as well as from one or two preliminary sketches by the master himself, and a small sketch copy by Raphael, a portrait of a Florentine lady, said to have been painted for Giuliano de' Medici, and seen afterwards in France, may also have been done at Rome, or may, what we learn of this, be only a confused account of the Mona Lisa. Tradition ascribes to Leonardo an attractive fresco of a Madonna with a donor in the convent of St. Onofrio, but this seems to be clearly the work of Boltraffio. The only engineering works we hear of at this time are some on the harbour and defences of Civita Vecchia. On the whole, the master in these Roman days found himself slighted for the first and only time in his life. He was moreover plagued by insubordination and malignity on the part of two German assistant craftsmen. Lodged in his apartments charges of impiety and body-snatching, laid by these men, in connection with his anatomical studies, caused the favour of the Pope to be for a time withdrawn. After a stay of less than 2 years, Leonardo left Rome under the following circumstances. Louis Roman XII of France had died in the last days of 1514. His young and brilliant successor Francis Roman I surprised Europe by making a sudden dash at the head of an army across the Alps to vindicate his rights in Italy. After much hesitation, Leo Roman X, in the summer of 1515, ordered Giuliano de' Medici as gonfalonier of the church to lead a papal force into the Emilia, and watch the movements of the invader. Leonardo accompanied his protector on the march, and remained with the headquarters of the papal army at Piacenza, when Giuliano fell ill and retired to Florence after the Battle of Marignano. It was arranged that Francis and the Pope should meet in December at Bologna, the Pope travelling by way of Florence, and discussing there the great new scheme of the Laurentian Library, entertained the idea of giving the commission to Leonardo, but Michelangelo came in hot haste from Rome, and succeeded in securing it for himself as the time for the meeting of the potentates at Bologna drew near. Leonardo proceeded thither from Piacenza and in due course was presented to the king, between the brilliant young sovereign and the grand old sage. An immediate and strong sympathy sprang up. Leonardo accompanied Francis on his homeward march as far as Milan, and there determined to accept the royal invitation to France, where a new home was offered him with every assurance of honor and regard. The remaining 2.5 years of Leonardo's life were spent at the castle of Clou near Amboise, which was assigned with a handsome pension to his use. The court came often to Amboise, and the king delighted in his company, declaring his knowledge both of the fine arts and of philosophy to be beyond those of all mortal men. In the spring of 1518 Leonardo had occasion to exercise his old talents as a festival master when the Dauphin was christened, and a Medici-Bourbon marriage celebrated. He drew the designs for a new palace at Amboise, and was much engaged with the project of a great canal to connect the Loire and Seine. An ingenious attempt has been made to prove in the absence of records that the famous spiral staircase at Blois was also of his designing. Among his visitors was a fellow countryman, Cardinal Louis of Aragon, whose secretary has left an account of the day. Leonardo, it seems, was suffering from some form of slight paralysis, which impaired his power of hand, but he showed the cardinal 3 pictures: the portrait of a Florentine lady, done for Giuliano de' Medici, the Gioconda, the Virgin in the lap of St. Anne, the Louvre picture, finished at Florence or Milan, 15,071,513, and a youthful John the Baptist. The last, which may have been done since he settled in France, is the darkened and partly repainted, but still powerful and haunting half-length figure in the Louvre, with the smile of inward ravishment, and the prophetic finger beckoning skyward, like that of St. Anne in the Academy cartoon of the Pomona mentioned by Lamazzo. As a work of the Amboise time, his visitor says nothing, nor yet of the Louvre Bacchus, which tradition ascribes to Leonardo, but which is clearly pupil's work. Besides pictures, the master seems also to have shown and explained to his visitors some of his vast store of notes and observations on anatomy and physics. He kept hoping to get some order among his papers, the accumulation of more than 40 years, and perhaps to give the world some portion of the studies they contained, but his strength was nearly exhausted on Easter Eve 1519. Feeling that the end was near, he made his will. It made provision, as became a great servant of the most Christian king, for masses to be said, and candles to be offered in 3 different churches of Amboise, first among them that of St. Florentin, where he desired to be buried, as well as for 60 poor men to serve as torchbearers at his funeral. Vasari babbles of a deathbed, conversion and repentance, but Leonardo had never been either a friend or an enemy of the church. Sometimes, indeed, he denounces fiercely enough the arts and pretensions of priests, but no one has embodied with such profound spiritual insight some of the most vital moments of the Christian story. His insatiable researches into natural fact brought upon him among the vulgar some suspicion of practicing those magic arts, which of all things he scouted and despised. The bent of his mind was all towards the teachings of experience, and against those of authority and laws of nature, certainly occupied far more of his thoughts than dogmas of religion. But when he mentions these, it is with respect, as throwing light on the truth of things from a side which was not his own. His conformity at the end had in it nothing contradictory of his past. He received the sacraments of the Church, and died on the 2nd of May 1519. King Francis, then at his court of St. Germain-en-Laye, is said to have wept for the loss of such a servant that he was present beside the deathbed, and held the dying painter in his arms. Is a familiar, but an untrue tale. After a temporary sepulture elsewhere, his remains were transported on the 12th of August to the cloister of St. Florentin. According to his wish, he left all his MSS, and apparently all the contents of his studio, with other gifts, to the devoted Melzi, whom he named executor to Salai, and to his servant Battista Villanis, a half each of his vineyard outside Milan, gifts of money, and clothes to his maid Maturina, one of money to the poor of the hospital in Amboise, and to his unbrotherly half-brothers, a sum of 400 ducats lying to his credit at Florence. History tells of no man gifted in the same degree as Leonardo was at once for art and science. In art, he was an inheritor and perfecter, born in a day of great and man-sided endeavours, on which he put the crown, surpassing both predecessors and contemporaries. In science, on the other hand, he was a pioneer, working wholly for the future, and in great part alone that the 2 stupendous gifts should in some degree neutralize each other was inevitable. No imaginable strength of any single man would have sufficed to carry out 100th part of what Leonardo essayed. The mere attempt to conquer the kingdom of light and shade for the art of painting was destined to tax the skill of generations, and is perhaps not wholly and finally accomplished. Yet Leonardo sought to achieve that conquest, and at the same time to carry the old Florentine excellences of linear drawing and psychological expression to a perfection of which other men 453 had not dreamed. The result, though marvelous, in quality is in quantity lamentably meagre. Knowing and doing allured him equally, and in art, which consists in doing, his efforts were often paralyzed by his strained desire to know. The thirst for knowledge had first been aroused in him by the desire of perfecting the images of beauty and power, which it was his business to create. Thence there grew upon him the passion of knowledge for its own sake, in the splendid balance of his nature. The Virgilian longing rerum cognoscere causas could never indeed wholly silence the call to exercise his active powers, but the powers he cared most to exercise ceased by degree to be those of imaginative creation, and came to be those of turning to practical human use the mastery which his studies had taught him over the forces of nature. In science, he was the first among modern men to set himself most of those problems which unnumbered searchers of later generations have labored severally or in concert to solve. Florence had had other sons of comprehensive genius, artistic and mechanical. Leon Battista Alberti, perhaps the chief. But the more the range and character of Leonardo's studies becomes ascertained, the more his greatness dwarfs them all. 100 years before Bacon, say those who can judge best, he showed a firmer grasp of the principles of experimental science than Bacon showed, fortified by a far wider range of actual experiment and observation, not in his actual conclusions, though many of these point with surprising accuracy in the direction of truths established by later generations, but in the soundness, the wisdom, the tenacity of his methods lies his great title to glory. Had the Catholic reaction not fatally discouraged the pursuit of the natural sciences in Italy, had Leonardo even left behind him anyone with zeal and knowledge enough to extract from the mass of his MSS some portion of his labors in those sciences, and give them to the world, an incalculable impulse would have been given to all those enquiries by which mankind has since been striving to understand the laws of its being and control the conditions of its environmento. Mathematics and astronomy to mechanics, hydraulics and physics, generally to geology, geography and cosmology, to anatomy and the sciences of life, as it was these studies of Leonardo's studies, intensive, strong and stern, delight seemed to his trivial followers and biographers merely his whims and fancies, giribusy things to be spoken of slightingly, and with apology. The MSS, with the single exception of some of those relating to painting, lay unheeded and undivulged until the present generation, and it is only now that the true range of Leonardo's powers is beginning to be fully discerned. So much for the intellectual side of Leonardo's character and career. As a moral being, we are less able to discern what he was like. The man who carried in his brain so many images of subtle beauty, as well as so much of the hidden science of the future, must have lived spiritually in the main alone of things communicable. He was at the same time, as we have said, communicative, a genial companion, a generous and loyal friend, ready and eloquent of discourse, impressing all with whom he was brought in contact by the power and the charm of genius, and inspiring fervent devotion and attachment in friends and pupils. We see him living on terms of constant affection with his father, and in disputes with his brothers, not the aggressor, but the sufferer from aggression. We see him full of tenderness to animals, a virtue not common in Italy, in spite of the example of St. Francis, open-handed in giving, not eager in getting. Poor, he says, is the man of many wants, not prone to resentment. Best shield against injustice is to double the cloak of long-suffering, zealous in labor. All mean as a day well spent gives joyful sleep, so does a life well spent give joyful death. With these instincts and maxims, and with his strength granting it almost more than human spent ever tunneling in abstruse mines of knowledge, his moral experience is not likely to have been deeply troubled. In religion, he regarded the faith of his age and country at least with imaginative sympathy and intellectual acquiescence, if no more on the political storms which shook his country and drove him from one employment to another. He seems to have looked not with the passionate participation of a Dante or a Michelangelo, but rather with the serene detachment of a Goethe in matters of the heart. If any consoling or any disturbing passion played a great part in his life, we do not know it. We know only, apart from a few passing shadows cast by calumny and envy of affectionate and dignified relations with friends, patrons, and pupils of public and private regard, mixed in the days of his youth with dazzled admiration, and in those of his age with something of reverential awe. The drawings of Leonardo, these are among the greatest treasures ever given to the world, by the human spirit expressing itself in pen and pencil apart from the many hundreds of illustrative pen sketches, Scattered through his autobiographic and scientific MSS, the principal collection is at Windsor Castle, partly derived from the Arundel collection. Others of importance are in the British Museum at Christ Church, Oxford, in the Louvre at Chantilly in the Uffizi, the Venice Academy, the Royal Library at Turin, the Museum of Budapest, and in the collections of Roman 1000 Barnett, Mrs. Monde, and Captain Halford. Leonardo's chief implements were pen, silver point, and red and black chalk, red chalk, especially in silver point. There are many beautiful drawings of his earlier time and some of his later, but of the charming heads of women and young men in this material attributed to him in various collections, comparatively few are his own work, the majority being drawings in his spirit by his pupils Ambrogio Preda or Boltraffio. Leonardo appears to have been left-handed. There is some doubt on the point, but a contemporary and intimate friend, Luca Pacioli, speaks of his ineffable left hand. All the best of his drawings are shaded downward from left to right, which would be the readiest way for a left-handed man, and his habitual eccentric practice of writing from right to left is much more likely to have been due to natural left-handedness than to any desire of mystery or concealment. A full critical discussion and catalogue of the extant drawings of Leonardo are to be found in Berenson's Drawings of the Florentine Painters. The Writings of Leonardo, the only printed book bearing Leonardo's name, until the recent issues of transcripts from his MSS, was the celebrated treatise on painting Trattato della pittura trait de la peinture. This consists of brief didactic chapters, or more properly paragraphs of practical direction or critical remark on all the branches and conditions of a painter's practice. The original MS draft of Leonardo has been lost, though a great number of notes for it are scattered through the various extant volumes of his MSS. The work has been printed in two different forms. One of these is an abridged version, consisting of 365 sections. The first edition of it was published in Paris in 1551 by Raphael Dufresne from a MS which he found in the Barberini Library, the last translated into English by J. F. Rigaud in London 1877. The other is a more extended version, in 912 sections divided into 8 books. This was printed in 1817 by Guglielmo Manzi at Rome from 2 MSS, which he had discovered in the Vatican Library. A German translation from the same MS has been edited by G. H. Ludwig in Eitelberger's series of Quellenschriften für Kunstgeschichte, Vienna 1882, Stuttgart 1885. On the history of the book in general see Max Jordan, Das Malerbuch des Leonardo da Vinci, Leipzig, 1873. The unknown compilers of the Vatican MSS must have had before them much more of Leonardo's original text than is now extant. Only about a quarter of the total number of paragraphs are identical with passages to be found in the master's existing autograph notebooks. It is indeed doubtful whether Leonardo himself ever completed the MS treatise or treatises on painting and kindred subjects mentioned by Fra Luca Pacioli and by Vasari, and probable that the form and order and perhaps some of the substance of the Trattato as we have it was due to compilers and not to the master himself. In recent years, a whole body of scholars and editors have been engaged in giving to the world the texts of Leonardo's existing MSS. The history of these is too complicated to be told here in any detail. Francesco Melzi, Roman 500, kept the greater part of his master's bequest together as a sacred trust. As long as he lived, though even in his time, some MSS on the art of painting seemed to have passed into other hands, but his descendants suffered the treasure to be recklessly dispersed. The chief agents in their dispersal were the Dr. Orazio Melzi, who possessed them in the last quarter of the 16th century, the members of a Milanese family called Mazenta, into whose hands they passed in Orazio Melzi's lifetime, and the sculptor Pompeo Leoni, who at one time entertained the design of procuring their presentation to Philip Roman II of Spain, and who cut up a number of the notebooks to form the great miscellaneous single volume called the Codice Atlantico, now at Milan. This volume, with a large proportion of the total number of other Leonardo MSS then existing, passed into the hands of a Count Arconati, who presented them to the Ambrosian Library at Milan in 1636. In the meantime, the Earl of Arundel had made a vain attempt to purchase one of these volumes, the Codice Atlantico, at a great price for the King of England. Some stray parts of the collection, including the MSS now at Windsor, did evidently come into Lord Arundel's possession, and the history of some other parts can be 454 followed, while much it is evident was lost for good in 1796. Napoleon swept away to Paris, along with the other art treasures of Italy, the whole of the Leonardo MSS at the Ambrosiana. Only the Codice Atlantico was afterwards restored, the other volumes remaining the property of the Institut de France. These also have had their adventures, two of them having been stolen by Count Library, and passed temporarily into the collection of Lord Ashburnham, whence they were in recent years made over again to the Institute. The first important step towards a better knowledge of the MSS was made by the beginning in 1880 of the great series of publications from the MSS of the Institut de France, undertaken by Roman 100 Ravès and Mallian, the next by the publication in 1883 of Dr. J.P. Richter's literary works of Leonardo da Vinci. See bibliography. This work included, besides a history and analytical index of the MSS facsimiles, of a number of selected pages containing matter of autobiographical, artistic, or literary interest, with transcripts and translations of their MS contexts. Since then much progress has been made in the publication of the complete MSS scientific, and other, whether with adequate critical apparatus, or in the form of mere facsimile without transliteration or comment. A brief statement follows of the present distribution of the several MSS, and of the form in which they are severally published. England, Windsor 9, MSS chiefly on anatomy, published entire in simple facsimile, by Rouvier, Paris 1901, partially with transliterations and introduction, by Piumati and Sabachnikov, Paris, 1898, Fall British Museum. 1 MS Miscellaneous unpublished, Victoria and Albert Museum. 10 notebooks bound in 3 vols facsimile by Rouvier, Holcombe collection of Lord Leicester. 1 vol on hydraulics, and the action of water, published in facsimile, with transliteration and notes, by Girolamo Calvi, France, Institut de France. 17 MSS, all published, with transliteration and notes, by Roman 100 Ravès and Mallian. 6 vols, Paris, 18,801,891, Italy, Milan, Ambrosiana, the Codice Atlantico, the huge miscellany of vital importance for the study of the master, put together by Pompeo Leoni, published in facsimile with transliteration, by the Accademia dei Lincei, 1894. Fall Milan collection of Count Trivulzio, 1 vol miscellaneous, published and edited by Roman 50 Beltrami. 1892. Rome collection of Count Marcellini treatise on the flight of birds, published and edited by Piumati and Sabachnikov, Paris, 1492. Bibliography. The principal authorities are Il Libro di Antonio Billi, edited from MS by G. de Fabriesi, in Archivio Storico, Ital Sir Roman 5 vol. 7, Breve Vita di Leonardo da Vinci, scritto da un anonimo del 1500, known as the Anonimo Gadiano, printed by G. Milanesi in Archivio Storico, Ital T. Roman 161,872, translated with notes by H. P. Horn, in series published by the Unicorn Library 1903, Paolo Giovio Leonardi Vincii Vita in his Elogia, printed in Turaboschi Storia della, let Ital T. Roman 7 pt 4, and in Classici Italiani vol 314 Vasari, in his celebrated Lives of the Painters, 1st ed. Florence 1552, ed. Ibid, 1568, ed. Milanesi, with notes and supplements 18,780,1885, Saba de Castigliani Ricordi Venice 1565, G. P. Lamatz, Trattato dell'arte della pittura Roman 100 Milan, 15,840,1585, Roman 499, Idea del Tempio della pittura Milan, 1591, Le Pire dan la Tresse de Fontainebleau, 1642, J. B. Venturi Essai sur les ouvrages physico-mathématiques de Roman 50, de Roman 5 Paris, 1797 Roman 100 Amoretti Memory Storage, Sulla Vita Roman 100, di Roman 50, de Roman 5 Milan, 1804, a work which laid the foundation of all future researches, Giuseppe Bossi del Cenacolo di Roman 50 de Roman 5 Milan 1810, Roman 100 Fumagalli Scuola di Leonardo da Vinci, 1811 Gay Cartegia d'Artisti, 18,390,1841, G. Uzielli Research in Torno, a Roman 50 de Roman 5 series, 1-2 Florence 1872, Rome 1884 series, 1 revised Turin 1896, documentary researches of the first importance for the study Roman 100, 50 Calvi Notizi dei Principali Professori di Belle Arti Milan, 1869, Arsene House Histoire de Roman 50 de Roman 5 Paris, 1869 and 1876, an agreeable literary biography of the procritical kind, Mrs. Heaton Life of Roman 50, de Roman 5 London 1872, a work also made obsolete by recent research. Hermann Grath Roman 50 de Roman 5, als Ingenieur und Philosoph Berlin 1874, marks the S.Ann of Roman 50 de Roman 5 London 1882, J. P. Richter The Literary Works of Roman 50 de Roman 52, Vols London 1883. This is the very important and valuable history of and selection from the texts mentioned above. Under MSSCH Ravesen Malian Les Écrits de Roman 50 de Roman 5 Paris, 1881 Paul Muller Walder Roman 50 de Roman 5 Lebensges und Forschungen Munich, 1890 Roman 499 Beiträge zur Kenntnis des Roman 50 de Roman 5, in Jarbach der K. Preußischen Kunstsammlungen 18,971,899, the first immature and incomplete, the second of high value. The whole life of this writer has been devoted to the study of Roman 50 de Roman 5, but it is uncertain whether the vast mass of material collected by him will ever take shape or see the light. G. Grana Roman 50 de Roman 5 London 1902, Bernhard Berenson The Drawings of the Florentine Painters London 1903, Edmondo Salmi Studi sulla Filosofia Naturale di Roman 50 de Roman 5, Modena 1898 Roman 499, Leonardo Florence 1st ed., 1900 2nd ed., 1907. This last edition of Salmi's work is by far the most complete and satisfactory critical biography of the master which yet exists. A Rosenberg Roman 50 de Roman 5, in NACFA series of art biographies, Leipzig 1898, Gabriel Seals Roman 50 de Roman 5 L'Artiste, et le Savant, 1st ed. 1892, 2nd ed. 1906, a lucid and careful general estimate of great value, especially in reference to Leonardo's relations to modern science. Edward McCurdy Roman 50 de Roman 5, in Bell's Great Masters series 1904 and 1907, a very sound and trustworthy summary of the master's career as an artist. Roman 499 Roman 50 de Roman 5's Notebooks 1908, a selection from the passages of chief general interest in the master's MSS, very well chosen, arranged and translated with a useful history of the MSS prefixed Le Vicende del Cenacolo di Roman 50 de Roman 5, Nel Secolo Roman 19 Milan 1906, an official account of the later history and vicissitudes of the Last Supper previous to its final repair. Luca Beltrami Il Castello di Milano 1894, Roman 499, Roman 50 de Roman 5, et la Sala della Se 1902 Roman 499, Il Cenacolo di Leonardo in Raccolta Vincina Milan 1908, the official account of the successful work of repair carried out by Signor Cavanaghi in the preceding years. Waldemar von Seydlitz Leonardo da Vinci der Wendepunkt der Renaissance 2 vols 1909, a comprehensive and careful work by an accomplished and veteran critic, inclined to give perhaps an excessive share in the reputed works of Leonardo to a single pupil. Ambrogio Preda. It seems needless to give references to the voluminous discussion, newspapers and periodicals concerning the authenticity of a wax bust of Flora acquired in 1909 for the Berlin Museum, and unfortunately ascribed to Leonardo da Vinci, its real author having been proved by external and internal evidence to be the Englishman Richard Cockle Lucas, and its date 1846. S. Roman 100. Leonardo of Pisa Leonardus Pisanus, or Fibonacci, Italian mathematician of the 13th century. Of his personal history, few particulars are known. His father was called Bonaxio, most probably a nickname with the ironical meaning of a good stupid fellow, while to Leonardo himself another nickname, Bigelow Dunce Blockhead, seems to have been given. The father was secretary in one of the numerous factories erected on the southern and eastern coasts of the Mediterranean by the warlike and enterprising merchants of Pisa. Leonardo was educated at Bugia, and afterwards toured the Mediterranean. In 1202, he was again in Italy, and published his great work Liber Abaci, which probably procured him access to the learned and refined court of the Emperor Frederick. Roman II. Leonardo certainly was in relation with some persons belonging to that circle when he published in 1220 another more extensive work, De Practica Geometriae, which he dedicated to the imperial astronomer Dominicus Hispanus. Some years afterwards, perhaps in 1228, Leonardo dedicated to the well-known astrologer Michael Scott the second edition of his Liber Abaci, which was printed with Leonardo's other works by Prince Bold Boncompagni, Rome, 18,571,862. 2 vols. The other works consist of the Practica Geometriae, and some most striking papers of the greatest scientific importance, amongst which the Liber Quadratorum may be specially signalized. It bears the notice that the author wrote it in 1225, and in the introduction Leonardo tells us the occasion of its being written. Dominicus had presented Leonardo to Frederick Roman II. The presentation was accompanied by a kind of mathematical performance in which Leonardo solved several hard problems proposed to him by John of Palermo, an imperial notary whose name is met with in several documents dated between 1221 and 1240. The methods which Leonardo made use of in solving those problems fill the Liber Quadratorum, the Flows, and a letter to Magister Theodore. All these treatises seem to have been written nearly at the same period, and certainly before the publication of the second edition of the Liber Abaci, in which the Liber Quadratorum is expressly mentioned. We know nothing of Leonardo's fate after he issued that second edition. Leonardo's works are mainly developments of the results obtained by his predecessors. The influences of Greek, Arabian, and Indian mathematicians may be clearly discerned in his methods, in his Practica Geometriae. Plain traces of the use of the Roman agrimensors are met with in his Liber Abaci. Old Egyptian problems reveal their origin by the reappearance of the very numbers in which the problem is given, though one cannot guess through what channel they came to Leonardo's knowledge. Leonardo cannot be regarded as the inventor of that very great variety of truths, for which he mentions no earlier source. The Liber Abaci, which fills 459 printed pages, contains the most perfect methods of calculating with whole numbers, and with fractions practice extraction of the square and cube roots, proportion, chain rule, finding of proportional parts, averages, progressions, even compound interest, just as in the completest mercantile arithmetics of our days they teach. Further, the solution of problems leading to equations of the first and second degree, to determinate and indeterminate equations, not by single and double position only, but by real algebra proved by means of geometric constructions, and including the use of letters as symbols for known numbers, the unknown quantity being called res and its square census. The second work of Leonardo, his Practica Geometriae, 1220, requires readers already acquainted with Euclid's planimetry, who are able to follow rigorous demonstrations and feel the necessity for them among the contents of this book. We simply mention a trigonometrical chapter in which the words sinus versus arcus occur, the approximate extraction of cube roots shown more at large than in the Liber Abaci, and a very curious problem which nobody would search for in a geometrical work, viz. To find a square number remaining so after the addition of 5. This problem evidently suggested the first question, viz. To find a square number which remains a square after the addition and subtraction of 5 put to our mathematician, in presence of the emperor, by John of Palermo, who perhaps was quite enough Leonardo's friend to set him such problems only as he had himself asked for. Leonardo gave as solution the numbers 1,197,144, 1,697,144, and 697,140 for the squares of 35, 12, 41, 12, and 27, 12, and the method of finding them is given in the Liber Quadratorum. We observe, however, that this kind of problem was not new. Arabian authors already had found 3 square numbers of equal difference, but the difference itself had not been assigned in proposing the question. Leonardo's method, therefore, when the difference was a fixed condition of the problem, was necessarily very different from the Arabian, and in all probability was his own discovery. The Flows of Leonardo turns on the second question set by John of Palermo, which required the solution of the cubic equation x32 x2 10 x20. Leonardo, making use of fractions of the sexagesimal scale, gives x10 22 I7 I42 EI33 IV4 V40 Vi, after having demonstrated by a discussion founded on the 10th book of Euclid that a solution by square roots is impossible. It is much to be deplored that Leonardo does not give the least intimation how he found his approximative value, outrunning by this result more than 3 centuries. Janocki believes Leonardo to have been in possession of a certain method called regular aurea by H. Cardan in the 16th century. But this is a mere hypothesis without solid foundation in the Flows equations, with negative values of the unknown quantity are also to be met with, and Leonardo perfectly understands the meaning of these negative solutions in the letter to Magister Theodore. Indeterminate problems are chiefly worked, and Leonardo hints at his being able to solve by a general method any problem of this kind, not exceeding the first degree. As for the influence he exercised on posterity, it is enough to say that Luca Pacioli about 1500 in his celebrated Summer leans so exclusively to Leonardo's works at that time known, in manuscript, only that he frankly acknowledges his dependence on them, and states that wherever no other author is quoted all belongs to Leonardus Pisanus. Fibonacci's series is a sequence of numbers such that any term is the sum of the two preceding terms, also known as Lame's series. Roman 1000 Kai. Leoncavallo Ruggiero 1858, Italian operatic composer, was born at Naples, and educated for music at the Conservatoire after some years spent in teaching, and in ineffectual attempts to obtain the production of more than one opera. His Pagliacci was performed at Milan in 1892 with immediate success, and next year his Medici was also produced there, but neither the latter nor Chatterton 1896, both early works, obtained any favour, and it was not till La Bohème was performed in 1897, at Venice, that his talent obtained public confirmation. Subsequent operas by Leoncavallo were Zaza 1900 and Der Roland 1904. In all these operas he was his own librettist. Leonidas, king of Sparta, the 17th of the Aged line, he succeeded probably, in 489 or 488 B. Roman 100, his half-brother Cleomenes, whose daughter Gorgo he married in 480. He was sent with about 7,000 men to hold the pass of Thermopylae against the army of Xerxes. The smallness of the force was, according to a current story, due to the fact that he was deliberately going to his doom, an oracle having foretold that Sparta could be saved only by the death of one of its kings. In reality, it seems rather that the Ephors supported the scheme half-heartedly, their policy being to concentrate the Greek forces at the Isthmus. Leonidas repulsed the frontal attacks of the Persians, but when the Malian Ephialtes led the Persian general Hydarnes by a mountain track to the rear of the Greeks, he divided his army, himself remaining in the pass, with 300 Spartiates, 700 Thespians, and 400 Thebans perhaps. He hoped to surround Hydarnes' force. If so, the movement failed, and the little Greek army, attacked from both sides, was cut down to a man save the Thebans, who are said to have surrendered. Leonidas fell in the thickest of the fight. His head was afterwards cut off by Xerxes' order, and his body crucified. Our knowledge of the circumstances is too slight to enable us to judge of Leonidas' strategy, but his heroism and devotion secured him an almost unique place in the imagination, not only of his own, but also of succeeding times. See Herodotus, Roman 541, Roman 72, 25 238, Roman 9, Diodorus, Roman 1111, Plutarch, Apophthem Lacon de Malignitate Herodoti, 2833, Pausanias, Roman 1, Roman 3, 4, Isocrates, Painag 92, Lycurgus, Roman 100, Learca, 110, 111, Strabo, Roman 1, Roman 9, Aelian var Hist, Roman 3, Cicero, Tusk, Disput, Roman 149, De Finibus, Roman 2, Cornelius Nepos, Themistocles, 3, Valerius Maximus, Roman 3, Justin, Roman 2. For modern criticism on the Battle of Thermopylae, see G. B. Grundy, The Great Persian War 1901, G. Grote, History of Greece, Part 2, Roman 100, E. Mayer Geschichte, des Altertums, Roman 3, 219, 220, G. Busolt, Griechische Geschichte, 2nd ed., Roman 2688, J. B. Berry, The Campaign of Artemisium and Thermopylae, in British School, Annual Roman 2, Sec. J. A. R. Munro, Some Observations on the Persian Wars, Roman 2, in Journal of Hellenic Studies, Roman 22332. Roman 1000 NT. Leontiasi's ossia, a rare disease characterized by an overgrowth of the facial and cranial bones. The common form is that in which one or other maxilla is affected, its size progressively increasing both regularly and irregularly, and thus encroaching on the cavities of the orbit, the mouth, the nose, and its accessory sinuses. Exophthalmos gradually develops, going on later to a complete loss of sight, due to compression of the optic nerve by the overgrowth of bone. There may also be interference with the nasal respiration, and with the taking of food. In the somewhat less common form of this rare disease, the overgrowth of bone affects all the cranial bones, as well as those of the face, the senses being lost one by one, and death finally resulting from cerebral pressure. There is no treatment other than exposing the overgrown bone and chipping away pieces, or excising entirely where possible. Leontini Maud Lentini, an ancient town in the southeast of Sicily, 22 Roman 1000 NNW of Syracuse direct, founded by Chalcidians from Naxos in 729 B. Roman 100. It is almost the only Greek settlement not on the coast, from which it is 6 Roman 1000 distant. The site, originally held by the Sicels, was seized by the Greeks owing to its command of the fertile plain on the north. it was reduced to subjection in 498 B Roman 100 by Hippocrates of Gela, and in 476 Hieron of Syracuse established here. The inhabitants of Catana and Naxos, later on Leontini, regained its independence, but in its efforts to retain it, the intervention of Athens was more than once invoked. It was mainly the eloquence of Gorgias Curoman V of Leontini, which led to the abortive Athenian expedition of 427. In 422, Syracuse supported the oligarchs against the people, and received them as citizens, Leontini itself being forsaken. This led to renewed Athenian intervention, at first mainly diplomatic, but the exiles of Leontini joined the envoys of Segesta in persuading Athens to undertake the great expedition of 415. After its failure, Leontini became subject to Syracuse once more. See Strabo Roman 6. Its independence was guaranteed by the Treaty of 405 between Dionysius and the Carthaginians, but it very soon lost it again. It was finally stormed by Roman 1000 Claudius Marcellus in 214 B Roman 100. In Roman times, it seems to have been of small importance. It was destroyed by the Saracens A Roman 500, and almost totally ruined by the earthquake of 1698. The ancient city is described by Polybius Roman 7 as lying in a bottom between two hills, and facing north on the western side of this bottom ran a river with a row of houses on its western bank under the hill. At each end was a gate, the northern leading to the plain, the southern at the upper end to Syracuse. There was an acropolis on each side of the valley, which lies between precipitous hills with flat tops over which buildings had extended the eastern hill. One still has considerable remains of a strongly fortified medieval castle, in which some writers are inclined, though wrongly, to recognize portions of Greek masonry. C.G. Roman 1000 Columba, in Archaeologia di Leontinoi Palermo, 1891, reprinted from Archivio Storico Siciliano Roman 11 P. Orsi, in Ramesh Mittilungen 1961. Sec excavations were made in 1899 in one of the ravines in a Sicel necropolis of the third period. Explorations in the various Greek cemeteries resulted in the discovery of some fine bronzes, notably a fine bronze Liebes, now in the Berlin Museum. As a fact, there are two flat valleys, up both of which the modern Lentini extends, and hence there is difficulty in fitting Polybius' account to the site. Leontius, theological writer born at Byzantium, flourished during the 6th century. He is variously styled Byzantinus Hierosolomitanus, as an inmate of the monastery of St. Saba, near Jerusalem, and Scholasticus, the first schoolman, as the introducer of the Aristotelian definitions into theology. According to others, he had been an advocate. A special meaning of the word scholasticus. He himself states that in his early years he belonged to a Nestorian community. Nothing else is known of his life. He is frequently confused with others of the same name, and it is uncertain which of the works bearing the name Leontius are really by him. Most scholars regard as genuine the polemical treatises Contra Nestorianos, Et Judicianos contra Nestorianos, Contra Monophysitas, Contra Severum Patriarch of Antioch, and the generally called De Sectis, an essay Adversus Frauds Apollinaриstarum, and two homilies are referred to other hands. The homilies to a Leontius presbyter of Constantinople. Collected works in J. P. Mean Patrologia Graeca Roman 86, for the various questions connected with Leontius. C. F. Loops, Das Leben und die Polmischen Werk, des Leontios von Byzanz Leipzig 1887, W. Rugamer Leontius von Byzanz, 1894, Roman 5 Ermoni de Leontio Byzantino Paris, 1895, Roman 100 Krumbacher Geschichte der Byzantinischen Literatur, 1897, J. P. Junglers Leontius von Byzanz 1908, for other persons of the name C. Fabricius Bibliotheca Graeca ed Harles Roman 8. Leopard 1 Pard or Panther Felis, Pardus, the largest spotted true cat of the Old World, with the exception of the snow leopard, which is however inferior in point of size to the largest leopard C. carnivora, and snow leopard. Leopards known in India as cheetah are characterized by the rosette-like form of the black spots on the greater part of the body, and the absence of a central spot from each rosette towards the head, and on the limbs the spots tend to become solid, but there is great local variation in regard to their form and arrangement. In the Indian leopard, the true Felis pardus, the spots are large and rosette-like, and the same is the case with the long-haired Persian leopard F. Pardus tulliana. On the other hand, the heavily built and thick-haired Manchurian F.P. villosa has more consolidated spots. African leopards, again, to one of which the name F.P. leopardus is applicable, show a decided tendency to a breaking up of the spots. West African animals being much darker colored than those from the east side of the continent. Both as regards structure and habits, the leopard may be reckoned as one of the more typical representatives of the genus Felis, belonging to that section in which the hyoid bone is loosely connected with the skull owing to imperfect ossification of its anterior arch, and the pupil of the eye, when contracted under the influence of light, is circular, not linear, as in the smaller cats. The size of leopards varies greatly, the head and body usually measuring from 312 to 412 ft in length, and the tail from 212 to 3 ft, but some specimens exceed these limits, while the Somali leopard F.P. nanopardus falls considerably short of them. The ground color of the fur varies from a pale fawn to a rufous buff, graduating in the Indian race into pure white on the underparts, and inside of the limbs, generally speaking, the spots on the underparts and limbs are simple and blacker than those on the other parts of the body. The bases of the ears behind are black, the tips buff, the upper side of the tail is buff spotted with broken rings like the back, its under surface white with simple spots. The hair of the cubs is longer than that of the adults, its ground color less bright, and its spots less distinct. Perfectly black leopards, which in certain lights show the characteristic markings on the fur, are not uncommon, and are examples of melanism occurring as individual variations, sometimes in one cub out of a litter of which the rest are normally colored, and therefore not indicating a distinct race, much less a species. These are met with chiefly in southern Asia. Melanism among African leopards, taking the form of an excessive breaking up of the spots, which finally show a tendency to coalesce. The leopard Felis pardus. In habits, the leopard resembles the other large cat-like animals, yielding to none in the ferocity of its disposition. It is exceedingly quick in its movements, but seizes its prey by waiting in ambush or stealthily approaching to within springing distance when it suddenly rushes upon it, and tears it to ground with its powerful claws and teeth. It preys upon almost any animal it can overcome, such as antelopes, deer, sheep, goats, monkeys, peafowl, and has a special liking for dogs. It not unfrequently attacks human beings in India, chiefly children and old women, but instances have been known of a leopard becoming a regular mainator when favorable opportunities occur. It often kills many more victims than it can devour at once, either to gratify its propensity for killing or for the sake of their fresh blood. It generally inhabits woody districts and can climb trees with facility when hunted, but usually lives on or near the ground among rocks, bushes, and roots and low branches of large trees. The geographical range of the leopard embraces practically all Africa and Asia from Palestine to China, and Manchuria inclusive of Ceylon, and the Great Malay Islands as far as Java. Fossil bones and teeth, indistinguishable from those of existing leopards, have been found in cave deposits of Pleistocene age in Spain, France, Germany, and England. R. Roman 50 WHF. 1. The name late lat leopardus late gr was given by the ancients to an animal supposed to have been a cross between a lion lat leo gr and a pard gr. Pars or panther. Medieval heralds made no distinction in shape between a lion and a leopard, but marked the difference by drawing the leopard showing the full face. See heraldry, beasts and birds. Leopardi Giacomo Count 17,980, 1837, Italian poet, was born at Recanati in the March of Ancona on the 29th of June 1790. All the circumstances of his parentage and education conspired to foster his precocious and sensitive genius at the expense of his physical and mental health. His family was ancient and patrician, but so deeply embarrassed as to be only rescued from ruin by the energy of his mother, who had taken the control of business matters entirely into her own hands, and whose engrossing devotion to her undertaking seems to have almost dried up the springs of maternal tenderness. Count Monaldo, Leopardi the father, a mere nullity in his own household, secluded himself in his extensive library, to which his nervous, sickly, and deformed son had free access, and which absorbed him exclusively in the absence of any intelligent sympathy from his parents, any companionship, except that of his brothers and sister, or any recreation in the dullest of Italian towns. The lad spent his days over grammars and dictionaries, learning Latin with little assistance and Greek, and the principal modern languages with none at all. Any ordinarily clever boy would have emerged from this discipline a mere pedant, and 457 bookworm. Leopardi came forth a Hellene, not merely a consummate Greek scholar, but penetrated with the classical conception of life, and a master of antique form and style. At 16, he composed a Latin treatise on the Roman rhetoricians of the 2nd century, a commentary on Porphyry's Life of Plotinus, and a history of astronomy. At 17, he wrote on the popular errors of the ancients, citing more than 400 authors. A little later, He imposed upon the first scholars of Italy by 2 odes in the manner of Anacreon at 18. He produced a poem of considerable length, Appresamento alla morte, which after being lost for many years was discovered, and published by Zannino Volta. It is a vision of the omnipotence of death modelled upon Petrarch, but more truly inspired by Dante, and in its conception machinery and general tone, offering a remarkable resemblance to Shelley's Triumph of Life, 1822, of which Lefebvre probably never heard. This juvenile work was succeeded 1819 by 2 lyrical compositions, which at once placed the author upon the height, which he maintained ever. Afterwards the Ode to Italy, and that on the monument to Dante erected at Florence, gave voice to the dismay and affliction with which Italy, aroused by the French Revolution from the torpor of the 17th and 18th centuries, contemplated her forlorn and degraded condition, her political impotence, her degeneracy in arts and arms, and the frivolity or stagnation of her intellectual life. They were the outcry of a student who had found an ideal of national existence in his books, and to whose disappointment everything in his own circumstances lent additional poignancy. But there is nothing unmanly or morbid in the expression of these sentiments, and the odes are surprisingly exempt from the failings characteristic of young poets. They are remarkably chaste in diction, close and nervous in style, sparing in fancy, and almost destitute of simile and metaphor, antique in spirit, yet pervaded by modern ideas, combining Landor's dignity with a considerable infusion of the passion of Byron. These qualities continued to characterize Lefebvre's poetical writings throughout his life. A 3rd ode on Cardinal May's discoveries of ancient MSS lamented in the same spirit of indignant sorrow the decadence of Italian literature. The publication of these pieces widened the breach between Lefebvre and his father, a well-meaning but apparently dull and apathetic man who had lived into the 19th century without imbibing any of its spirit, and who provoked his son's contempt by a superstition unpardonable in a scholar of real learning, very probably from a mistaken idea of duty to his son, very probably too from his own entire dependence in pecuniary matters upon his wife. He for a long time obstinately refused Lefebvre funds, recreation, change of scene, everything that could have contributed to combat the growing pessimism which eventually became nothing less than monomaniacal. The affection of his brothers and sister afforded him some consolation, and he found intellectual sympathy in the eminent scholar and patriot Pietro Giordani, with whom he assiduously corresponded at this period, partly on the ways and means of escaping from this hermitage, or rather seraglio, where the delights of civil society and the advantages of solitary life are alike wanting. This forms the keynote of numerous letters of complaint and lamentation, as touching but as effeminate in their pathos as those of the banished Ovid. It must be remembered in fairness that the weakness of Lefebvre's eyesight frequently deprived him for months together of the resource of study. At length, 1822, his father allowed him to repair to Rome, where, though cheered by the encouragement of Roman 100 J. Bunsen and Niebuhr, he found little satisfaction in the trifling pedantry that passed for philology and archaeology, while his sceptical opinions prevented his taking orders, the indispensable condition of public employment in the Papal States. Dispirited, and with exhausted means, he returned to Recanati, where he spent 3 miserable years, brightened only by the production of several lyrical masterpieces, which appeared in 1824. The most remarkable is perhaps the Brutto Minor, the condensation of his philosophy of despair, in 1825. He accepted an engagement to edit Cicero and Petrarch for the publisher Stella at Milan, and took up his residence at Bologna, where his life was for a time made almost cheerful by the friendship of the Countess Malvesi. In 1827 appeared the operette Morali, consisting principally of dialogues, and his imaginary biography of Filippo Otneri, which have given Lefebvre a fame as a prose writer hardly inferior to his celebrity as a poet. Modern literature has few productions so eminently classical in form and spirit, so symmetrical in construction, and faultless in style. Lucian is evidently the model, but the wit and irony which were playthings to Lucian are terribly earnest with Lefebvre. Lefebvre's invention is equal to Lucian's, and his only drawback in comparison with his exemplar is that, while the latter's campaign against pretense and imposture commands hearty sympathy, Lefebvre's philosophical creed is a repulsive hedonism in the disguise of austere stoicism. The chief interlocutors in his dialogues all profess the same unmitigated pessimism, claim emancipation from every illusion that renders life tolerable to the vulgar, and assert or imply a vast moral and intellectual superiority over unenlightened mankind. When, however, we come to inquire what renders them miserable, we find it is nothing but the privation of pleasurable sensation, fame, fortune, or some other external thing which a lofty code of ethics would deny to be either indefeasibly due to man or essential to his felicity. A page of Sartor Resartus scatters Lepardi's sophistry to the winds, and leaves nothing of his dialogues but the consummate literary skill that would render the least fragment. Precious as works of art, they are a possession for ever as contributions to moral philosophy. They are worthless and, apart from their literary qualities, can only escape condemnation if regarded as lyrical expressions of emotion. The wail extorted from a diseased mind by a diseased body, Filippo Otneri, is a portrait of an imaginary philosopher, imitated from the biography of a real sage in Lucian's Demonax. Lucian has shown us the philosopher he wished to copy. Lepardi has truly depicted the philosopher he was. Nothing can be more striking or more tragical than the picture of the man superior to his fellows in every quality of head and heart, and yet condemned to sterility and impotence, because he has, as he imagines, gone a step too far on the road to truth, and illusions exist for him no more. The little tract is full of remarks on life and character of surprising depth and justice, manifesting what powers of observation as well as reflection were possessed by the sickly youth who had seen so little of the world. Want of means soon drove Lepardi back to Recanati, where deaf, half-blind, sleepless, tortured by incessant pain, at war with himself and everyone around him except his sister, he spent the 2 most unhappy years of his unhappy life. In May 1830, he escaped to Florence, where he formed the acquaintance of a young Swiss philologist, Roman 1000, de Sinner. To him he confided his unpublished philological writings with a view to their appearance in Germany. A selection appeared under the title Excerpta ex Schedis Criticis J. Lepardi Bahn 1830. 4. The remaining MSS were purchased after Sinner's death by the Italian government, and together with Lepardi's correspondence with the Swiss philologist, were partially edited by Aulard in 1831. Appeared a new edition of Lepardi's poems comprising several new pieces of the highest merit. These are in general less austerely classical than his earlier compositions, and evince a greater tendency to description and a keener interest in the works and ways of ordinary mankind. The Resurrection, composed on occasion of his unexpected recovery, is a model of concentrated energy of diction, and the Song of the Wandering Shepherd in Asia is one of the highest flights of modern lyric poetry. The range of the author's ideas is still restricted, but his style and melody are unsurpassable. Shortly after the publication of these pieces, October 1830, Lepardi was driven from Florence to Rome by an unhappy attachment. His feelings are powerfully expressed in 2 poems to himself and Aspasia, which seem to breathe wounded pride at least as much as wounded love. In 1832, Lepardi returned to Florence, and there formed acquaintance with a young Neapolitan, Antonio Ranieri, himself an author of merit, and destined to enact towards him the part performed by Severn Towards Keats, an enviable title to renown. 458, if Ranieri had not in his old age tarnished it by assuming the relation of Trelawney to the dead Byron. Lepardi accompanied Ranieri and his sister to Naples, and under their care enjoyed 4 years of comparative tranquillity. He made the acquaintance of the German poet Platon, his sole modern rival in the classical perfection of form, and composed La Ginestra, the most consummate of all his lyrical masterpieces, strongly resembling Shelley's Mont Blanc, but more perfect in expression. He also wrote at Naples the sequel to the Battle of the Frogs, and Mysa satire in ottava rima on the abortive Neapolitan Revolution of 1820, clever and humorous, but obscure from the local character of the allusions. The more painful details of his Neapolitan residence may be found by those who care to seek for them in the deplorable publication of Ranieri's peevish old age, Set Anni di Sodalizio. The decay of Lepardi's constitution continued. He became dropsical, and a sudden crisis of his malady, unanticipated by himself alone, put an end to his lifelong sufferings on the 15th of June, 1837. The poems which constitute Lepardi's principal title to immortality are only 41 in number, and some of these are merely fragmentary. They may for the most part be described as odes, meditative soliloquies, or impassioned addresses, generally couched in a lyrical form, although a few are in magnificent blank verse. Some idea of the style and spirit of the former might be obtained by imagining the thoughts of the last book of Spenser's Faerie Queene in the metre of his epithalamium. They were first edited complete by Ranieri at Florence in 1845, forming along with the Operette Morali the first volume of an edition of Lepardi's works, which does not, however, include the sequel to the Battle of the Frogs, and Mice first printed at Paris in 1842, nor the afterwards discovered writings Vals Roman II Roman IV, contain the philological essays and translations, with some letters and vowels Roman 5 and Roman 6. The remainder of the correspondence later editions are those of G. Chirini and G. Mestica. The juvenile essays, preserved in his father's library at Recanati, were edited by Cognoni Oper Inedite in 1879, with the consent of the family. See Cappelletti Bibliographia Leopardiana, Parma 1880. 2. Leopardi's biography is mainly in his Letters Epistolario, 1st ed. 1849, 5th ed. 1892, to which his later biographers Brands, Bouch, Leclerc, Rosa have merely added criticisms excellent in their way, more particularly Brandes, but generally overrating Leopardi's significance in the history of human thought. W. E. Gladstone's Essay Quart Rev. 1850, reprinted in Vol. Roman 2 of the author's Gleanings, is too much pervaded by the theological spirit, but is in the main a pattern of generous and discriminating eulogy. There are excellent German translations of the poems by Hayes and Brands. An English translation of the essays and dialogues by Roman 100 Edwards appeared in 1882, and most of the dialogues were translated with extraordinary felicity by James Thompson, author of The City of Dreadful Night, and originally published in the National Reformer. R.G. Leopardo Alessandro, Roman 500 Roman 100, Italian sculptor, was born and died at Venice. His first known work is the imposing mausoleum of the Doge Andrea Vendramini, now in the Church of San Giovanni e Paolo. In this, he had the cooperation of Tullio Lombardo, but the finest parts are Leopardo's. Some of the figures have been taken away, and 2 in the Berlin Museum are considered to be certainly his work. He was exiled on a charge of fraud in 1487, and recalled in 1490 by the Senate to finish Verrocchio's colossal statue of Bartolomeo Colleoni. He worked between 1503 and 1505 on the tomb of Cardinal Zeno at St. Mark's, which was finished in 1515 by Pietro Lombardo, and in 1505 he designed and cast the bronze sockets for the 3 flagstaffs in the square of St. Mark's, the antique character of the decorations suggesting some Greek model. See Venice. Leopold, Roman 1000 H. Ger Leopold OH Ger Leopold from Liat Ma Ger Lut people, and Pald Bold, Roman 1 E. Bold, for the people, the name which has been that of several European sovereigns. Leopold, Roman 116,401,705, Roman Emperor, the second son of the Emperor Ferdinand, Roman 3, and his first wife Maria Anna, daughter of Philip, Roman 3 of Spain, was born on the 9th of June 1640. Intended for the church, he received a good education, but his prospects were changed by the death of his elder brother, the German King Ferdinand, Roman 4, in July 1654. When he became his father's heir in 1655, he was chosen King of Hungary, and in 1656 King of Bohemia, and in July 1658, more than a year after his father's death, he was elected emperor at Frankfurt in spite of the intrigues of Cardinal Mazarin, who wished to place on the imperial throne Ferdinand, Elector of Bavaria, or some other prince, whose elevation would break the Habsburg succession. Mazarin, however, obtained a promise from the new emperor that he would not send assistance to Spain, then at war with France, and by joining a confederation of German princes called the League of the Rhine, France secured a certain influence in the internal affairs of Germany. Leopold's long reign covers one of the most important periods of European history. For nearly the whole of its 47 years, he was pitted against Louis, Roman 14 of France, whose dominant personality completely overshadowed. Leopold the Emperor was a man of peace, and never led his troops in person, yet the greater part of his public life was spent in arranging and directing wars. The first was with Sweden, whose King Charles Roman 10 found a useful ally in the Prince of Transylvania, George Roman II Rakoczy, a rebellious vassal of the Hungarian crown. This war, a legacy of the last reign, was waged by Leopold as the ally of Poland, until peace was made at Oliver in 1660. A more dangerous foe next entered the lists. The Turks interfered in the affairs of Transylvania, always an unruly district, and this interference brought on a war with the Empire, which after some desultory operations really began in 1663. By a personal appeal to the Diet at Regensburg, Leopold induced the princes to send assistance, for the campaign troops were also sent by France, and in August 1664, the great imperialist general Montecuculi gained a notable victory at St. Gotthard. By the Peace of Vassar, the emperor made a 20 years' truce with the Sultan, granting more generous terms than his recent victory seemed to render necessary. After a few years of peace began the first of 3 wars between France and the Empire. The aggressive policy pursued by Louis Roman 14 towards Holland had aroused the serious attention of Europe and steps had been taken to check it, although the French king had sought the alliance of several German princes and encouraged the Turks in their attacks on Austria. The emperor at first took no part in this movement. He was on friendly terms with Louis, to whom he was closely related, and with whom he had already discussed the partition of the lands of the Spanish monarchy. Moreover, in 1671, he arranged with him a treaty of neutrality. In 1672, however, he was forced to take action. He entered into an alliance for the defense of Holland, and war broke out then. After this league had collapsed owing to the defection of the Elector of Brandenburg, another and more durable alliance was formed for the same purpose, including besides the emperor the King of Spain and several German princes, and the war was renewed at this time. 25 years after the Peace of Westphalia, the empire was virtually a confederation of independent princes, and it was very difficult for its head to conduct any war with vigor and success, some of its members being in alliance with the enemy, and others being only lukewarm in their support of the imperial interests. Thus this struggle, which lasted until the end of 1678, was on the whole unfavourable to Germany, and the advantages of the Treaty of Nijmegen in February 1679 were with France. Almost immediately after the conclusion of peace, Louis renewed his aggressions on the German frontier. Engaged in a serious struggle with Turkey, the emperor was again slow to move, and although he joined a league against France in 1682, he was glad to make a truce at Regensburg. 2 years later, in 1686, the League of Augsburg was formed by the emperor and the imperial princes to preserve the terms of the treaties of Westphalia and of Nijmegen. The whole European position was now bound up with events in England, and the tension lasted until 1688, when William of Orange won the English crown and Louis invaded Germany in May 1689. The Grand Alliance was formed, including the Emperor, the Kings of England, Spain, and Denmark, the Elector of Brandenburg, and others, and a fierce struggle against France was waged throughout almost the whole of Western Europe. In general, the several campaigns were favourable to the Allies, and in September 1697, England and Holland made peace with Louis at Ryswick 459. To this treaty Leopold refused to assent, as he considered that his allies had somewhat neglected his interests, but in the following month he came to terms, and a number of places were transferred from France to Germany. The peace with France lasted for about 4 years, and then Europe was involved in the War of the Spanish Succession. The King of Spain, Charles Roman II, was a Habsburg by descent, and was related by marriage to the Austrian branch. While a similar tie bound him to the royal house of France, he was feeble and childless, and attempts had been made by the European powers to arrange for a peaceable division of his extensive kingdom. Leopold refused to consent to any partition, and when in November 1700 Charles died, leaving his crown to Philip, Duke of Anjou, a grandson of Louis Roman XIV, all hopes of a peaceable settlement vanished under the guidance of William Roman III. A powerful league, the Grand Alliance, was formed against France. Of this, the emperor was a prominent member, and in 1703, he transferred his claim on the Spanish monarchy to his second son, the Archduke Charles. The early course of the war was not favourable to the imperialists, but the tide of defeat had been rolled back by the great victory of Blenheim before Leopold died, on the 5th of May 1705. In governing his own lands, Leopold found his chief difficulties in Hungary, where unrest was caused partly by his desire to crush Protestantism. A rising was suppressed in 1671, and for some years Hungary was treated with great severity. In 1681, after another rising, some grievances were removed, and a less repressive policy was adopted, but this did not deter the Hungarians from revolting again, espousing the cause of the rebel. Sultan sent an enormous army into Austria early in 1683. This advanced almost unchecked to Vienna, which was besieged from July to September, while Leopold took refuge at Passau, realizing the gravity of the situation. Somewhat tardily, some of the German princes, among them the electors of Saxony and Bavaria, led their contingents to the imperial army, which was commanded by the emperor's brother-in-law Charles, Duke of Lorraine. But the most redoubtable of Leopold's allies was the King of Poland, John Sobieski, who was already dreaded by the Turks. On the 12th of September 1683, the Allied army fell upon the enemy, who was completely routed, and Vienna was saved. The imperialists, among whom Prince Eugene of Savoy was rapidly becoming prominent, followed up the victory with others, notably one near Mohacs in 1687, and another at Zenta in 1697, and in January 1699, the Sultan signed the Treaty of Karlowitz, by which he admitted the sovereign rights of the House of Habsburg over nearly the whole of Hungary before the conclusion of the war. However, Leopold had taken measures to strengthen his hold upon this country. In 1687, at the Diet of Pressburg, the constitution was changed. The right of the Habsburgs to succeed to the throne without election was admitted, and the emperor's elder son Joseph was crowned hereditary king of Hungary. During this reign, some important changes were made in the constitution of the empire. In 1663, the imperial diet entered upon the last stage of its existence and became a body permanently in session at Regensburg. In 1692, the Duke of Hanover was raised to the rank of an elector, becoming the 9th member of the Electoral College, and in 1700, Leopold, greatly in need of help for the impending war with France, granted the title of King of Prussia to the Elector of Brandenburg. The net result of these and similar changes was to weaken the authority of the emperor over the members of the empire, and to compel him to rely more and more upon his position as ruler of the Austrian archduchies and of Hungary and Bohemia. And Leopold was the first who really appears to have realized this altered state of affairs, and to have acted in accordance therewith. The emperor was married 3 times. His first wife was Margaret Theresa Roman 500, daughter of Philip Roman IV of Spain, his second Claudia Felicitas Roman 500, the heiress of Tyrol, and his third Eleonora, a princess of the Palatinate. By his first 2 wives he had no sons, but his third wife bore him 2 Joseph and Charles, both of whom became emperors. He had also 4 daughters. Leopold was a man of industry and education, and during his later years he showed some political ability, extremely tenacious of his rights, and regarding himself as an absolute sovereign. He was also very intolerant and was greatly influenced by the Jesuits in person. He was short but strong and healthy. Although he had no inclination for a military life, he loved exercises in the open air such as hunting and riding. He had also a taste for music. Leopold's letters to Marco di Aviano from 1680 to 1699 were edited by O. Klopp and published at Graz in 1880. 8 other letters are found in the fonts Rerum Austriacarum Band 56 and 57, Vienna 19,030,1904, c. Also F. Kroner's Handbuch der Geschichte Österreichs, Berlin 18,761,879, R. Baumstock Kaiser Leopold Roman 11,873, and a F. Pribram zur Wahl Leopolds Roman 1 Vienna 1888. A W.H. Leopold Roman 217,471,790, 2. Roman Emperor and Grand Duke of Tuscany, son of the Empress Maria Theresa, and her husband Francis Roman 1, was born in Vienna on the 5th of May 1747. He was a 3rd son, and was at first educated for the priesthood, but the theological studies to which he was forced to apply himself are believed to have influenced his mind in a way unfavorable to the Church. On the death of his elder brother Charles, in 1761, it was decided that he should succeed to his father's Grand Duchy of Tuscany, which was erected into a secondogeniture, or a pannage for a second son. This settlement was the condition of his marriage on the 5th of August 1764 with Maria Luisa, daughter of Charles Roman III of Spain, and on the death of his father Francis Roman 113th August 1765, he succeeded to the Grand Duchy for 5 years. He exercised little more than nominal authority under the supervision of councillors appointed by his mother. In 1770, he made a journey to Vienna to secure the removal of this vexatious guardianship, and returned to Florence with a free hand during the 20 years which elapsed between his return to Florence and the death of his eldest brother Joseph Roman II. In 1790, he was employed in reforming the administration of his small state. The Reformation was carried out by the removal of the ruinous restrictions on industry and personal freedom imposed by his predecessors of the House of Medici, and left untouched during his father's life, by the introduction of a rational system of taxation, and by the execution of profitable public works, such as the drainage of the Val di Chiana, as he had no army to maintain, and as he suppressed the small naval force kept up by the Medici, the whole of his revenue was left free for the improvement of his state. Leopold was never popular with his Italian subjects. His disposition was cold, and retiring. His habits were simple to the verge of sordidness, though he could display splendor on occasion, and he could not help offending those of his subjects who had profited by the abuses of the Medicean regime. But his steady, consistent, and intelligent administration, which advanced step by step, making the second only when the first had been justified by results, brought the Grand Duchy to a high level of material prosperity. His ecclesiastical policy, which disturbed the deeply rooted convictions of his people and brought him into collision with the Pope, was not successful. He was unable to secularize the property of the religious houses, or to put the clergy entirely under the control of the lay power. During the last few years of his rule in Tuscany, Leopold had begun to be frightened by the increasing disorders in the German and Hungarian dominions of his family, which were the direct result of his brother's headlong methods. He and Joseph Roman II were tenderly attached to one another, and met frequently both before and after the death of their mother, while the portrait by Pompeo Boltoni in which they appear together shows that they bore a strong personal resemblance to one another. But it may be said of Leopold as of Fontenelle that his heart was made of brains. He knew that he must succeed his childless eldest brother in Austria, and he was unwilling to inherit his unpopularity, when therefore in 1789 Joseph, who knew himself to be dying, asked him to come to Vienna and become co-regent. Leopold coldly evaded the request. He was still in Florence when Joseph Roman II died at Vienna on the 20th February 1790, and he did not leave his Italian capital till the 4603rd of March. Leopold, during his government in Tuscany, had shown a speculative tendency to grant his subjects a constitution. When he succeeded to the Austrian lands, he began by making large concessions to the interests offended by his brother's innovations. He recognized the estates of his different dominions as the pillars of the monarchy, pacified the Hungarians, and divided the Belgian insurgents by concessions. When these failed to restore order, he marched troops into the country, and re-established at the same time his own authority and the historic franchises of the Flemings. Yet he did not surrender any part that could be retained of what Maria Theresa and Joseph had done to strengthen the hands of the state. He continued, for instance, to insist that no papal bull could be published in his dominions without his consent, placetum regium. If Leopold's reign as emperor and king of Hungary and Bohemia had been prolonged during years of peace, it is probable that he would have repeated his successes as a reforming ruler in Tuscany on a far larger scale, but he lived for barely 2 years, and during that period he was hard pressed by peril from west and east alike. The growing revolutionary disorders in France endangered the life of his sister Marie Antoinette, the queen of Louis Roman XVI, and also threatened his own dominions with the spread of a subversive agitation. His sister sent him passionate appeals for help, and he was pestered by the royalist emigrants who were intriguing both to bring about an armed intervention in France and against Louis Roman XVI from the east. He was threatened by the aggressive ambition of Catherine Roman II of Russia, and by the unscrupulous policy of Prussia. Catherine would have been delighted to see Austria and Prussia embark on a crusade in the cause of kings against the revolution. While they were busy beyond the Rhine, she would have annexed what remained of Poland and would have made conquests in Turkey. Leopold Roman II had no difficulty in seeing through the rather transparent cunning of the Russian empress, and he refused to be misled to his sister. He gave good advice and promises of help if she and her husband could escape from Paris. The emigrants who followed him pertinaciously were refused audience, or when they forced themselves on him were peremptorily denied all help. Leopold was too purely a politician not to be secretly pleased at the destruction of the power of France and of her influence in Europe by her internal disorders. Within 6 weeks of his accession, he displayed his contempt for her weakness by practically tearing up the treaty of alliance made by Maria Theresa in 1756, and opening negotiations with England to impose a check on Russia and Prussia. He was able to put pressure on England by threatening to cede his part of the Low Countries to France, and then, when secure of English support, he was in a position to baffle the intrigues of Prussia. A personal appeal to Frederick William Roman II led to a conference between them at Reichenbach in July 1790, and to an arrangement which was in fact a defeat for Prussia. Leopold's coronation as King of Hungary on the 15th of November 1790 was preceded by a settlement with the Diet, in which he recognized the dominant position of the Magyars. He had already made an 8-month truce with the Turks in September, which prepared the way for the termination of the war begun by Joseph Roman II, the Peace of Sistova being signed in August 1790. 1. The pacification of his eastern dominions left Leopold free to re-establish order in Belgium, and to confirm friendly relations with England and Holland. During 1791, the emperor continued to be increasingly preoccupied with the affairs of France. In January, he had to dismiss the Count of Artois, afterwards Charles Roman X, King of France. In a very peremptory way, his good sense was revolted by the folly of the French emigrants, and he did his utmost to avoid being entangled in the affairs of that country. The insults inflicted on Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette, however, at the time of their attempted flight to Varennes in June, stirred his indignation, and he made a general appeal to the sovereigns of Europe to take common measures in view of events, which immediately compromised the honor of all sovereigns and the security of all governments, yet he was most directly interested in the conference at Sistova, which in June led to a final peace with Turkey on the 25th of August. He met the King of Prussia at Pillnitz near Dresden, and they drew up a declaration of their readiness to intervene in France if and when their assistance was called for by the other powers. The declaration was a mere formality, for as Leopold knew neither Russia nor England was prepared to act, and he endeavoured to guard against the use which he foresaw the emigrants would endeavour to make of it. In face of the agitation caused by the Pillnitz Declaration in France, the intrigues of the emigrants, and the attacks made by the French revolutionists on the rights of the German princes in Alsace, Leopold continued to hope that intervention might not be required. When Louis Roman XVI swore to observe the Constitution of September 1791, the emperor professed to think that a settlement had been reached in France. The attacks on the rights of the German princes on the left bank of the Rhine, and the increasing violence of the parties in Paris which were agitating to bring about war soon showed, however, that this hope was vain. Leopold met the threatening language of the revolutionists with dignity and temper. His sudden death on the 1st of March, 1792, was an irreparable loss to Austria. Leopold had 16 children, the eldest of his 8 sons, being his successor the Emperor Francis Roman II. Some of his other sons were prominent personages in their day. Among them were Ferdinand Roman III, Grand Duke of Tuscany, the Archduke Charles, a celebrated soldier the Archduke John, also a soldier the Archduke Joseph Palatine of Hungary, and the Archduke Rainer, Viceroy of Lombardy-Venetia. Several volumes containing the emperor's correspondence have been published. Among these are Joseph Roman II und Leopold von Toscana ihr Briefwechsel, 17,811,790, Vienna 1872, and Marie Antoinette Joseph Roman II und Leopold Roman II ihr Briefwechsel, Vienna 1866, both edited by a Ritter von Arneth. Joseph Roman II Leopold Roman II und Kaunitz ihr Briefwechsel, Vienna 1873, and Leopold Roman II, Franz Roman II, und Katharina ihr Korrespondenz, nebst einer Einleitung zur Geschichte der Politik Leopolds Roman II, Leipzig 1874, both edited by a Beer and Leopold Roman II, und Marie Christine ihren Briefwechsel, 17,811,792, edited by a Wolf, Vienna 1867. See also H. von Seibel über die Regierung Kaiser Leopolds Roman II, Munich 1860, a Schulze Kaiser Leopold Roman II und die Französische Revolution, Leipzig 1899, and a Wolf and H. von Zwiedeneck Sudenhorst, Österreich, unter Maria Theresa Joseph Roman II und Leopold Roman II, Berlin 18,821,884. Leopold Roman 117,901,865, King of the Belgians, fourth son of Francis Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld, and uncle of Queen Victoria of England, was born at Coburg on the 18th of December 1790. At the age of 18, he entered the military service of Russia and accompanied the Emperor Alexander to Erfurt as a member of his staff. He was required by Napoleon to quit the Russian army and spent some years in travelling. In 1813, he accepted from the Emperor Alexander the post of a cavalry general in the army of invasion, and he took part in the whole of the campaign of that, and the following year, distinguishing himself in the battles of Leipzig, Lutzen and Botzen. He entered Paris with the Allied sovereigns and accompanied them to England. He married in May 1816 Charlotte, only child of George, Prince Regent afterwards, George Roman IV, heiress presumptive to the British throne, and was created Duke of Kendal in the British peerage, and given an annuity of 50,000. The death of the princess in the following year was a heavy blow to his hopes, but he continued to reside in England. In 1830, he declined the offer of the crown of Greece owing to the refusal of the powers to grant conditions which he considered essential to the welfare of the new kingdom, but was in the following year elected King of the Belgians. 4th June, 1831, after some hesitation, he accepted the crown, having previously ascertained that he would have the support of the great powers on entering upon his difficult task, and on the 12th of July he made his entry into Brussels and took the oath to observe the Constitution. During the first 8 years of his reign, he was confronted with the resolute hostility of King William Roman I of Holland, and it was not until 1839 that the differences between the two states, which until 1830 had formed the Kingdom of the Netherlands, were finally settled at the Conference of London by the Treaty 461 Of the 24 articles, see Belgium. From this date until his death, King Leopold spent all his energies in the wise administration of the affairs of the newly formed kingdom, which may be said to owe in a large measure its first consolidation and constant prosperity to the care and skill of his discreet and fatherly government. In 1848, the throne of Belgium stood unshaken amidst the revolutions, which marked that year in almost every European country. On the 8th of August 1832, Leopold married as his second wife Louise of Orleans, daughter of Louis Philippe, King of the French. Queen Louise endeared herself to the Belgian people, and her death in 1850 was felt as a national loss. This union produced 2 sons and 1 daughter. 1. Leopold, afterwards King of the Belgians. 2. Philip, Count of Flanders. 3. Marie Charlotte, who married Maximilian of Austria, the unfortunate Emperor of Mexico. Leopold Roman I died at Laeken on the 10th of December 1865. He was a most cultured man and a great reader, and did his utmost during his reign to encourage art, science, and education. His judgment was universally respected by contemporary sovereigns and statesmen, and he was frequently spoken of as the Nestor of Europe. See also Victoria Queen. Cth. Just Leopold Eer Roy des Belges, d'après des Dark in ed. 17,930, 1865. 2 vols Brussels 1868, and Les Fondateurs de la Monarchie Belge. 22 vols Brussels 18,780, 1880. J. J. Thonnison La Belgique, sous le règne de Leopold Eer Leuven 1862. Leopold Roman II. Leopold Louis Philippe Marie Victor, 18,351,909, King of the Belgians, son of the preceding, was born at Brussels on the 9th of April 1835. In 1846, he was created Duke of Brabant, and appointed a sub-lieutenant in the army in which he served until his accession, by which time he had reached the rank of lieutenant general. On attaining his majority, he was made a member of the Senate, in whose proceedings he took a lively interest, especially in matters concerning the development of Belgium and its trade. On the 22nd of August 1853, Leopold married Marie Henriette, 18,361,902, daughter of the Archduke Joseph of Austria, Palatine of Hungary, by his wife Marie Dorothea, Duchess of Württemberg. This princess, who was a great-granddaughter of the Empress Maria Theresa and a great-niece of Marie Antoinette, endeared herself to the people by her elevated character and indefatigable benevolence. While her beauty gained for her the sobriquet of the Rose of Brabant, she was also an accomplished artist and musician, and a fine horsewoman. Between the years 1854 and 1865, Leopold travelled much abroad, visiting India and China, as well as Egypt, and the countries on the Mediterranean coast of Africa. On the 10th of December 1865, he succeeded his father. On the 28th of January 1869, he lost his only son Leopold B. 1859, Duke of Hainaut, the king's brother Philip, Count of Flanders, 18,371,905, then became heir to the throne, and on his death, his son Albert B. 1875, became heir presumptive during the Franco-Prussian War, 18,701,871. The King of the Belgians preserved neutrality in a period of unusual difficulty and danger, but the most notable event in Leopold's career was the foundation of the Congo Free State. Roman V. While still Duke of Brabant, he had been the first to call the attention of the Belgians to the need of enlarging their horizon beyond sea, and after his accession to the throne, he gave the first impulse towards the development of this idea by founding in 1876 the Association Internationale Africaine. He enlisted the services of H. Roman 1000 Stanley, who visited Brussels in 1878 after exploring the Congo River, and returned in 1879 to the Congo as agent of the Comité d'études du Haut Congo, soon afterwards reorganized as the International Association of the Congo. This association was in 18,841,885, recognized by the powers as a sovereign state, under the name of the État indépendant du Congo. Leopold's exploitation of this vast territory, which he administered autocratically and in which he associated himself personally with various financial schemes, was understood to bring him an enormous fortune. It was the subject of acutely hostile criticism, to a large extent substantiated by the report of a commission of inquiry instituted by the king himself in 1904, and followed in 1908 by the annexation of the state to Belgium. See Congo Free State History. In 1880, Leopold sought an interview with General Roman 100 G. Gordon, and obtained his promise subject to the approval of the British government. to enter the Belgian service on the Congo. 3 years later, Leopold claimed fulfillment of the promise, and Gordon was about to proceed to the Congo when the British government required his services for the Sudan. On the 15th of November 1902, King Leopold's life was attempted in Brussels by an Italian anarchist named Rubino. Queen Marie Henriette died at Spa on the 19th of September of the same year. Besides the son already mentioned, she had borne to Leopold 3 daughters: Louise Marie Amélie b. 1858, who in 1875 married Philip of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, and was divorced in 1906; Stephanie b. 1864, who married Rudolf, Crown Prince of Austria, in 1881, and after his death in 1889, married against her father's wishes Elimir Count Larnier in 1900, and Clementine b. 1872. At the time of the Queen's death, an unseemly incident was occasioned by Leopold's refusal to see his daughter Stephanie, who in consequence was not present at her mother's funeral. The disagreeable impression on the public mind thus created was deepened by an unfortunate litigation lasting for 2 years, 19,041,906, over the deceased Queen's will, in which the creditors of the Princess Louise, together with Princess Stephanie Countess Larnier, claimed that under the Belgian law the Queen's estate was entitled to half of her husband's property. This claim was disallowed by the Belgian courts. The king died at Leeken near Brussels on the 17th of December 1909. On the 23rd of that month, his nephew took the oath to observe the Constitution, assuming the title of Albert. Roman I. King Leopold was personally a man of considerable attainments and much strength of character, but he was a notoriously dissolute monarch who even to the last offended decent opinion by his indulgences at Paris, and on the Riviera. The wealth he amassed from the Congo he spent no doubt royally, not only in this way, but also on public improvements in Belgium, but he had a hard heart towards the natives of his distant possession. Leopold Roman 217,971,870, of Habsburg-Lorraine, Grand Duke of Tuscany, was born on the 3rd of October 1797, the son of the Grand Duke Ferdinand Roman III, whom he succeeded in 1824. During the first 20 years of his reign he devoted himself to the internal development of the state. His was the mildest and least reactionary of all the Italian despotisms of the day, and although always subject to Austrian influence, he refused to adopt the Austrian methods of government, allowed a fair measure of liberty to the press, and permitted many political exiles from other states to dwell in Tuscany undisturbed. But when in the early 40s a feeling of unrest spread throughout Italy, even in Tuscany, demands for a constitution and other political reforms were advanced. In 18,451,846 riots broke out in various parts of the country, and Leopold granted a number of administrative reforms, but Austrian influence prevented him from going further. Even had he wished to do so, the election of Pope Pius Roman IX gave fresh impulse to the liberal movement, and on the 4th of September 1847, Leopold instituted the National Guard, a first step towards the Constitution. Shortly after, the Marchese Cosimo Ridolfi was appointed Prime Minister. The granting of the Neapolitan and Piedmontese constitutions was followed 17th February 1848 by that of Tuscany, drawn up by Gino Capponi. The revolution in Milan and Vienna aroused a fever of patriotic enthusiasm in Tuscany, where war against Austria was demanded. Leopold, giving way to popular pressure, sent a force of regulars and volunteers to cooperate with Piedmont in the Lombard campaign. His speech on their departure was uncompromisingly Italian and liberal soldiers. He said, "The holy cause of Italian freedom is being decided today on the fields of Lombardy. Already the citizens of Milan have purchased their liberty with their blood, and with a heroism of which history offers few examples. Honor to the arms of Italy. Long live Italian independence." The Tuscan contingent fought bravely, if unsuccessfully, at Curtatone and Montanara. On the 26th of June, the first Tuscan parliament assembled, but the 462 disturbances consequent on the failure of the campaign in Lombardy led to the resignation of the Ridolfi ministry, which was succeeded by that of Gino Capponi. The riots continued, especially at Leghorn, which was a prey to actual civil war, and the Democratic Party, of which F. Roman 500 Gerazzi and G. Montanelli were leading lights, became every day more influential. Capponi resigned, and Leopold reluctantly agreed to a Montanelli-Gerazzi ministry, which in its turn had to fight against the extreme Republican Party. New elections in the autumn of 1848 returned a constitutional majority, but it ended by voting in favor of a constituent assembly. There was talk of instituting a central Italian kingdom, with Leopold as king, to form part of a larger Italian federation. But in the meanwhile, the Grand Duke, alarmed at the revolutionary and republican agitations in Tuscany, and encouraged by the success of the Austrian arms, was according to Montanelli negotiating with Field Marshal Radetzky and with Pius Roman IX, who had now abandoned his liberal tendencies and fled to Gaeta. Leopold had left Florence for Siena and eventually for Porto Estefano, leaving a letter to Gerazi, in which, on account of a protest from the Pope, he declared that he could not agree to the proposed Constituent Assembly. The utmost confusion prevailed in Florence and other parts of Tuscany. On the 9th of February 1849, the Republic was proclaimed largely as a result of Mazzini's exhortations, and on the 18th Leopold sailed for Gaeta. A third parliament was elected, and Gerazi appointed dictator, but there was great discontent, and the defeat of Charles Albert at Novara caused consternation among the liberals. The majority, while fearing an Austrian invasion, desired the return of the Grand Duke, who had never been unpopular. And in April 1849, the municipal council usurped the powers of the assembly and invited him to return to save us by means of the restoration of the constitutional monarchy, surrounded by popular institutions, from the shame and ruin of a foreign invasion. Leopold accepted, although he said nothing about the foreign invasion, and on the 1st of May sent Count Luigi Serristori to Tuscany with full powers, but at the same time the Austrians occupied Lucca and Leghorn, and although Leopold simulated surprise at their action, it has since been proved, as the Austrian General d'Esperey declared at the time, that Austrian intervention was due to the request of the Grand Duke. On the 24th of May, the latter appointed G. Baldassaroni Prime Minister. On the 25th, the Austrians entered Florence, and on the 28th of July, Leopold himself returned. In April 1850, he concluded a treaty with Austria sanctioning the continuation for an indefinite period of the Austrian occupation, with 10,000 men. In September he dismissed Parliament, and the following year established a concordat with the Church of a very clerical character. He feebly asked Austria if he might maintain the constitution, and the Austrian Premier Prince Schwarzenberg advised him to consult the Pope, the King of Naples, and the Dukes of Parma and Modena on their advice. He formally revoked the constitution. 1852 political trials were held, Gerazi and many others being condemned to long terms of imprisonment, and although in 1855 the Austrian troops left Tuscany, Leopold's popularity was gone. A part of the liberals, however, still believed in the possibility of a constitutional Grand Duke, who could be induced for a second time to join Piedmont in a war against Austria, whereas the popular party headed by F. Bartolome and G. Dolfi realized that only by the expulsion of Leopold could the national aspirations be realized. When in 1859 France and Piedmont made war on Austria, Leopold's government failed to prevent numbers of young Tuscan volunteers from joining the Franco-Piedmontese forces. Finally, an agreement was arrived at between the aristocratic constitutionalists and the popular party, as a result of which the Grand Duke's participation in the war was formally demanded. Leopold at first gave way, and entrusted Don Neri Corsini with the formation of a ministry. The popular demands presented by Corsini were for the abdication of Leopold in favor of his son, an alliance with Piedmont, and the reorganization of Tuscany. In accordance with the eventual and definite reorganization of Italy, Leopold hesitated, and finally rejected the proposals as derogatory to his dignity. On the 27th of April, there was great excitement in Florence. Italian colours appeared everywhere, but order was maintained, and the Grand Duke and his family departed for Bologna, undisturbed. Thus the revolution was accomplished, without a drop of blood being shed, and after a period of provisional government Tuscany was incorporated in the Kingdom of Italy. On the 21st of July, Leopold abdicated in favor of his son Ferdinand Roman IV, who never reigned, but issued a protest from Dresden. 26 March 1860. He spent his last years in Austria, and died in Rome on the 29th of January 1870. Leopold of Tuscany was a well-meaning, not unkindly man, and fonder of his subjects than were the other Italian despots, but he was weak, and too closely bound by family ties and Habsburg traditions ever to become a real liberal. Had he not joined the conclave of autocrats at Gaeta, and above all had he not summoned Austrian assistance while denying that he had done so in 1849, he might yet have preserved his throne, and even changed the whole course of Italian history. At the same time his rule, if not harsh, was enervating and demoralizing. C.G. Baldassaroni, Leopoldo Roman II, Florence 1871, useful but reactionary in tendency, the author having been Leopold's minister. G. Montanelli, Memory sull'Italia, Turin 1853. F. Roman 500, Gerazi, Memory Leghorn 1848, Zobi Storia Civil della Toscana Vols, Roman 4 Roman 5, Florence 18,501,852, Avan Rumont Jeskicht, Toscana's 2 Vols Gartha, 18,761,877, Roman 1000 Bartolome, Gioli il Rivolgimento, Toscano, I Laziani Popolare Florence 1905, Roman 100 Tiveroni l'Italia durante il Dominio Austriaco Vol Roman 1 Turin 1892, and l'Italia degli Italiani, Vol Roman 1 Turin 1895, see also Ricasali Bartolome, Caponi Gino Roman 100 Roman 50 Roman 5. Leopold Roman 2 a lake of Central Africa in the basin of the Cass, affluent of the Congo cut by 2s and 1810, it has a length n to s of about 75 Roman 1000, is 30 Roman 1000 across at its northern end, tapering towards its southern end. Numerous bays and gulfs render its outline highly irregular. Its shores are flat and marshy, the lake being in all probability simply the lowest part of a vast lake, which existed here before the Kassai system breached the barrieret qua mouth separating it from the Congo. The lake is fed by the Lacoro, about 300 Roman 1000 long, and smaller streams from the east. Its northern and western affluents are comparatively unimportant. It discharges its waters at its southern end into the Emphini, which is in reality the lower course of the lacunae. The lake is gradually diminishing in area in the rainy season. It overflows its banks. The surrounding country is very flat and densely wooded. See Kassai and articles and maps in Le Mouvement, Geog specially Vol Roman 14 No 29, 1897, and Vol Roman 24 No 38 1907. Leotychides, Spartan king of the Europontid family, was descended from Theopompus through his younger son Anaxandridas Herod Roman 8, and in 491 B Roman 100, succeeded Demaratus Q Roman 5, whose title to the throne he had with Cleomenes' aid successfully challenged. He took part in Cleomenes' second expedition to Aegina, on which 10 hostages were seized, and handed over to the Athenians for safe custody. For this, he narrowly escaped being surrendered to the Aeginetans after Cleomenes' death in the spring of 479. We find him in command of the Greek fleet of 110 ships, first at Aegina, and afterwards at Delos in August. He attacked the Persian position at Mycale on the coast of Asia Minor opposite Samos, inflicted a crushing defeat on the land army and annihilated the fleet which was drawn up on the shore soon afterwards. He sailed home with the Peloponnesians, leaving the Athenians to prosecute the siege of Sestos in 476. He led an army to Thessaly to punish the Aleuadae of Larissa for the aid they had rendered to the Persians, and to strengthen Spartan influence in northern Greece. After a series of successful engagements, he accepted bribe from the enemy to withdraw. For this, he was brought to trial at Sparta, and to save his life fled to the temple of Athena Alia at Tegea. Sentence of exile was passed, his house was razed, and his grandson Archidamus Roman II ascended the throne. Herod Roman 687, Roman 91 14 Thucydides, Roman 1 Pausanias, Roman 337 910, Plutarch de Malignitate Herodoti, 21 p. 859, D. Diodorus Roman 1137. According to Diodorus Roman 11, Leotychides reigned 22, his successor Archidamus 42 years, the total duration of the two reigns 6 to 4 years. We know, to be correct, for Leotychides came to the throne in 491, and Archidamus Q Roman 5 died in 427. On this basis, then, Leotychides' exile would fall in 469, and the Thessalian expedition in that or the preceding year. So Emea Jeskic des Altertums, Roman 3 287, but Diodorus is not consistent with himself. He attributes Roman 11 Leotychides' death to the year 476,475, and he records Roman 12 Archidamus' death in 434,433, though he introduces him in the following years at the head of the Peloponnesian army. Roman 12 4752. Further, he says expressly that Leotychides Roman 1 he lived 22 years after his accession. The 22 years then may include the time which elapsed between his exile and his death. In that case, Leotychides died in 469, and 476,475 may be the year in which his reign, though not his life, ended. This date seems, from what we know of the political situation in general, to be more probable than the later one for the Thessalian campaign. G. Buselt Greit Jeskicht Roman 3 Note, J. B. Berry History of Greece p. 326, G. Grote History of Greece New Edition, 1888 Roman 4 Note, Also abridged edition 1907 p. 273 note 3, Balak's view Greichgeschichte Roman 1 note 2, that the expedition took place in 476, the trial and flight in 469, is not generally accepted. Roman 1000 NT. Leovigild or Loenheld Roman 500 king of the Visigoths became king in 568, after the short period of anarchy, which followed the death of King Athanagild, whose widow Goisvintha he married at first. He ruled that part of the Visigothic kingdom, which lay to the south of the Pyrenees, his brother Liuva or Lieva governing the small part to the north of these mountains, but in 572 Liuva died and Leovigild became sole king at this time. The Visigoths, who settled in Spain early in the 5th century, were menaced by two powerful enemies, the Suevi, who had a small kingdom in the northwest of the peninsula, and the Byzantines, who had answered Athanagild's appeal for help by taking possession of a stretch of country in the southeast. Their kingdom too was divided and weakened by the fierce hostility between the Orthodox Christians and those who professed Arianism. Internal and external dangers alike, however, failed to daunt Leovigild, who may fairly be called the restorer of the Visigothic kingdom. He turned first against the Byzantines, who were defeated several times. He took Cordova and chastised the Suevi, and then by stern measures he destroyed the power of those unruly and rebellious chieftains who had reduced former kings to the position of ciphers. The chronicler tells how, having given peace to his people, he first of the Visigothic sovereigns assumed the attire of a king and made Toledo his capital. He strengthened the position of his family and provided for the security of his kingdom by associating his two sons Rechard and Hermenegild with himself in the kingly office, and placing parts of the land under their rule. Leovigild himself was an Arian, being the last of the Visigothic kings to hold that creed, but he was not a bitter foe of the Orthodox Christians, although he was obliged to punish them when they conspired against him with his external enemies. His son Hermenegild, however, was converted to the Orthodox faith through the influence of his Frankish wife Ingundi's daughter of King Sigebert Roman I, and of Leander Metropolitan of Seville, allying himself with the Byzantines and other enemies of the Visigoths, and supported by most of the Orthodox Christians. He headed a formidable insurrection. The struggle was fierce, but at length, employing persuasion as well as force, the old king triumphed. Hermenegild was captured. He refused to give up his faith, and in March or April 585, he was executed. He was canonized at the request of Philip Roman II, King of Spain, by Pope Sixtus Roman V. About this time, Leovigild put an end to the kingdom of the Suevi. During his last years, he was engaged in a war with the Franks. He died at Toledo on the 21st of April 586, and was succeeded by his son Rechard. Lepanto won battle of fought on the 7th of October 1571. The conquest of Cyprus by the Turks and their aggressions on the Christian powers frightened the states of the Mediterranean into forming a holy league for their common defense. The main promoter of the league was Pope Pius Roman V, but the bulk of the forces was supplied by the Republic of Venice and Philip Roman II of Spain, who was peculiarly interested in checking the Turks, both because of the Moorish element in the population of Spain and because he was also sovereign of Naples and Sicily. In compliment to King Philip, the general command of the League's fleet was given to his natural brother Don John of Austria. It included, however, only 24 Spanish ships, the great majority of the 200 galleys and 8 galasses, of which the fleet was composed, came from Venice under the command of the Proveditore Barbarigo from Genoa, which was in close alliance with Spain under Ginandria Doria, and from the Pope, whose squadron was commanded by Marc Antonio Colonna. The Sicilian and Neapolitan contingents were commanded by the Marquis of Santa Cruz and Cardona. Spanish officers, 8,000 Spanish soldiers, were embarked. The Allied fleet was collected slowly at Messina, from whence it advanced by the passage between Ithaca and Cephalonia to Cape Marathia near Dragonura. The Turkish fleet, which had come up from Cyprus and Crete, anchored in the Gulf of Patras. It consisted in all of 273 galleys, which were of lighter build than the Christians and less well supplied with cannon or small arms. The Turks still relied mainly on the bow, and Ero Ali the Capitan Pasha was commander-in-chief, and he had with him Chulauk Bey of Alexandria, commonly called Sirocco, and Uluch Ali Dey of Algiers. On the 7th of October, the Christian fleet advanced to the neighborhood of Cape Scroffa. It was formed in the traditional order of the Gallica long line, abreast, subdivided into the center or battle, commanded by Don John in person, the left wing, Proveditore Barbarigo, and the right under Ginandria Doria, but a reserve squadron was placed behind the center under the Marquis of Santa Cruz, and the 8 lumbering gallasses were stationed at intervals in front of the line to break the formation of the Turks. The Capitan Pasha left his anchorage in the Gulf of Patras with his fleet, in a single line without reserve or advance-guard. He was himself in the centre with Sirocco on his right, and Ulugh Ali on his left. The two fleets met south of Cape Scraffa, both drawn up from north to south, the land being close to the left flank of the Christians, and the right of the Turks to the left of the Turks, and the right of the Christians there was open sea. Ali Pasha's greater numbers enabled him to outflank his enemy. The Turks charged through the intervals between the gallasses, which proved to be of no value on their right. Sirocco outflanked the Venetians of Barbarigo, but the better build of the galleys of St. Mark and the admirable discipline of their crews gave them the victory. The Turks were almost all sunk or driven on shore. Sirocco and Barbarigo both lost their lives on the centre Danjan, and the Capitan Pasha met prow to prow the Christians, reserving the fire of their bow guns called decursia till the moment of impact, and then boarding. Ali Pasha was slain, and his galley taken. Everywhere on the centre the Christians gained the upper hand, but their victory was almost turned into a defeat by the mistaken manoeuvres of Doria. In fear lest he should be outflanked by Ulugh Ali, he stood out to sea, leaving a gap between himself and the centre. The Dey of Algiers, who saw the opening, reversed the order of his squadron, and fell on the right of the centre. The galleys of the Order of Malta, which were stationed at this point, suffered severely, and their flagship was taken with great slaughter. A disaster was averted by the Marquis of Santa Cruz, who brought up the reserve. Ulugh Ali then retreated with sail and oar, bringing most of his division off in good order. The loss of life in the battle was enormous, being put at 20,000 for the Turks and 8,000 for the Christians. The Battle of Lepanto was of immense political importance. It gave the naval power of the Turks a blow from which it never recovered, and put a stop to their aggression in the eastern Mediterranean. Historically, the battle is interesting because it was the last example of an encounter on a great scale between fleets of galleys, and also because it was the last crusade the Christian powers of the Mediterranean did really combine to avert the ruin of Christendom. Hardly a noble house of Spain or Italy was not represented in the fleet, and the princes headed the borders. Volunteers came from all parts of Europe, and it is said that 464 among them was Sir Richard Grenville, afterwards famous for his fight in the Revenge of Flores in the Azores. Cervantes was undoubtedly present, and had his left hand shattered by a Turkish bullet. For full accounts of the battle, with copious references to authorities and to ancient controversies mostly arising out of the conduct of Doria, see Sir W. Sterling Maxwell, Don John of Austria 1883, and Jurien de la Gravière, La Guerre de Chypre, et la Bataille de Lepanto 1888. Roman 500 h. 1 for Lepanto. See Nopactus. Lepotter Jean 16,180,1682, French designer and engraver. He was apprenticed to a carpenter and builder, and in addition to learning mechanical and constructive work, developed considerable facility with the pencil. His designs, which were innumerable in quantity and exuberant in fancy, consisted mainly of ceilings, friezes, chimneypieces, doorways, and mural decorations. He also devised firedogs, sideboards, cabinets, console, tables, mirrors, and other pieces of furniture. He was long employed at the Gobelins. His work is often excessively flamboyant and over-elaborate. He revelled in amorini and swags, arabesques, and cartouches. His chimneypieces, however, were frequently simple and elegant. His engraved plates, almost entirely original, are something like 1,500 in number, and include a portrait of himself. He became a member of the Academy of Paris in 1677. Lepcha, the name of the aboriginal inhabitants of Sikkim Kuroman, 5 a peace-loving people. The Lepchas have been repeatedly conquered by surrounding hill tribes, and their ancient patriarchal customs are dying out. The total number of speakers of Lepcha, or Rong, in all India, in 1901, was only 19,291. Their rich and beautiful language has been preserved from extinction by the efforts of General Mainwaring and others, but their literature was almost entirely destroyed by the Tibetans, and their traditions are being rapidly forgotten. Once free and independent, they are now the poorest people in Sikkim, and it is from them that the coolie class is drawn. They are above all things woodmen, knowing the ways of beasts and birds, and possessing an extensive zoological and botanical nomenclature of their own. See Florence Donaldson, Lepcha Land 1900. Lepelletier or Lepelletier de Saint Fargeau. Louis Mitchell, 17,601,793. French politician, was born on the 29th of May 1760 at Paris. He belonged to a well-known family. His great-grandfather Mitchell Robert Lepelletier Desforts Count of St. Fargeau having been Controller General of Finance, he inherited a great fortune and soon became President of the Parlement of Paris, and in 1789 he was a deputy of the noblesse to the States General at this time. He shared the conservative views of the majority of his class, but by slow degrees his ideas changed and became very advanced. On the 13th of July, 1789, he demanded the recall of Necker, whose dismissal by the king had aroused great excitement in Paris, and in the Constituent Assembly he had moved the abolition of the penalty of death of the galleys and of branding and the substitution of beheading for hanging. This attitude won him great popularity, and on the 21st of June 1790 he was made President of the Constituent Assembly. During the existence of the Legislative Assembly, he was President of the General Council for the Department of the Yonne, and was afterwards elected by this department as a deputy to the Convention. Here he was in favour of the trial of Louis Roman XVI by the Assembly, and voted for the death of the king. This vote, together with his ideas in general, won him the hatred of the Royalists, and on the 20th of January 1793, the eve of the execution of the king, he was assassinated in the Palais Royal at Paris by a member of the king's bodyguard. The Convention honoured Lepelletier by a magnificent funeral, and the painter J. Roman 50 David represented his death in a famous picture, which was later destroyed by his daughter. Towards the end of his life, Lepelletier had interested himself in the question of public education. He left fragments of a plan, the ideas contained in which were borrowed in later schemes. His assassin fled to Normandy, where on the point of being discovered he blew out his brains. Lepelletier had a brother, Felix, 17,691,837, well known for his advanced ideas. His daughter Susan Louise was adopted by the French nation. See others. De Roman 1000 Lepelletier de St. Fargeau, Brussels, 1826, with a life by his brother Felix, E. Leblanc Lepelletier de St. Fargeau, et son Muetrier, in the Correspondent Review, 1874, F. Clarimbre Episodes de la Révolution Rouen 1891, Bret la Réforme de la Législation Universelle, et le plan de Lepelletier St. Fargeau in la Révolution, Francaise Roman 421,902, and Roman 1000 Tournou, Bibliog de Liste de Paris, Vol Roman 1 1890 Nos, 38,963,910, and Vol Roman 4 1906, S. Roman 5 Lepelletier. Lepidolite or lithium mica, a mineral of the mica group. C. mica, it is a basic aluminum potassium, and lithium fluorosilicate with the approximate formula Kali, Alo, F2 alco. Lithia and fluorine are each present to the extent of about 5. Rubidium and cesium are sometimes present in small amounts. Distinctly developed monoclinic crystals, or cleavage sheets of large size, are of rare occurrence, the mineral being usually found as scaly aggregates, and on this account was named lepidolite from gr scale by Roman 1000 H. Klaproth in 1792. It is usually of a lilac or peach blossom colour, but is sometimes greyish-white, and has a pearly lustre on the cleavage surfaces. The hardness is 2124, and the SPGR 22, the optic axial angle measures 50-70. It is found in pegmatite veins, often in association with pink tourmaline rubellite, and sometimes intergrown in parallel position with muscovite. Scaly masses of considerable extent are found at Rosner near Bystazitz in Moravia, and at Parla in San Diego County, California. The material from Rosner has been known since 1791, and has sometimes been cut and polished for ornamental purposes. It has a pretty colour and spangled appearance and takes a good polish, but is rather soft. At Parla it has been extensively mined for the preparation of lithium and rubidium salts. Other localities for the mineral are the island of Uto in Sweden and Auburn, and Paris, in Maine, USA. At Alabashka near Mersinka, in the Urals, large isolated crystals have been found, and from Central Australia transparent cleavage sheets of a fine lilac colour are known. The lithium iron mica zinwaldite or lithionite is closely allied to lepidolite, differing from it in containing some ferrous iron. In addition to the constituents mentioned above, it occurs as greyish silvery scales with hexagonal outlines in the tin-bearing granites of Zinwald, in the Erzgebirge Bohemia, and of Cornwall. Roman 50 JS. Lepidoptera gr, a scale or husk, and a wing, a term used in zoological classification for one of the largest and best-known orders of the class Hexapoda Roman 5, in order that comprises the insects popularly called butterflies and moths. The term was first used by Linnaeus 1735, in the sense still accepted by modern zoologists. and there are few groups of animals as to whose limits and distinguishing characters less controversy has arisen. After Edwards, Riley and Howard's Insect Life Vol. 3 U.S. Department Agar. Fig 1 E. Critophasa unipictata, Dana of Australia, a larva C. pupa natural, size, B. second and third, abdominal segments of larva D. cremaster of pupa magnified. Characters. The name of the order indicates the fact that the wings and other parts of the body are clothed with flattened 465 cuticular structure rest scales, Fig 7, that may be regarded as modified arthropod hairs. Such scales are not peculiar to the Lepidoptera rathae, are found also on many of the Aptera on the Sarsidae, a family of Chorodentia on some Coleoptera beetles, and on the gnats Culicidae, a family of Diptera. The most distinctive structural features of the Lepidoptera are to be found in the jaws. The mandibles are mere vestiges, or entirely absent. The second maxillae are usually reduced to a narrow transverse mentum, which bears the scale-covered labial palps between which project the elongate first maxillae grooved on their inner faces, so as to form when opposed a tubular proboscis, adapted for sucking liquid food. All Lepidoptera are hatched as the eruciform soft-bodied type of larva. Fig. 1 are known as the caterpillar, with biting mandibles, 3 pairs of thoracic legs, and with a variable number, usually 5 pairs of abdominal prolegs, which carry complete or incomplete circles of hooklets. The pupa in a single family only is free Roman 1e with the appendages free from the body, and mandibulate in the vast majority of the order. It is more or less obtect Roman 1e with the appendages fixed to the cuticle of the body, and without mandibles. Fig 1c. From Riley and Howard, Insect Life Vol. 7 U.S. Department Agar. Fig 2a. Feeler of Saturniid moth Telea, Polyphemus BC. Tips of branches, highly magnified. After a Walter Jens Zeitz F. Nater were Vol. 18. Fig 3a. Mandible, and B. First maxilla of Micropteryx Eriosphala magnified. A palp. B. Galea. C. Lacinia. D. Stipes. E. Cardo of maxilla. Structure. The head in the Lepidoptera is subglobular in shape, with the compound eyes exceedingly well developed, and with a pair of ocelli or simple eyes often present on the vertex. It is connected to the thorax by a relatively broad and membranous neck. The feelers are manijointed often. They are complex, the segments bearing processes arranged in a comb-like manner and furnished with numerous sensory hairs. Fig 2. The complexity of the feelers is carried to its highest development in certain male moths that have a wonderful power of discovering their females by smell or some analogous sense. Often the feelers are excessively complex in male moths, whose maxillae are so reduced that they take no food in the imaginal state. The nature of the jaws has already been briefly described. Functional mandibles of peculiar form, Fig 3a, are present in the remarkable small moths of the genus Micropteryx or Eriosphala, and there are vestiges of these jaws in other moths of low type, but the minute structures in the higher Lepidoptera that were formerly described as mandibles are now believed to belong to the labrum, the true mandibles being perhaps represented by rounded prominences, not articulated with the head capsule throughout the order. As a whole, the jaws are adapted for sucking liquid food, and the sectorial proboscis, often erroneously called a tongue, is formed, as was shown by J. Roman 100 Savigny in 1816, by 2 elongated and flexible outgrowths of the first maxillae, usually regarded as representing the outer lobes, or galea. Fig. 4b-g. These structures are grooved along their inner faces, and by means of a series of interlocking hair-like bristles, can be joined together so as to form a tubular sucker. Fig. 4c. At their extremities they are beset with club-like sensory organs, whose apparent function is that of taste. The proboscis, when in use, is stretched out in front of the head, and inserted into the corolla of a flower or elsewhere, for the absorption of liquid nourishment. When at rest, the proboscis is rolled up into a close spiral beneath the head, and between the labial palps. Fig. 4p. Only in the genus Micropteryx mentioned above is the lacinia of the maxilla, as a Walter has shown developed. Fig. 3bc. The maxillary palp is usually a mere vestige. Fig. 4bp. Though it is conspicuous in a few families of small moths, a considerable number of Lepidoptera take no food in the imaginal state. In these, the maxillae are reduced or altogether atrophied. The second maxillae are intimately fused together to form the labium, which consists only of a reduced mentum, bearing sometimes vestigial lobes, and always a pair of palps. These have 2 or 3 segments, and are clothed with scales. The form and direction of the terminal segment of the labial palp afford valuable characters in classification. Fig. 4. Arrangement of the jaws in a typical moth, somewhat diagrammatic, and in part after E. Burgess, and Roman 5 Roman 50 Kellogg, Amer, Nat Roman 14 Roman 29. A front view of head. C. Clippius. E. Compound eye. M. Vestigial mandible. L. Labrum. G. Galea of first maxillae. P. Labial palp magnified B. B. Base of first maxilla dissected out of the head. P. Vestigial palp. G. Galea further magnified. C. Part transverse section, showing how the channel A of the proboscis is formed by the interlocking of the grooved inner faces of the flexible maxillae. T. Airtuber. N. Nerve. M. Muscle fibers highly magnified. In the thorax of the Lepidoptera, the foremost segment or prothorax is very small and not movable on the mesothorax in many families. It carries a pair of small erectile plates, patagiorhic, have been regarded as serially homologous with the wings. The mesothorax is extensive, its scutum, forming most of the dorsal thoracic area, and small plates tegulae often present at the base of the forewings, as in Hymenoptera the tegulae which are beset with long hair-like scales are often conspicuous. The metathorax is smaller than the mesothorax. The legs are of the typical hexapodon form, with 5 segmented feet. The shins often bear terminal and median spurs, articulated at their bases, and the entire limbs are clothed with scales. After a S. Packard Mem Natacad Scival Roman 7 Fig 5 wing narration of a notodont moth 2 subcostal, 3 radial 4 median 5 cubital 7 8 anal, nervures a discoidal areolet, or cell F frenulum. Note that the forewing has 5 branches, 15 of the radial nervure, the hindwing 1 only, the first anal nervure no 6 is absent. The wings of the Lepidoptera may be said to dominate the structure of the insect, only exceptionally in certain female moths are they vestigial or absent. Fig. 17. The forewing with its prominent apex is longer than the hindwing, and the narration in both C. Figs 5 and 6 is for the most part longitudinal, only a few transverse nervures, which are in fact branches of the median trunk marking off a discoidal areolet or cell. Fig. 5 of the 5 branches of the radial nervure. Figs. 5 6 3c hexapoda are usually present in the forewing, but the hindwing in most families has only a single radial nervure. Its anal area is however often more strongly developed than that of the forewing. The 2 wings of a side are usually kept together during flight by a few stout bristles. Frenulum. Fig. 5f, projecting from the base of the castor of the hindwing, and fitting beneath a membranous fold or a few thickened scales. Retinaculum. The under surface of the forewing in butterflies, there is no frenulum, but a costal outgrowth of the 466 hindwing, subserves the same function in the most primitive moths, a small lobate outgrowth. Jugum. Fig. 6j. From the dorsum of the forewing is present, but it can be of little service in keeping the 2 wings together. A jugum may be also present on the hindwing. The legs, which are generally used for clinging rather than for walking, have 5 segmented feet, and are covered with scales. In some families the front pair are reduced and without tarsal segments. After Packard Mem Natacad Scival Roman 7 Fig. 6, wing narration of a swift moth Hepialid, J. Jugum nervures numbered as in Fig. 5. Note that there are 5 branches to the radial nervure, no 3 in both fore and hindwing, and that the median trunk nervures no 4 traverse the discoidal areolet. Fig. 7a arrangement of scales in rows on wing of butterfly. N nervure C. collar-like outgrowths of cuticle magnified B. single scale, and C. an androconium more highly magnified. 10 abdominal segments are recognizable in many Lepidoptera, but the terminal segments are reduced or modified to form external organs of reproduction in the male. According to the interpretation of Roman 100 Pedro, the lateral plates belonging to the 9th segment form paired claspers beset with harps or series of ridges or teeth, while the tergum of the 10th segment forms a dorsal hook, the uncusand, its sternum a ventral process or scaphium in the female. The terminal segments form in some cases a protrusible ovipositor, but the typical hexapodon ovipositor with its 3 pairs of processes is undeveloped in the Lepidoptera. As already mentioned, the characteristic scales on the wings, legs, and body of the Lepidoptera are cuticular structures. A complete series of transitional forms can be traced between the most elaborate flattened scales, Fig. 7b, with numerous longitudinal striae, and a simple arthropod hair, either a hair or a scale, owes its origin to a special cell of the ectoderm hypodermis, a process from which grows through the general cuticle and forms around itself the substance of the cuticular, appendage. The scales on the wings are arranged in regular rows, Fig 7a, and the general cuticle is drawn out into a narrow neck or collar around the base of each scale. The scales can be easily rubbed from the surface of the wing, and the series of collars in which the scales rest are then evident. Fig 7c on the wing membrane. On the wings of many male butterflies, there are specially modified scales, the androconia, Fig 7c, which are formed by glandular cells and diffuse a scented secretion. In some cases, the androconia are mixed among the ordinary scales. In others, they are associated into conspicuous bands. See Fig 66. The admirable colors of the wings of the Lepidoptera are due partly to pigment in the scales, in the case of yellows, browns, reds, and blacks, partly to interference effects from the fine striae on the scales with the blues, purples, and greens. A few points of interest in the internal structure of the Lepidoptera deserve mention. The mouth opens into a subglobular muscular pharynx, which is believed to suck the liquid food through the proboscis and force it along the slender gullet into a crop-like enlargement or diverticulum of the foregut, known as a food reservoir or sucking stomach. The true stomach is tubular, and beyond it lies the intestine, into which open the 3 pairs of excretory Malpighian tubes. The terminal part of the intestine is of wide diameter and in some cases gives off a short caecum. The brain and the subesophageal ganglia are closely approximated. There are 2 or 3 thoracic and 4, rarely 5, abdominal ganglia in the female. Each ovary has 4 ovarian tubes in which the large egg cells are enclosed in follicles, and associated with nutritive cells, there is a special bursa which in the Hepialidae opens with the vagina on the 8th abdominal sternum. In the Micropterygidae Enocraniidae and the lower Tinids, the duct of the bursa leads into the vagina, which still opens on the 8th sternum, but in most Lepidoptera the bursa opens by a vestibule on the 8th sternum, distinct from the vagina whose opening shifts back to the 9th, the duct of the bursa being connected with the vagina by a canal which opens opposite to the spermatheca. In the male, the 2 testes are usually fused into a single mass, and a pair of tubular accessory glands open into the vasa deferentia or into the ejaculatory duct. In a few families, Hepialidae and Saturniidae, for example, the testes retain the primitive paired arrangement. These details have been worked out by various students, among whom W. H. Jackson and W. Peterson deserve special mention. Summing up the developmental history of the genital ducts, Jackson remarks that there is an ephemeridal stage, which ends towards the close of larval life, an orthopteran stage, indicated during the quiescent period preceding pupation, and a lepidopteran stage, which begins with the commencement of pupal life. Fig 8 Acasis McMurtray MacMurtry's goat moth in America. Fig 8 Belarva of Cassis goat moth Europe. Development. Many observations have been made on the embryology of the Lepidoptera. For some of the more important results of these sea hexapoda, the post-embryonic development of Lepidoptera is more familiar perhaps than that of any other group of animals. The egg shows great variation in its outward form, the outer envelope, or chorion, being in some families globular, in others flattened, in others again erect and subconical or cylindrical, while its surface often exhibits a beautifully regular series of ribs and furrows. Throughout the order, the larva is of the form known as the caterpillar. Fig 1b Fig 8b characterized by the presence of 3 pairs of jointed and clawed legs on the thorax, and a variable number of pairs of abdominal progsubcylindrical outgrowths of the abdominal segments, provided with a complete or incomplete circle of hooklets at the extremity. Fig 9 Head of goat moth caterpillar Cassis, from behind magnified from Mile and Denny after Lionit. At feeler. MN mandibles. MX first maxillae. LM second maxillae labium with spinneret. There are 10 abdominal segments. 9th, often small and concealed prolegs, are usually present on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 10th of these segments. The head of the caterpillar, Fig 9, is large with firmly chitinized cuticle. It carries usually 12 simple eyes or ocelli, a pair of short feelers, Fig 9 at, and a pair of strong mandibles. Fig 9 MN for the caterpillar feeds by biting leaves or other plant tissues. The first maxillae, so highly developed in the imago, are in the larva small and inconspicuous appendages, each bearing 2 short jointed processes galea, and the palp. Fig 9 MX, the second maxillae form a plate-like labium on whose surface projects the spinneret, which is usually regarded as a modified hypopharynx. Fig 9 LM, the silk glands whose ducts open on this spinneret are paired convoluted tubes lying alongside the elongate cylindrical stomach in the common silkworm. These glands are 5 times as long as the body of the caterpillar. They are regarded as modified salivary glands, though the correspondence has been doubted by some students. The body of the caterpillar is usually cylindrical and worm-like, with the 467 segmentation well marked, and the cuticle feebly chitinized and flexible firm chitinous plates are however not seldom present on the prothorax and on the hindmost abdominal segment. The segments are mostly provided with bristle or spine-bearing tubercles, whose arrangement has lately been shown by H.G. Diar to give partially trustworthy indications of relationship on either side of the median line. We find 2 dorsal or trapezoidal tubercles, nose 1 and 2, while around the spiracle are grouped nose 3, 4 and 5 suprapost, and prospiracular tubercles below are the subspiraculars, of which there may be 2 nose 6, 7. The last named is situated on the base of the abdominal proleg, and yet another tubercle no 8 may be present on the inner aspect of the proleg. The spiracles are very conspicuous on the body of a caterpillar, occurring on the prothorax, and on the first 8 abdominal segments. Various tubercles may become coalesced or aborted. Fig 10, be often in conjunction with the spines that they bear. The tubercles serve as a valuable protective armature for the caterpillar. Much discussion has taken place as to whether the abdominal prolegs are or are not developed directly from the embryonic abdominal appendages. In the more lowly families of Lepidoptera, these organs are provided at the extremity with a complete circle of hooklets, but in the more highly organized families, only the inner half of this circle is retained. B. After Grote mit os dem Roma Museum, no 6. Fig 11 pupa of a butterfly Amethusia phidippus. Fig 10 abdominal segments of caterpillars to show arrangement of tubercles. The arrows point anteriorly. A generalized condition. B. Specialized condition in the Saturnidae S. spiracle. The numbering of the tubercles is explained in the text. Note that in B no 2 is much reduced and disappears after the first molt. 4 and 5 are coalesced, and 6 is absent. The typical Lepidopteran pupa or chrysalis, as shown in the higher families, is an obtect pupa. Fig 11 with no trace of mandibles, the appendages being glued to the body, by an exudation and motion being possible only at 3 of the abdominal intersegmental regions, the 5th and 6th abdominal segments at most being free. A flattened or pointed process, cremaster often prominent at the tail end, may carry 1 or several hooks. Fig 1d which serve to anchor the pupa to its cocoon or to suspend butterfly pupae from their pad of silk. Fig 11 in the lower families, the pupa. Fig 1c is only incompletely obtect, and a greater number of abdominal segments can move on one another. The 7th abdominal segment is in all female Lepidopterus pupae, fused with those behind it in the male incomplete pupa. This becomes free, and so may the segments anterior to it in both sexes forward to and including the 3rd. The presence of circles of spines on the abdominal segments enables the incomplete pupa as a whole to work its way partly out of the cocoon when the time for the emergence of the imago draws near. In the family of the Eriochronidae, often called the Microturgidae, the pupa resembles that of a caddisfly Trichopteran, being active before the emergence of the imago, and provided with strong mandibles, by means of which it bites its way out of the cocoon. The importance of the pupa in the phylogeny and classification of the Lepidoptera has lately been demonstrated by T. A. Chapman in a valuable series of papers. Sometimes organs are present in the pupa which are undeveloped in the imago, such as the maxillary palps of the Cesiidae clearwing moths, and the pectination on the feelers of female Saturniids. E. B. Poulton has drawn attention to the ancestral value of such characters. Habits and life relations. The attractiveness of the Lepidoptera and the conspicuous appearance of many of them have led to numerous observations on their habits. The method of feeding of the imago, by the suction of liquids, has already been mentioned in connection with the structure of the maxillae, and the food canal. Nectar from flowers is the usual food of moths and butterflies, most of which alight on a blossom before thrusting the proboscis into the corolla of the flower, while others, hawk moths Sphingidae for example, remain poised in the air in front of the flower by means of excessively rapid vibration of the wings, and quickly unrolling the proboscis sip the nectar. Certain flowers with remarkably long tubular corollas seem to be specially adapted for the visits of hawk moths. Some Lepidoptera have other sources of food supply. The juices of fruit are often sought for, and certain moths can pierce the envelope of a succulent fruit with the rough cuticular outgrowths at the tips of the maxillae, so as to reach the soft tissue within. Animal juices attract other Lepidoptera, which have been observed to suck blood from a wounded mammal, while putrid meat is a familiar lure for the gorgeous purple emperor butterfly, Apatera iris, the water of streams, or the dew on leaves may be frequently sought by Lepidoptera desirous of quenching their thirst passably, with fatal results, the insects being sometimes drowned in rivers in large numbers. Members of several families of the Lepidopterae, Hepialidae, Lasiocompidae and Saturniidae, for example, have the maxillae vestigial or aborted, and take no food at all after attaining the winged condition. In such insects, there is a complete division of labor between the larval and the imagonal instars, the former being entirely devoted to nutritive, the latter to reproductive functions. Of much interest is the variety displayed among the Lepidoptera in the season, and the duration of the various instars. The brightly colored vanacid butterflies, for example, emerge from the pupa in the late summer, and live through the winter in sheltered situations, reappearing to lay their eggs in the succeeding spring. Many species, such as the vapor moths or Gea, lay eggs in the autumn, which remain unhatched through the winter. The eggs of the well-known magpie moths Abraxas hatch in autumn, and the caterpillar hibernates while still quite small, awaiting for its growth the abundant food supply to be afforded by the next year's foliage. The cardlin moths Carpocapsa pass the winter as resting full-grown larvae, which seek shelter and spin cocoons in autumn, but do not pupate until the succeeding spring. Lastly, many of the Lepidoptera hibernate in the pupal stage. The death's head moth Acrontia and the cabbage-white butterflies Pyrus are familiar examples of such. The last-named insects afford instances of the double-brooded condition, two complete life cycles being passed through in the year. The flower moth Ephes jacuniella is said to have 5 successive generations in a 12-month. On the other hand, certain species, whose larvae feed in wood or on roots, take 2 or 3 years to reach the adult stage. The rate of growth of the larva depends to a great extent on the nature of its food, and the feeding habits of caterpillars afford much of interest and variety to the student. The contrast among the Lepidoptera between the sectorial mouth of the imago and the biting jaws of the caterpillar is very striking. Cf. Figs 4 and 9, and the profound transformation in structure which takes place is necessarily accompanied by the change from solid to liquid food. The first meal of a young caterpillar is well known to be often its empty eggshell. From this, it turns to feed upon the leaves whereon its provident parent has laid her eggs, but in a few cases hatching takes place in winter or early spring, and the young larvae have then to find a temporary food until their own special plant is available. For example, the caterpillars of some species of Xanthia and other noctuid moths feed at first upon willow catkins. On the other hand, the caterpillars of the pith moth Blastodacna, hatched at midsummer, feed on leaves when young and burrow into woody shoots in autumn. All who have tried to rear caterpillars know that while those of some species will feed only on one particular species of plant, others will eat several species of the same genus or family, while others again are still less particular, some being able to feed on almost any green herb. It is curious to note how certain species change their food in different localities, a caterpillar confined to one plant in some localities being less particular elsewhere. Individual aberrations in food are of special interest in suggesting the starting point for a change in the race. When we consider the vast numbers of the Lepidoptera and the structural modifications which they have undergone, their generally faithful adherence to a vegetable diet is remarkable. The vast majority, 468 of caterpillars, eat leaves, usually devouring them openly, and, if of large size, quickly reducing the amount of foliage on the plant, but many small caterpillars keep apparently for the sake of concealment to the undersurface of the leaf, while others burrow into the green tissue, forming a characteristic sinuous mine between the two leaf skins. In several families, we find the habit of burrowing in woody stems, the goat Cossus Fig 8, and the clearwing Cesiidae, for example, while others, like the larvae of the swift moths Hepialidae, live underground devouring roots. Fig 12. The richer nutrition in the green food is usually shown by the quicker growth of the numerous caterpillars that feed on it, as compared with the slower development of the wood and root-feeding species. Aquatic larvae are very rare among the Lepidoptera. The caterpillars of the pyralid Chinamark moths Hydrocampa Fig 13, however, live underwater, feeding on duckweed lemna and breathing atmospheric air, a film of which is enclosed in a spun-up shelter beneath the leaves, while the larvae of Paraponix, which feed on stratiotes, have closed spiracles and breathe dissolved air by means of branchial filaments along the sides of the body. Fig 12. Larva of Hepialis humuli ghost moth, Fig 13. Hydrocampa aquatiles water moth. We may now turn to instances of more anomalous modes of feeding. The clothes moths Tinids have invaded our dwellings and found a congenial foodstuff for their larvae in our garments. A few small species of the same group are reared in meal and other human food stores, so are the caterpillars of some pyralid moths, Feschia. Others, Asopia aglossa, feed upon kitchen, refuse two species of crambid moths, Aphomia sociella and Galleria melonella, find a home in beehives where their caterpillars feed upon the wax, while the waxy secretion from the body of the great American lanternfly Fulgora candelaria serves both as shelter and food for the caterpillar of the moth. Epipyrops anomala, very few caterpillars have developed a thoroughly carnivorous habit. That of Cosmia trapezina feeds on oak and other leaves, but devours smaller caterpillars which happen to get in its way, and if shaken from the tree eats other larvae while climbing the trunk. Selena ornithopus, and a few other species are said to be always carnivorous when opportunity offers. The small looping caterpillar of a pug moth Eupithecia coronata has been observed to eat a larva 3 times as big as itself. The caterpillars of Orthosia pisticina live together in peace, while their food is moist, but devour each other when it dries up. This is true cannibalism, a term which should not be applied to the habit of preying on another species. A few carnivorous caterpillars do not attack other caterpillars, but prey upon insects of another order. Among these, Phoenecia tarquinius, which eats aphides, and Erastria scicula, which feeds upon scale insects, must be reckoned as benefactors to mankind. The life history of the latter moth has been worked out by H. Roussaud. It inhabits the shores of the Mediterranean, and its caterpillar devours the coccids upon various fruit trees, especially the blackscale Lecanium, ole of the olive. The moth, which is a small noctuid, the white markings on whose wings give it the appearance of a bird dropping, when at rest in the daytime, appears in May and lays her eggs singly and far apart upon the trees infested by the coccids. When hatched, the young caterpillar selects a large female coccid, eats its way through the scale, and devours the insect beneath. Having done this, it makes its way to a fresh victim. As it increases in size, it forms a case for itself, made of the scales of its victims' excrement. Roman 100, bound together by silk, which it spins, and protected by this covering, which closely resembles the smut-covered bark of the tree, it roams about during its later stages, devouring several coccids every day. So nutritious is the food that 4 or 5 successive broods follow each other through the summer. After Marlet, after Riley Bull, 4 Roman 504 ent U.S. Department Agar. Fig 14 clothes moth Tinea pellionella with larva in and out of its case magnified. The habit just mentioned of forming some kind of protective covering out of foreign substances spun together by silk is practiced by caterpillars of different families. The clothes moth larvae Tinea, Fig 14, for example, make a tubular dwelling out of the pellets of wool passed from their own intestines, while the allied tortoisid caterpillars roll up leaves and spin for themselves cylindrical shelters. The habit of spinning over the food plant a protective mass of web whereon the caterpillars of a family can live together socially is not uncommon in the case of the small ermine moths. Hyponomuta, the caterpillars remain associated throughout their lives and pupate in cocoons on the mass of web produced by their common labor. But the larger spiny caterpillars of the veinacid butterflies usually scatter away from the nest of their infancy when they have attained a certain size. Fig 15 larva of Orgia garnistigma Europe. Spines and hairs seem to be often effective protections for caterpillars. The experiments of E. B. Poulton and others tend to show that hairy caterpillars, Fig 15, are distasteful to birds. Many caterpillars are protected by the harmony of their general green coloration with their surroundings when the insect attains a large size. In the case of the hawk moth Sphingid caterpillars, extensive green surface becomes broken up by diagonal dark markings. Fig 46, B, thus simulating the effect of light and shade among the foliage. A remarkable result of Poulton's experiments has been the establishment of a reflex effect through the skin on the color of a caterpillar. Some species of Lupus geometridae, Fig 43, for example, if placed when young among surroundings of a certain color, become closely assimilated. Their tar dark brown among dark twigs, green among green leaves. These color reflexes, in conjunction with the elongate twig-like shape of the caterpillars, and their habit of stretching themselves straight out from a branch, afford some of the best and most familiar examples of protective resemblance. The terrifying attitude of caterpillars, and the supposed resemblance borne by some of them to serpents and other formidable vertebrates or arthropods, are discussed in the article Mimicry. After Ratzeburg Insect Life Vol. 2 U.S. Department Agar. Fig 16 pupa of gypsy moth Porthetria dispar, sheltered in leaves, joined by silken threads below, is the cast larval cuticle. The silk produced by a caterpillar is, as we have seen, often advantageous in its own life relations, but its great use is in connection with the pupal stage in the life history of many Lepidoptera. The last act of the caterpillar is to spin a cocoon which may afford protection to the pupa in some cases. This is formed entirely of the silk produced by the spinning glands, and may vary from the loose meshwork that clothes the pupa of the 469 diamondback moth Plutella cruciferarum to the densely woven cocoon of the silkworms Barmecidae and Saturniidae, or the hard shell-like covering of the eggers Lasiocompidae. Frequently foreign substances are worked up with the silk, and serve to strengthen the cocoon, such as hairs from the body of the caterpillar itself, as among the tigers Arctiidae, or chips of wood. As with the timber-burrowing larva of the goat Carsus in many families of Lepidoptera, we can trace a degeneration of the cocoon. Thus the pupae of most owl moths Noctuidae and hawk moths Sphingidae lie buried in an earthen cell. Among the butterflies, we find that the cocoon is reduced to a pad of silk which gives attachment to the cremaster in the Piridae. There is in addition a girdle of silk around the waist region of the pupa, but the pupae of the Nymphalidae Figs 1165 simply hang from the supporting pad by the tail end. Poulton has shown that the colours of some exposed pupae vary with the nature of the surroundings of the larva during the final stage. When the pupal stage is complete, the insect has to make its way out of the cocoon. In the lower families of moths, it is the pupa which comes out, at least partially, working itself onwards by the spines on its abdominal segments. The pupa of the primitive Micropteryx has functional mandibles, with which it bites through the cocoon. In the higher Lepidoptera, the pupa is immovable, and the imago, after the ectasis of the pupal cuticle, must emerge. This emergence is in some cases facilitated by the secretion of an acid or alkaline solvent discharged from the mouth or from the hindgut, which weakens the cocoon so that the delicate moth can break through without injury. As might be expected, the conditions to which larva and pupa are subjected have often a marked influence on the nature of the imago. An indifferent food supply for the larva leads to a dwarfing of the moth or butterfly. Many converging lines of experiment and observation tend to show that cool conditions during the pupal stage frequently induce darkening of pigment in the imago, while a warm temperature brightens the colors of the perfect insect. For example, in many species of butterfly that are double-brooded, the spring brood emerging from the wintering pupae are more darkly colored than the summer brood. But if the pupae producing the latter be subjected artificially to cold conditions, the winter form of imago results. It is usually impossible, however, to produce the summer form of the species from wintering pupae by artificial heat. From this, a Weismann argued that the more stable winter form must be regarded as representing the ancestral race of the species. Further examples of this seasonal dimorphism are afforded by many tropical butterflies, which possess a darker wet season and a brighter dry season. Generations so different in appearance are often these two seasonal forms that before their true relationship was worked out they had been naturally regarded as independent species. The darkening of wing patterns in many species of Lepidoptera has been carefully studied in our own British fauna. Melanic or melanachroic varieties are specially characteristic of western and hilly regions, and some remarkable dark races, Fig. 43, of certain geometrid moths have arisen and become perpetuated in the manufacturing districts of the north of England. The production of these melanic forms is explained by J. W. Tutt and others as largely due to the action of natural selection. The damp and sooty conditions of the districts where they occur rendering unusually dark the surface, such as rocks, tree trunks, and palingson, which moths habitually rest, and so favoring the survival of dark and the elimination of pale varieties, as the latter would be conspicuous to their enemies. Breeding experiments have shown that these melanic races are sometimes dominant to their parent stock. An evidently adaptive connection can be frequently traced between the resting situation and attitude of the insect, and the color and pattern of its wings. Moths that rest with the hindwings concealed beneath the forewings, Fig. 34f, often have the latter dull and mottled, while the former are sometimes highly colored. Butterflies whose normal resting attitude is with the wings closed vertically over the back, Fig. 63, so that the undersurface is exposed to view, often have this undersurface mottled and inconspicuous, although the upper surface may be bright with flashing colors. Various degrees of such protective resemblance can be traced, culminating in the wonderful imitation of its surroundings shown by the tropical leaf butterflies, Calima, the undersurfaces of whose wings, though varying greatly, yet form in every case a perfect representation of a leaf in some stage or other of decay, the butterfly at the same time disposing of the rest of its body. So as to bear out the deception how this is effected is best told by R. Wallace, who was the first to observe it in his work, The Malay Archipelago. The habit of the species is always to rest on a twig and among dead or dried leaves, and in this position with the wings closely pressed together their outline is exactly that of a moderately sized leaf. Slightly curved or shriveled, the tail of the hindwings forms a perfect stalk and touches the stick, while the insect is supported by the middle pair of legs, which are not noticed among the twigs and fibers that surround it. The head and antennae are drawn back between the wings so as to be quite concealed, and there is a little notch hollowed out at the very base of the wings, which allows the head to be retracted sufficiently. But the British vanicids often rest on a bare patch of ground, with the brightly coloured upper surface of their wings fully exposed to view, and even make themselves still more conspicuous by fanning their wings up and down. Some genera and families of Lepidoptera, believed to secrete noxious juices that render them distasteful, are adorned with the staring contrasts of colour, usually regarded as warning, while other genera belonging to harmless families, sought for as food by birds and lizards, are believed to obtain complete or partial immunity by their likeness to the conspicuous noxious group. See mimicry. Fig 17. Vapor moth Ocneria detrita, S. Europe, a male bee-female. Sexual dimorphism is frequent among the Lepidoptera in many families. This takes the form of more elaborate feelers in the male than in the female moth. Such complex feelers, Fig 2, bear numerous sensory olfactory nerve endings and give to the males that possess them a wonderful power of discovering their mates. A single captive female of the Andromedy or Lasiocompidae often causes hundreds of males of her species to assemble around her prison, and this character is made use of by collectors who want to secure specimens in many butterflies. Notably, the blues Lycaenidae male is brilliant while the female is dull, and in other groups, the Daninae for example, he is provided with scent-producing glands, believed to be alluring in function. The apparent evidence given by the sexual differences among the Lepidoptera in favour of Roman 100 Darwin's theory of sexual selection finds no support from a study of their habits. The male indeed usually seeks the female, but she appears to exercise no choice in pairing. In some cases the female is attracted by the male, and here a modified form of sexual selection appears to be operative. The ghost swift moth Hepialus humuli affords a curious and interesting example of this condition, the female showing the usual brown and buff coloration of her genus, while the wings of the male are pure white, rendering him conspicuous in the dusky evening when pairing takes place. But in the northernmost 470 haunts of the species, where there is no midsummer night, the male closely resembles the female in wing patterns, the development of the conspicuous white being needless. A very interesting sexual dimorphism is seen in the wingless condition of several female moths, winter moths, Hibernia and Chametobia among the Geometridae, and the Vaporous Orgia and Ocneria among the Limantriidae. For example, Fig 17, it might be thought that the loss of power of flight by the female would seriously restrict the range of the species in such insects. However, the caterpillars are often active and travel far. Distribution and migration. The range of the Lepidoptera is practically worldwide. They are absent from the most remote and inhospitable of the Arctic and Antarctic lands, but even Kerguelen possesses a few small indigenous moths. Many of the large and dominant families have a range wide, as that of the order, and certain species that have attached themselves to man, like the meal moths and the clothes mothshave, become almost cosmopolitan. Interesting and suggestive restrictions of range can however be often traced. Although butterflies have been found in 82N latitude in Greenland, they are unknown in Iceland, and only a few species of the group reach New Zealand. 3 large sections, Ithomyini, Heliconiani and Brasilineoff, the great butterfly family Nymphalidae, are peculiar to the neotropical region, while the Morphinae, a characteristically South American group, have a few oriental genera in India, and Indomalaya. The Acrinae, another section of the same family, have the vast majority of their species in Ethiopia and Africa, but are represented eastwards in the Oriental and Australian regions, and westwards in South America. A comparison of the Lepidopterous faunas of Ireland, Great Britain and the European continent is very instructive, and suggests strongly that despite their power of flight, the Lepidoptera are mostly dependent on land connections for the extension of their range. For example, Ireland has only 40 of the 70 species of British butterflies. The range of many Lepidoptera is of course determined by the distribution of the plants on which their larvae feed. Nevertheless, certain species of powerful flight, and some that might be thought feeble on the wing, often cross sea channels and establish or reinforce distant colonies. Caterpillars of the Great Death's Head, moth Acrontia atropos, are found every summer feeding in British and Irish potato fields. but it is doubtful if any of the pupae resulting from them survive the winter in our climate. It is believed by Tutt that the species is only maintained by a fresh immigration of moths from the south. Each summer hosts of white butterflies Pyrus have been frequently observed crossing the English Channel from France to Kent. Migrating swarms of Lepidoptera have often been met by sailors in mid-ocean. Thus Tutt records the presence around a sailing ship in the Atlantic of such a swarm of the rather feeble moth Diopia pulchella, nearly 1,000 Roman 1,000, from its nearest known habitat. This migratory instinct is connected with the gregarious habits of many Lepidoptera. For example, H. W. Bates states that at one place in South America, he noticed 80 different species flying about in enormous numbers in the sunshine, and these with few exceptions were males, the females remaining within the forest shades. Darwin describes a butterfly shower, which he observed 10 Roman 1,000 off the South American coast, extending as far as the eye could reach. Even by the aid of the telescope, he adds, it was not possible to see a space free from butterflies. Sir J. Emerson Tennant witnessed in Ceylon a mighty host of butterflies of white or pale yellow, hue apparently miles in breadth, and of such prodigious extension as to occupy hours and even days uninterruptedly in their passage. Observations at Heligoland by H. Gack have shown that migrating moths travel under the same conditions as migrating birds, and for the most part in their company in an east to west direction. They fly in swarms, the numbers of which defy all attempts at computation, and can only be expressed by millions. The painted lady butterfly Pyrames cardui comes in repeated swarms from the Mediterranean region into northern and western Europe, while in North America companies of the monarch Anosia archipus invade Canada every summer from the United States, and are believed to return southwards in autumn. This latter species has during the last half-century extended its range southwestwards across the Pacific and reached the Austro-Malayan Islands, while several specimens have occurred in southern and western England, though it has not established itself on this side of the Atlantic. It is noteworthy that the introduction of its food plant, Asclepius into the Sandwich Islands in 1850, apparently enabled it to spread across the Pacific. Fossil history. Our knowledge of the geological history of the Lepidoptera is but scanty. Certain Oolitic fossil insects from the lithographic stone of Solenhofen, Bavaria, have been described as moths, but it is only in tertiary deposits that undoubted Lepidoptera occur, and these, all referable to existing families, are very scarce. Most of them come from the Oligocene beds of fluorescent Colorado and have been described by S. H. Scudder. The paucity of Lepidoptera among the fossils is not surprising when we consider the delicacy of their structure, and though their past history cannot be traced back beyond early Cainozoic times, we can have little doubt from the geographical distribution of some of the families that the order originated with the other higher Endopterygota in the Mesozoic epoch. Classification. The order Lepidoptera contains more than 50 families, the discussion of whose mutual relationships has given rise to much difference of opinion. The generally received distinction is between butterflies or Rhopalosera Lepidoptera, with clubbed feelers whose habit is to fly by day, and moths or Heterocera Lepidoptera with variously shaped feelers, mostly crepuscular or nocturnal in habit. This distinction is quite untenable as a zoological conception, for the relationship of butterflies to some moths is closer than that of many families of Heterocera to each other. Still more objectionable is the division of the order into Macrolepidoptera, including the butterflies and large moths, and the Microlepidoptera comprising the smaller moths. Most of the recent suggestions for the division of the Lepidoptera into suborders depend upon some single character. Thus J. H. Comstock has proposed to separate the three lowest families, which have like caddisflies Trichoptera jugum on each forewing, as a suborder Jugati distinct from all the rest of the Lepidopterae Phrenati, mostly possessing a frenulum on the hindwing. A S. Packard places one family Microturgidae with functional mandibles, and a Lacinia in the first maxilla alone in a suborder Laciniata, all the rest of the order forming the suborder Hostiliata T. A Chapman divides the families with free or incompletely obtect and mobile pupae, incompleti from those with obtect pupae, which never leave the cocoon obtecti, and this is probably the most natural primary division of the Lepidoptera that has as yet been suggested. Diar puts forward a classification founded entirely on the structure of the larva, while Tutt divides the Lepidoptera into three great stirps characterized by the shape of the chorion of the egg. The primitive form of the egg is oval globular, or flattened, with the micropyle at one end. From this has apparently been derived the upright form of egg with the micropyle on top. which characterizes the butterflies, and the higher moths. These schemes, though helpful in pointing out important differences, are unnatural in that they lay stress on single, often adaptive characters, to the exclusion of others equally important. Although it is perhaps best to establish no division among the Lepidoptera between the order and the family, an attempt has been made in the classification adopted in this article to group the families into tribes or superfamilies which may indicate their probable affinities. The systematic work of G. F. Hampson, A. R. Grote, and E. Merrick has done much to place the classification of the Lepidoptera on a sound basis so far as the characters of the imago are concerned, but attention must also be paid to the preparatory stages if a truly natural system is to be reached. Jugati. 3 families are included in this group, having in common certain primitive characters of the wings and narration. See Fig. 6 471, as well as of the larva and pupa. There is a membranous lobe or jugum near the base of the wing, and the narration of the hindwing is closely like that of the forewing, the radial nervure being 5-branched in both. The pupa has 4 or 5 movable segments, and the larval prolegs have complete circles of hooklets. The 3 families of the Jugati are not very closely related to each other. The Microturgidae, often known as Eriosphylidae, comprising a few small moths with metallic wings, are the most primitive of all Lepidoptera. They are provided with functional mandibles, while the maxillae have distinct lacunae, well-developed palps, and galea, not modified for suction. See Fig. 3. The larva is remarkable on account of its long feelers, the presence of pairs of jointed prolegs on the first 8 abdominal segments, an anal sucker beneath the last segment, and bladder-like outgrowths on the cuticle. These curious larvae feed on wet moss. The family has only a few genera scattered widely over the Earth's surface: Europe, America, Australia, New Zealand. The Eriocrinidae resemble the Microturgidae in appearance, but the imago has no mandibles, and the maxillae, though short and provided with conspicuous palps, have no lacunae and form a proboscis. As in Lepidoptera generally, the abdomen of the female carries a serrate piercing process, and the eggs are laid in the leaves of deciduous trees. The white larvae with aborted legs, mining in the leaf tissue. The full-leafed larva winters in an underground cocoon and then changes into the most remarkable of all known Lepidopterous pupae, with relatively enormous toothed mandibles, which bite a way out of the cocoon in preparation for the final change. These pupal mandibles of the Eriocrinidae, together with the nature of the imagonal maxillae in the Microturgidae Eriosphylidae, and the wing narration in both families, point strongly to a relationship between the Lepidoptera and the Trichoptera. The Hepialidae, or swift moths, 3rd family of the Jugatera in some respects, specialized. The moths are of large or moderate size, with the maxillae in a vestigial condition, no food being taken after the attainment of the perfect state. The larvae Fig. 12 feed either on roots or in the wood of trees and shrubs, not attaining their growth in less than a year, and some large exotic species living for 2 or 3. The family is worldwide in range, and Australia possesses some almost gigantic and strangely colored genera. Taenids. A large assemblage of moths, mostly of small size, are included in this group. The wings have no jugum, but there is a frenulum on the hindwing which has, as in all the groups above the Jugati, only a single radial nervure. 3 anal nervures are present in the hindwing in those families whose wings are well developed, but in several families of small moths, the wings of both pairs are very narrow and pointed, and the narration is consequently reduced. The subcostal nervure of the hindwing is usually present and distinct from the radial nervure. The egg is flat, except in the Caucidae and Casniidae, in which it is upright. The larval prolegs, with few exceptions, have a complete circle of hooklets, and the larvae usually feed in some concealed situation. The pupa is incompletely obtect, with 3 in some females, only 2 to 5 free abdominal segments, and emerges partly from the cocoon. Before the moth appears, the cremaster serves to anchor the pupa to its cocoon at the correct degree of emergence, and thus facilitates the eclosion of the imago. Fig. 18 Stygia australis, S. Europe. Fig. 19 Zeuxera scalaris, India. The Caucidae are a small family of large moths, Figs. 8, 18, 19, belonging to this section, characterized by their heads with erect rough scales, or hairs. The pectinate feelers of the males, their reduced maxillae, so that no food is taken in the perfect state, and their wings with the 5th radial nervure arising from the 3rd, and the main median nervure forking in the discoidal areolet. The larvae feed in plant stems, often in the wood of trees, forming tunnels and galleries, and usually taking a year or more to reach maturity. The pupa, which has 3 or 4 free segments in the male, and 4 or 5 in the female, rests in a cocoon within the food plant, often strengthened by chips of wood, or in a subterranean cocoon. The family is fairly well represented in the tropics. The British fauna possesses only 3 species, of which the goat Carsus carsus and the leopard Zeusra perina are well known, the caterpillars of both being often injurious to timber and fruit trees. The Tortricidae are a large family of small moths, see Fig 1, nearly allied to the Carcidae. The 5th radial nervure does not arise from the 3rd, the maxillae are well developed, but their palps are obsolete. The head is densely clothed with erect scales, the terminal segment of the labial palp is short and obtuse, the female pupa has 3, the male 4 free segments. All the larvae of these moths have some method of concealing themselves. While feeding, a frequent plan is to roll up a leaf of the food plant, fastening the twisted portion with silken threads so as to make a tubular retreat. This is the habit of the caterpillar of the green bell moth Tortrix viridana, which often ravages the foliage of oak plantations. The larvae of the pine-shoot moths Retinia shelter in solidified resinous exudations from their coniferous food plants, while the codlin moth caterpillar Carpocapsa palmonella feeds in apples and pears growing with the growth of the fruit, which affords them both provender and home. The antics of jumping beans are due to the movements of tortricid caterpillars within the substance of the seed. The Psychidae are a small but widely distributed family of moths, whose males have the head densely clothed with rough hairs, bearing complex bipectinated feelers, but with the maxillae reduced and useless. The larvae live in portable cases made of grass pieces of leaf, or stick with a silken lining, and these cases serve as cocoons for the pupae, which agree in structure with those of the Tortricidae. But the most remarkable feature of the family is the extreme degradation of the female, which, wingless, legless, and without jaws or feelers, never emerges from the cocoon. Fig 20 Casnea acredes, Brazil. Fig 21 Neurosimploca, Cancina S. Africa. The Casneidae are a small family of large conspicuous day-flying exotic moths. Fig 20, whose clubbed feelers and bright colors give them a resemblance to butterflies, although their wing narration is of the primitive tinoid type. The smooth larvae feed on the stems or roots of plants, and the pupal structure agrees with that of the Tortricidae and Psychidae. The distribution of the family is confined to tropical America and the Indo-Malayan and Australian regions. Fig 22, Acacia aciliformis gadfly hawk moth Europe B larva. The Zygonidae burnet moths are a large family of day-flying moths. Fig 21, adorned with brilliant metallic colors, the feelers are long, stout in the middle, and tapering, bearing numerous long or short pectinations. The well-developed maxillae have vestigial palps. The larvae often very conspicuously color red, are remarkable among the tinids in having incomplete circles of hooks on the prolegs, and they feed exposed on the leaves of various plants. The pupa, enclosed in a silken cocoon, has 4 or 5 free segments. The Limicodidae are a small family of brownish nocturnal moths allied to the Zygonidae, and agreeing with them in the structure of the pupa. The larva in this family also is an exposed feeder, but it is remarkable in form, being flattened and slug-like without prolegs, and adorned with curious spinous processes. The Cesiidae are a large family of small narrow-winged moths, the subcostal nervure of the hindwing being absent, and the wings being for the most part destitute of scales. Fig 22, the maxillae are developed, but their palps are vestigial, while the terminal segment of the labial palp is short and pointed. Many of these insects have their bodies banded with black and yellow. This, in conjunction with the transparent wings, makes some of them like wasps or hornets in appearance. The larvae feed in the woody stems of various plants. The pupa, with 3 or 4 free abdominal segments, remains within its cocoon formed with chips of wood, until the time for its final change draws near. Then, it works itself partly out of the tree by means of the spines on its abdominal segments. The Nepticulidae are the smallest of all the Lepidoptera, measuring only 38 Roman 2000 across the outspread wings, which are all lanceolate and pointed at the tip. The sucking portions of the maxillae are vestigial, but the palps are long and jointed. The larvae, without 472 thoracic limbs or prolegs, but sometimes with paired rudimentary processes on some of the segments, mine in the leaves of plants. The pupa, with 4 free abdominal segments in the female, and 5 in the male, rests in a cocoon, usually outside the mine. Fig 23, Adela de Girella Europe. Fig 24, Euplacampus anthracinus Europe. Fig 25, Tinea tapicella, clothes moth Europe. The Adelidae are a family of delicate but larger moths with very long feelers. Fig 23, especially in the males, the larvae feed when young in flowers, later protected by a flat case. They devour leaves. The pupa, resembles that of the Nepticulidae in structure, the female has an ovipositor, adapted for piercing plant tissues. The Tanneguy are a large and important family of small moths figs, 1424-25, with rough-haired heads, and with the maxillae and their palps usually well developed. Many of the genera have narrow pointed wings with degraded narration. The larvae differ in their habits, some gracilaria for examplemine in leaves, while others, like the well-known caterpillars of the clothes moth Tinea, surround themselves with portable cases fig 14, formed by spinning together their own excrement. The female pupa has 3, the male 4 free abdominal segments. Plutilides. This group includes a few large families of small moths that are linked by their imagonal and larval structure to the Tanneguy, in which they have often been included, and by their pupal structure to the higher groups that have yet to be considered. The moths have labial palps with slender pointed terminal segments and narrow pointed wings, but the narration, except in the Elacastidae, is less degenerate than in most Tanneguy. The hairy covering of the head is smooth, and the maxillary palps are usually vestigial. The egg is flat, and the larval prolegs have complete circles of hooklets. The pupa is obtect with only 2 free abdominal segments, 5th and 6th in both sexes, and does not move out of the cocoon. Fig 26 Serostoma asperella Europe. Fig 27 Cicadia puciella. 4 families are included in this group. The Plutilidae fig 26 have the maxillary palps developed in some genera as slender thread-like appendages, directed straight forward. The larvae do not usually mine in leaves, but feed openly, keeping to the underside for protection. Plutella, or spinning by their united labor a mass of web over the footplant hyponomuta. In the other 3 families, the maxillary palps are vestigial or obsolete. The Elacastidae have remarkably narrow pointed wings, and their larvae mine in leaves or form portable cases and feed among seeds. In the Ocophoridae fig 27, the subcostal nervure of the hindwing is free and distinct throughout its length, and the larvae usually feed among spun leaves or seeds, or in decayed wood. The Gelichiidae are a large family with similar larval habits. The moths are distinguished by the sinuate termen of the hindwing and the connection of its subcostal nervure with the discoidal areolet. Pyralids. Fig 28 Pterophorus spilodactylus Europe. Fig 29 Orniodes hexadactylus 24 Plumed moth Europe. This group includes a number of moths of delicate build with elongate legs, the maxillae, and their palps being usually well developed. The forewings have 2 anal nervures, the hindwings 3. Fig 30 Hi. In the hindwing, the subcostal nervure bends towards and often connects with the radial, and the frenulum is usually present. The egg is flat. The larva has complete circles of hooklets on its 5 pairs of prolegs, and the pupa, usually completely obtect, does not move at all from its cocoon. This group includes the only Lepidoptera that have aquatic larvae. Of the families comprised in this division, 3 deserve special mention. The Pterophoridae plume moths fig 28 usually have the wings deeply cleft, a single cleft in the forewing and 2 in the hindwing. The hairy larvae feed openly on leaves, while the soft and hairy pupa remains attached to its cocoon by the cremaster, although it is incompletely obtect, and has 3 or 4 free abdominal segments. The Orniodidae multiplume moths have all the wings 6 cleft. Our British species, Orniodes hexadactyla, fig 29, is an exquisite little insect whose larva feeds on the blossoms of honeysuckle. The pupa is completely obtect with only 2 free abdominal segments. The Pyralidae figs 1330, a large family with numerous divisions, have entire wings, and their pupae are obtect. The caterpillars feed in some kind of shelter, some spinning a loose case among the leaves of their footplant, others burrowing into dry vegetable substances or eating the waxen cells of bees. Several species of this group, such as the Mediterranean flower moth Ephestia cuniella fig 30, become serious pests in storehouses and granaries, their larvae devouring flour and similar foodstuffs. After Riley and Howard Insect Life Vol. 2, U.S. Department Agar. Fig 30 Flower moth Ephestia cuniella. C with wings spread. F at rest. GHI marking and narration of wings. A larva. B pupa. D head and front body segments of larva. E second and third abdominal segments. Noctuids. In this group may be included a number of families of moths with the second median nervure of the forewing arising close to the third. This feature of narration characterizes also the Jugati C fig 6 Tinids, Plutilides and Pyralids, but the Noctuids differ from these groups in having only 2 anal nervures in the hindwing. the maxillary palps are absent or vestigial and a frenulum is usually present on the hindwing. The larva has usually 10 prolegs whose hooklets are arranged only along the inner edge, while the immobile pupa is always obtect with only 2 free abdominal segments, the 5th and 6th. The Lasiocompidae and their allies have flat eggs, but in the Noctuidae Octiidae and their allies the egg is upright. Fig 31 Clatrina Sidonia, India. The Lasiocompidae, together with a few small families, differ from the majority of this group. In wanting a frenulum, the maxillae of the Lasiocompidae are so reduced that no food is taken in the amagonal state. And in correlation with this condition, the feelers of the male are strongly those of the female, more feebly bipectinated. The moths are stout hairy insects, usually brown or yellow in the pattern of their wings. The caterpillars are densely hairy, and many species hibernate in the larval stage. The pupa is enclosed in a hard, dense cocoon, whence the name eggers is often applied to the family, which has a wide distribution, but is absent from New Zealand. The Drepanulidae are an allied family, in which the frenulum is usually present, while the hindmost pair of larval prolegs are absent, their segment being prolonged into a pointed process, which is raised up when the caterpillar is at rest. The hook-tip moths represent this family in the British fauna. The Limantridae resemble the Lasiocompidae in their hairy bodies on a vestigial maxillae, but the frenulum is usually present on the hindwing, and the feelers are bipectinate only in the males. Some females of this family, vapor moths or Gea, and allies Fig 17, for exemplar degenerate creatures with vestigial wings. The larvae Fig 15 are very hairy, and often carry dense tufts on some of their segments, hence the name of tussocks frequently applied to them. The pupae are also often hairy. Fig 16 and 473 exceptional condition and are protected by a cocoon of silk, mixed with some of the larval hairs, while the female sheds some hairs from her own abdomen to cover the eggs. The family is widely distributed, its headquarters being the eastern tropics. To that part of the world is restricted the allied family of the Hypsidae, distinguished from the tussocks by the slender upturned terminal segment of the labial palps and by the development of the maxillae. Fig 32 Ophidias Imperator, Madagascar. Fig 33 Silogramma fluctuosa, W Africa. From Malibull 24, Roman 504 Ent U.S. Department Agar. Fig 34 EF Heliothes armigera, Europe, sea larva de pupa in cell natural, size a bee egg highly magnified. The Noctuidae are the largest and most dominant family of the Lepidoptera, comprising some 10,000 known species. They are mostly moths of dull coloration flying at dusk, or by night. The maxillae are well developed. The hindwing has a frenulum, and its subcostal nervure touches the radial near the base. The larvae of the Noctuidae Fig 34c are rarely hairy, and the pupa Fig 34d usually rests in an earthen cell, being often the wintering stage for the species. Sometimes the pupa is enclosed in a loose cocoon of silk and leaves. In some Noctuidae Fig 32, the hindwings are brightly colored, but these are concealed beneath the dull, inconspicuous forewings. When the insect rests, Fig 34f, nearly allied to the Noctuidae but very different in appearance, are the gaily colored Agaristidae, a family of day-flying moths. Figs 35-36, confined to the warmer regions of the globe, and distinguished by their thickened feelers, those of the Noctuids being thread-like or slightly pectinate. The Octiidae tiger moths, footmen Roman 100, are allied to the Noctuidae, but their wing nervation is more specialized, the subcostal nervure of the hindwing being confluent with the radial for the basal part of its course. These moths Fig 37 have gaily colored wings, and the caterpillars are often densely covered with long smooth hairs. The pupae are enclosed in silken cocoons. Fig 38 The highest specialization of structure in this group of the Lepidoptera is reached by the Syntomidae, a family nearly allied to the Octiidae, but with the subcostal nervure in the hindwing absent. The Syntomidae have elongate, narrow forewings and short hindwings, usually dark in color, with clear spots and dashes destitute of scales. Fig 40. The body, on the other hand, is often brilliantly adorned. The family, abundant in the tropics of the Old World, has only 2 European species. Fig 35 Rothia pales, Madagascar. Sphingids. Fig 36 Egosra rectilinea, tropical Africa. Fig 37 Haploa leconte, N America. After Lugger Riley and Howard Insect Life Vol. 2 U.S. Department Agar. Fig 38 Sea tiger moth Phragmatobia fuliginosa, Linn Europe, a caterpillar bee cocoon with pupa slightly enlarged. This group includes a series of families which agree with the Noctuids in most points, but are distinguished by the origin of the second median nervure of the forewing close to the first, or from the discocellular nervure midway between the first and third medians, see Fig. 5. These narrational characters may appear somewhat insignificant, but such slight, though constant, distinctions in structures of no adaptational value may be safely regarded as truly significant of relationship. Several of the families in this group have lost the frenulum in larval and pupal characters. The sphingids generally resemble the noctuids, but in some families there is a reduction in the number of the larval prolegs. The egg is spherical or flat upright, only in the Notodontidae. Fig. 39 Halias prasinana, Europe. Fig. 40 Euchromia formosa, S. Africa. The Notodontidae are stout hairy moths. Figs. 541-42 are with maxillae and frenulum developed in the larva. The prolegs on the hindmost segment are sometimes modified into pointed outgrowths, which are carried erect when the caterpillar moves about from these structures. Whip-like colored processes are protruded by the caterpillar. Fig. 42b of the puss moth Cerera. When alarmed, these processes are believed to help in terrifying the caterpillar's enemies. Allied to the Notodontidae are the Cymatophoridae family of moths agreeing with the Noctuidae in appearance, and Habitsan, the large and important family of the Geometridae. 474. The moths. Fig. 43 of this family are distinguished from the Notodontidae by their delicate build and elongate feet. The caterpillars. Fig. 43c by the absence or vestigial condition of the 3 anterior pairs of prolegs. The 2 hinder pairs of prolegs are therefore alone functional, and the larva progresses by looping Roman 1e, bending the body so as to bring these prolegs close up to the thoracic legs, and then taking a fresh grip on the twig, whereon it walks, stretching the body straight out again. Many of these larvae have a striking resemblance both in form and color to the twigs of their food plant. In some of the species, the female has the wings reduced to useless vestiges. The family is worldwide in its range. The tropical Euroniidae are large, handsome moths. Figs. 44-45, often with exquisite wing patterns, allied to the Geometridae, but distinguished by the absence of a frenulum in the moth and the presence of the normal 10 prolegs in the Fig. 41 Notodonta zigzag pebble prominent moth Europe. Fig. 42 A. Cerera borealis N. America. Fig. 42 B. Larva of Cerera puss moth. After Grote Natural Science, J. Roman 1000 Dent Co. Fig. 43 Geometrid moth Amphidoces bachelleria Linn. Europe, a large grey type B dark variety C. caterpillar, in looping attitude. Fig. 44 Urania boisjuvalii Cuba. Fig. 45 Urania boisjuvalii at rest, showing under surface of wings. The Sphingidae hawk moths are insects often of large size. Figs. 46a-47, with spindle-shaped feelers, elongate and powerful forewings, and the maxillae very well developed. The hindwing carries a frenulum and has its subcostal nervure connected with the radial by a short bar. The caterpillars have the full number of prolegs and, in many genera, carry a prominent dorsal horn on the 8th abdominal segment. Fig. 46 B. The pupa lies in an earthen cell on account of their powerful flight. The moths of this family have a wide range. Certain species like Acrontia atropos and Protopus convolvule immigrate into the British Islands, in numbers almost every summer. Fig. 46 A. Clenogramma jasminirum, Jessamine sphinx N. America. Fig. 46 B. Larva. Fig. 47 Smerinthes ocellatus eyed hawk moth Europe. A group of families in which the first maxillae are vestigial, the feelers bipectinate, and the pupa enclosed in a dense silken cocoon, have been regarded as the most highly specialized of all the moths, though according to other views, the whole series of the Lepidoptera culminates in the Syntamidae of these cocoon-spinning families. May be specially mentioned the Eupterotidae, large brown or yellow moths inhabiting tropical Asia and Africa, and represented in Europe only by the processionary moth Cnethicampa processionea. In this family, the frenulum is present, and the larvae are protected with tufts of long hair. The Barmecidae have no frenulum, and the larvae are smooth with some of the segments humped, and the 8th abdominal often carrying a dorsal spine. The family 475 is tropical in its distribution, but the common silkworm Barmix mori. Fig. 48 has become acclimatized in southern Europe, and is the source of most of the silk used in manufacture and art of commercial value. Also is the silk spun by the great moths of the family Saturniidae, well represented in warm countries, and contributing single species Saturnia pavonia minor to the British fauna. These moths. Fig. 49 have but a single anal nervure in the hindwing, and only 3 radial nervures in the forewing. The wing patterns are handsome and striking. Usually, an unsealed eye spot is conspicuous at the end of each discoidal areolet. the caterpillars are protected by remarkable spine-bearing tubercles, Fig 10b. After Roman 100 Roman 5 Riley Bull, 14 Roman 504, Ent U.S. Department Ager. Fig 48 Barmix Mori China a caterpillar, the common silkworm B, cocoon C male moth. Fig 49 Epiphora bauhinii W Africa. Gryposra. Fig 50 Tagiades Sabadius S Africa. This group stands at the base of the series of families that are usually distinguished as butterflies. The feelers are recurved at the tip and thickened just before the extremity. The forewing has the full number of radial nervures distinct and evenly spaced, and 2 anal nervures. The frenulum is usually absent. The larvae Fig 51 have prolegs with complete circles of hooklets, and often feed in concealed situations, while the pupa is protected by a light cocoon. The affinities of this group are clearly not with the higher groups of moths just described, but with some of the lower families. According to Merrick, they are most closely related to the Pyralidae, but Hampson and most other students would derive them through the Casniidae from a primitive tinoid stock, allied to the Caucidae and Zygonidae. 3 families are included in the section. The North American Megathymnidae and the Australian Euschimonidae have a frenulum, and are usually reckoned among the moths. The Hesperiidae, in which the frenulum is wanting, form the large family of the skipper butterflies, represented in our own fauna by several species. They are insects with broad head, the feelers being widely separate, usually brown or grey wings, Fig 50, and a peculiar jerky flight. The family has an extensive range, but is unknown in Greenland, New Zealand, and in many oceanic islands. Rhopalosra. Fig 51, chrysalis and larva of Nisoneid stages, dingy skipper Europe, Fig 52, Chrysophanes tho N America. This group comprises the typical butterflies, which are much more highly specialized than the Gryposra, and may be readily distinguished by the knarbed or clubbed feelers, and by the absence of a frenulum. 2 or more of the radial nervures in the forewing arise from a common stalk, or are suppressed. The egg is upright. The larvae have hooklets only on the inner edges of the prolegs. The pupa is very highly modified. Only 2 free abdominal segments are ever recognizable, and in some genera even these have become consolidated. The cocoon is reduced to a pad of silk, to which the pupa is attached, suspended by the cremastral hooks. In some families, there is also a silken girdle around the waist region. In correlation with the exposed condition of the pupa, we find the presence of a specially developed headpiece or nosehorn to protect the head region of the contained imago. Their bright colors and conspicuous flight in the sunshine has made the Rhopalosra the most admired of all insects by the casual observer. A modification that has taken place in several families of butterflies is the reduction of the first pair of legs. H. W. Bates arranged the families in a series depending on this character, but narrational and pupal features must be taken into account as well, and the sequence followed here is modified from that proposed by R. Grote and J. W. Tutt. Fig 53 Rathinda Amur India, Fig 54 Charitra freja India. The Lycaenidae are a large family including the small butterflies Figs 52, 53, 54, popularly known as blues carpers and hairstreaks. The forelegs in the female are normal, but in the male the tarsal segments are shortened, and the claws sometimes are absent. The forewing has only 3 or 4 radial nervures, Fig 55, the last 2 of which arise from a common stalk. The feelers are inserted close together on the head. The larva is short and hairy, somewhat like a woodlouse in shape, the broad sides concealing the legs and prolegs, while the pupa, which is also hairy or bristly, is attached by the cremaster to a silken pad and cinctured with a silken thread. The upper surfaces of the wings of these insects are usually of a bright metallic hue, blue or coppery. Beneath there are often numerous dark-centered eye spots. The family is widely distributed. Nearly related are the Lemoniidae, a family abundantly represented in the neotropical region but scarce in the Old World, and having only a single European species, Nemiobius lucinia, which occurs also in England in the Lemoniidae. Figs 56, 57. The forelegs of the male are reduced and useless for walking. The Libitheidae may be recognized by the elongate snout-like palps. 476. The 5-branched radial nervure of the forewing, the cylindrical hairy larva and the pupa, attached only by the cremaster. After Grote Natural Science Vol 12, J. Roman 1000 Dent Co. Fig 55 Narration of wings in Lycaena. 2 subcostal, 3 radial, 4 median, 5 cubital, 7, 8 anal nervures. Fig 56 Eurybia carolina, Brazil. Fig 57, Calopheles Keneus N. America. Fig 58, Papilio machion Swallowtail Europe. Fig 59, Parnassus Apollo European Alps. The Papilionidae are large butterflies with ample wings, and all 6 legs fully developed in both sexes. The forewing has 5 radial and 2 anal nervures, the second of the latter being free from the first and running to the dorsum of the wing, while the hindwing has but a single anal, and is frequently prolonged into a tail at the third median nervure. Fig 58. The larva is cylindrical, never hairy, but often tuberculate, and provided with a dorsal retractile tentacle osmeterium. Prothorax. The pupa, which has a double nose horn, is attached by the cremaster and a waist girdle to the food plant in the Papilioninae. Fig 58, but lies in a web on the ground among the Parnasinae. Figs 59-60. The latter subfamily includes the well-known Apollo butterflies of the Alps. The former is represented in the British fauna by the East Anglian swallowtail Papilio machion, and is very abundant in the warmer regions of the world, including some of the most magnificent and brilliant of insects. Fig 60, Tis medicicus S. France. Fig 61, Colliers Hyal pale, clouded yellow butterfly Europe. Agreeing with the Papilionidae in the 6 perfect legs of both sexes and the cincture support of the pupa, we find the Pyridethe family of the white and yellow butterflies. Figs 61-62, represented by 10 species in the British fauna, and very widely spread over the Earth's surface. In the Pyridae, there are 2 anal nervures in the hindwing, while the second anal nervure in the forewing runs into the first. The larva is cylindrical and hairy without an osmeterium. The pupa has a single nose horn, and in the more highly organized genera, there is no mobility whatever between its abdominal segments. The wintering pupae of the common cabbage, butterflies Pyrus brassicae and P. rapi, are common objects attached to walls and fences, and their color harmonizes to a great extent with that of their surroundings. Fig 62 appears Nero male Malaya. Fig 63, Dione monita Brazil. Fig 64, larva of Argenes paphia, silver-washed fritillary Europe. Fig 65, Vanessa io peacock and its pupa. Fig 66, Euplea leucostictos male Malaya. After a Grote Natural Science Vol 12, J. Roman 1000 Dent Co. Fig 67, Narration of wings in a nymphaline butterfly. 2 subcostal, 3 radial, 4 median, 5 cubital, 6, 7, 8 anal nervures. Fig 68, Nymphales Jason W. Africa upper and under surface. Fig 69, larva and pupa of Apatura ilia. Fig 70, Callitha sapphira Brazil. The Nymphalidae are by far the largest and most dominant family of butterflies in both sexes. The forelegs are useless for walking. Fig 63, the tarsal segments being absent, and the short shins clothed with long hairs, whence the name of brush-footed butterflies is often applied to the family. The narration of the wings resembles that found among the Pyridae, but in the Nymphalidae the pupa, which has a double nose horn. Fig 65, as in Papiliwa, suspended from the cremaster, only no girdling thread being present, or it lies simply on the ground. The egg is elongate and subconical in form, and ornamented with numerous ribs, while the larva is usually protected by numerous spines. Fig 64, arising from the segmental tubercles to this family, belong our common gaily-coloured butterflies tortoiseshells. Peacock. Fig 65, admirals fritillaries, 477, and emperors. In most cases the bright colouring is confined to the upper surface of the wings, the underside being mottled and often inconspicuous. Most members of the group, Vanessidae peacock and tortoiseshells Vanessa, and the red admiral pyrames, for example, hibernate in the amagonal state. This large family is divided into several subfamilies, whose characters may be briefly given as they are considered to be distinct families by many entomologists. The Danini or Euploini. Fig 66, have the anal nervures of the forewing arising from a common stock, the discoidal areolates, in both wings closed, and the front feet of the female thickened. Their larvae are smooth with fleshy processes. The Danine butterflies range over all the warmer parts of the world, becoming most numerous in the eastern tropics, where flourish the handsome purple Euploi, whose males often have brands on the wings. These insects are conspicuously marked, and are believed to be distasteful to birds and lizards. So are the South American Ithomini, distinguished from the Danini by the slender feet of the females, the narrow-winged Tawny acrini with simple anal nervures, thick hairy palps and spiny larvae, and the Heliconiani, whose palps are compressed scaly at the sides, and hairy in front. This last named subfamily is confined to the neotropical region, While the Acrinae are most numerous in the Ethiopian, the Nymphalaenae include the British Vainicids Fig 65, and a vast assemblage of exotic genera Figs 68-70, characterized by the open discoidal areolates Fig 67, owing to the absence of the transverse discocellular nervules in the morphinae, including some magnificent South American insects with deep or azure blue wings, and a few rather dull-colored oriental genera. The areolates are closed in the forewings, and often in the hindwings. The larvae of the morphinae Fig 71 are smooth 478 or hairy, with a curiously forked tail segment. A similar larva characterizes the South American Brassilineae or Alberta robust insects Figs 72-73, with the areolates closed in both wings, which are adorned with large eye spots beneath. The Saturinae, including our native browns and the alpine Erebii, resemble the foregoing group in many respects of structure, but the subcostal nervure is greatly thickened at the base. Fig 74. This subfamily is worldwide in its distribution. One genus Ones Fig 75 is found in high northern latitudes, but reappears in South America. The dark-spotted species of Erebia are familiar insects to travelers among the Alps, yet butterflies nearly related to these alpine insects occur in Patagonia in South Africa and in New Zealand. Such facts of distribution clearly show that though the Nymphalidae have attained a high degree of specialization among the Lepidoptera, some of their genera have a history which goes back to a time when the distribution of land and water on the Earth's surface must have been very different from what it is today. Fig 71, larva of Amethusia fidipus. Fig 72, Opsophanes cyme Brazil. Fig 73, Brassales astyra Brazil. After a Grote Natural Science Vol 12, J. Roman 1000 Dent Co. Fig 74, narration of wings in Parage, a satirid butterfly. 2 subcostal, 3 radial, 4 median, 5 cubital, 7-8 anal nervures. Fig 75, Ones Jutta Arctic regions. Fig 76, Beer Actorian Brazil. Bibliography. The handsome Lepidoptera, with their interesting and easily observed life histories, have naturally attracted many students, and the literature of the order is enormous. Roman 1000 Malpighi's treatise on the anatomy of the silkworm Debomycibus, London, 1669, and P. Lyonet's memoir on the goat caterpillar, are among the earliest and most famous of entomological writings. W. F. Kirby's Handbook to the Order Lepidoptera, 5 vols, London, 18,940, 1897, should be consulted for references to the older systematic writers, such as Linnaeus J. Roman 100 Fabricius J. Hubner P. Kramer E. Doubleday, and W. Roman 100 Hewitson. Kirby's catalogues are also invaluable for the systematist. For the jaws of the Lepidoptera c. F. Darwin Quart Journ Roman 1099, Sci Roman 150 1875, E. Burgess Amer Nat Roman 140 1880, A. Walter Gen Zeitz F. Naterwa Roman 180 1885, W. Breitenbach Ib Roman 150 1882, Roman 5 Roman 50 Kellogg Amer Nat Roman 290 1895. The last name deals also with wing structure, which is further described by a Spuler Zeitz Wist Zul Roman 530 1892, and Zul Jarb Annat Roman 80 1895, A. R. Grote mit, Aus dem Roma Museum Hildesheim, 18,960,897, G. Enderlein Zul Jarb, Annat Roman 161,903, and many others. For scales, see a G. Mayer Bull Muse Comp. Zul Harvard, Roman 290 1896, for internal anatomy, W. H. Jackson Trans Linsoch Zul 2 Roman 51,891, and W. Peterson Mem. Acad. Imp. Sci. St. Petersburg, 8 Roman 91,900. The early stages and transformations of Lepidoptera are described by J. Gunnin Bull Soch, Voci Nat Roman 300 1894, E.B. Polton Trans, Linsoch Zul 2 Roman 51,891, H. G. Dr. and New York, Acad. Sci. Roman 81,894 T. A. Chapman Trans, Entam Soch Land, 1893 Roman 100, for habits and life relations. See a Sate Zul Jarb Sist, Roman 5 Roman 71,890 1890, 4. A Weissman Studies in the Theory of Descent, London 1882, and Entomologist Roman 290 1896, F. Merrifield, trans entam soch land, 1890-1893, 1905 Roman 1000 Standfuss Handbuch, der Palaktischen Großschmetterlin, Jena 1896 R. Triman Proc Ent Sochland, 1898, E.B. Poulton Colours of Animals London 1890 Trans, Entam Soch 1892 and 1903, and Jean Lin, Soch Zul Roman 261,898, F. E. Bedard Animal Coloration, London 1892, for distribution Ch. J. Elwes Proc Entam Sochland, 1894, J. W. Tutt Migration and Dispersal of Insects London 1902, Fossil Lepidoptera S.H. Scudder 8th Rep. U.S. Geol Survey 1889, among recent general works on the Lepidoptera, most of which contain numerous references to the older literature, may be mentioned a S. Packard's unfinished work on the Barmecene moths of N. America, Mem. Nat. Acad. Sci. Philadelphia Roman 71,895, and Mem. Acad. Sci. Washington Roman 601,905, Roman 500 Sharps chapter in Cambridge Nat. Hist. Roman 6 London 1898, G. F. Hampson Moths of India 4 vols London 18,921,896, and Catalogue of the Lepidoptera Fallinae, 1895, and onwards S. H. Scudder Butterflies of New England 3 vols Cambridge, Mass 18,881,889, W. J. Holland Butterfly Book New York 1899. Works on the British Lepidoptera are numerous, for example, those of H. T. Stainton 1851 Roman 100 G, Barrett 18,931,907, E. Merrick 1895, and J. W. Tutt 1899, and onwards. For recent general systematic works, the student should consult the catalogues mentioned above, and the zoological record, the writings of O. Staudinger E. Schatz Roman 100 Oberthur, K. Jordan Roman 100 Aurelius, and P. Mabel, may be specially mentioned. G. H. Roman 100. Lepidus, the name of a Roman patrician, family in the Aemilian gens. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, one of the 3 ambassadors sent to Egypt in 201 B. Roman 100, as guardians of the infant King Ptolemy Roman 5, he was consul in 187, and 175 censor, 179 Pontifex Maximus, from 180 onwards, and was 6 times chosen by the censors Princeps Senatus. He died in 152. He distinguished himself in the war with Antiochus Roman 3 of Syria, and against the Ligurians he made the Via Aemilia from Ariminum to Placentia, and led colonies to Mutina and Parma. Livy Roman 40-46, Epit 48, Polybius Roman 16. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, surnamed Porcina, probably from his personal appearance, consul, 137 B. Roman 100. Being sent to Spain to conduct the Numantine War, he began, against the will of the Senate, to attack the Vacii. This enterprise was so unsuccessful that he was deprived of his command in 136, and condemned to pay a fine. He was among the greatest of the earlier Roman orators, and Cicero praises him for having 479 introduced the well-constructed sentence and even flow of language from Greek into Roman oratory. Cicero Brutus 25-27, AD 697, Vel Pat Roman 2, Appian Hisp AD 3 Livy Epit 56. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, father of the Triumvir in AD 1 B Roman 100, he was praetor of Sicily, where he made himself detested by oppression and extortion in the civil wars. He sided with Sulla, and bought much of the confiscated property of the Marian partisans. Afterwards, he became leader of the popular party, and, with the help of Pompey, was elected consul for 78, in spite of the opposition of Sulla. When the dictator died, Lepidus tried in vain to prevent the burial of his body in the Campus Martius, and to alter the constitution established by him. His colleague Lutatius Catulus found a tribune to place his veto on Lepidus' proposals, and the quarrel between the 2 parties in the state became so acute that the Senate made the consuls swear not to take up arms. Lepidus was then ordered by the Senate to go to his province Transalpine Gaul, but he stopped in Etruria on his way from the city, and began to levy an army. He was declared public enemy early in 77, and forthwith marched against Rome. A battle took place in the Campus Martius Pompey, and Catulus commanding the senatorial army, and Lepidus was defeated. He sailed to Sardinia in order to put himself into connection with Sertorius in Spain, but here also suffered a repulse, and died shortly afterwards. Plutarch Sulla 34-38 Pompey 15 Appian B Roman 100 Roman 1, 107, Livy Epit 90 Florus Roman 3 Cicero Balbus 15. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, the triumvir, he joined the party of Julius Caesar in the civil wars, and was by the dictator thrice nominated Magister Equitum, and raised to the consulship in 46 B. Roman 100. He was a man of great wealth and influence, and it was probably more on this ground than on account of his ability that Caesar raised him to such honours in the beginning of 44 B. Roman 100. He was sent to Gallia Narbonensis, but before he had left the city with his army, Caesar was murdered. Lepidus, as commander of the only army near Rome, became a man of great importance in the troubles which followed, taking part with Marcus Antonius Mark Antony. He joined in the reconciliation which the latter effected with the senatorial party, and afterwards sided with him when open war broke out. Antony, after his defeat at Mutina, joined Lepidus in Gaul, and in August 43, Octavian, afterwards the Emperor Augustus, who had forced the Senate to make him consul, effected an arrangement with Antony and Lepidus, and their triumvirate was organized at Bononia. Antony and Octavian soon reduced Lepidus to an inferior position. His province of Gaul and Spain was taken from him, and though he was included in the triumvirate when it was renewed in 37, his power was only nominal. He made an effort in the following year to regain some reality of power, conquered part of Sicily, and claimed the whole island as his province, but Octavian found means to sap the fidelity of his soldiers, and he was obliged to supplicate for his life. He was allowed to retain his fortune and the office of Pontifex Maximus, to which he had been appointed in 44, but had to retire into private life, according to Suetonius Augustus 16. He died at Circe in the year 13. See Rome History Roman 2, the Republic period. C. Ad fin Appian Bell Roman 104, Roman 2, Roman 5 Dio Cassius, Roman 41, Roman 49, Vel Pat Roman 2, 80 Aurelius Onomasticon to Cicero. Le Play Pierre Guillaume Frédéric 18,061,882, French engineer and economist, was born at La Rivière Saint-Sauveur, Calvados, on the 11th of April 1806. The son of a custom house official, he was educated at the École Polytechnique, and from there passed into the State Department of Mines in 1834. He was appointed head of the Permanent Committee of Mining Statistics, and in 1840 engineer-in-chief and professor of metallurgy at the School of Mines, where he became inspector in 1848. For nearly a quarter of a century, Le Play spent his vacations travelling in the various countries of Europe, and collected a vast quantity of material bearing upon the social condition of the working classes. In 1855, he published Les Ouvriers Européens, which comprised a series of 36 monographs on the budgets of typical families selected from the most diverse industries. The Académie des Sciences conferred on him the Montian Prize. Napoleon Roman III, who held him in high esteem, entrusted him with the organization of the Exhibition of 1855, and appointed him Councillor of State, Commissioner General of the Exhibition of 1867, Senator of the Empire and Grand Officer of the Legion of Honor. He died in Paris on the 5th of April 1882. In 1856, Le Play founded the Société Internationale des Études Pratiques d'Économie Sociale, which has devoted its energies principally to forwarding social studies on the lines laid down by its founder. The Journal of the Société La Réforme Sociale, founded in 1881, is published fortnightly. Other works of Le Play are La Réforme Sociale 2 vols, 1864, 7th ed. 3 vols, 1887, L'Organisation de la Famille 1871, La Constitution de l'Angleterre, in collaboration with Roman 1000 de l'air, 1875, see article in Harvard Quarterly Journal of Economics, June 1890 by H. Higgs. Leprosy, Lepra Arabum elephantiasis Grecorum, Ossat Spedalsk, the greatest disease of medieval Christendom, identified on the one hand with a disease endemic from the earliest historical times, 1500 B. Roman 100, in the delta and valley of the Nile, and on the other hand with a disease now common in Asia, Africa, South America, the West Indies, and certain isolated localities of Europe. An authentic representation of the leprosy of the Middle Ages exists in a picture at Munich, by Holbein, painted at Augsburg in 1516. St. Elizabeth gives bread and wine to a prostrate group of lepers, including a bearded man whose face is covered with large round reddish knobs, an old woman whose arm is covered with brown blotches, the leg swathed in bandages, through which matter oozes, the bare knee also marked with discolored spots, and on the head a white rag or plaster, and thirdly a young man whose neck and face, especially round the somewhat hairless eyebrows, are spotted with brown patches of various size. It is conjectured by Virchow that the painter had made studies of lepers from the leper houses then existing at Augsburg. These external characters of medieval leprosy agree with the descriptions of it by the ancients and with the pictures of modern leprosy given by Danielson and Boke for Norway, by various authors for sporadic European cases, by Anderson for Malacca, by Carter for India, by Wolfe for Madeira, and by Hillies for British Guiana. There has been some confusion in the technical naming of the disease. It is called elephantiasis leontiasis satyriasis by the Greek writers and lepra by the Arabians. Leprosy is now included among the parasitic diseases. See parasitic diseases. The cause is believed to be infection by the Bacillus leprae, a specific microbe discovered by Armar Hansen in 1871. It is worthy of note that tuberculosis is very common among lepers, and especially attacks the serous membranes. The essential character of leprosy is a great multiplication of cells resembling the granulation cells of lupus and syphilis in the tissues affected, which become infiltrated and thickened with degeneration and destruction of their normal elements. The new cells vary in size from ordinary leukocytes to giant cells 3 or 4 times larger. The bacilli are found in these cells, sometimes in small numbers, sometimes in masses. The structures most affected are the skin, nerves, mucous membranes, and lymphatic glands. The symptoms arise from the anatomical changes indicated, and they vary according to the parts attacked. 3 types of disease are usually described: 1 nodular, 2 smooth or anesthetic, 3 mixed. In the first, the skin is chiefly affected; in the second, the nerves; the third combines the features of both. It should be understood that this classification is purely a matter of convenience, and is based on the relative prominence of symptoms, which may be combined in all degrees. The incubation period of leprosy, assuming it to be due to infection, is unknown, but cases are on record which can only be explained on the hypothesis that it may be many years. The invasion is usually slow and intermittent. There are occasional feverish attacks with the usual constitutional disturbance and other slight premonitory signs, such as changes in the color of the skin, and in its sensibility sometimes, but rarely. The onset is acute, and the characteristic symptoms develop rapidly. These begin with 480, an eruption which differs markedly according to the type of disease. In the nodular form, dark red or coppery patches appear on the face, backs of the hands and feet, or on the body. They are generally symmetrical and vary from the size of a shilling upwards. They come with one of the feverish attacks and fade away when it has gone, but only to return after a time. Infiltration and thickening of the skin become noticeable, and the nodules appear. They are lumpy excrescences, at first pink, but changing to brown. Thickening of the skin of the face produces a highly characteristic appearance, recalling the aspect of a lion. The tissues of the eye undergo degenerative changes. The mucous membrane of the nose and throat is thickened, impairing the breathing, and the voice. The eyebrows fall off. The ears and nose become thickened and enlarged. As the disease progresses, the nodules tend to break down and ulcerate, leaving open sores. The patient, whose condition is extremely wretched, gradually becomes weaker and eventually succumbs to exhaustion or is carried off by some intercurrent disease, usually inflammation of the kidneys or tuberculosis. A severe case may end fatally in 2 years. But as a rule, when patients are well cared for, the illness lasts several years. There is often temporary improvement, but complete recovery from this form of leprosy rarely or never occurs. The smooth type is less severe and more chronic. The eruption consists of patches of dry, slightly discolored skin, not elevated above the surface. These patches are the result of morbid changes affecting the cutaneous nerves, and are accompanied by diminished sensibility over the areas of skin affected. At the same time, certain nerve trunks in the arm and leg, and particularly the ulnar nerve, are found to be thickened in the further stages. The symptoms are those of increasing degeneration of the nerves. Bully form on the skin, and the discolored patches become enlarged. Sensation is lost, muscular power diminished with wasting contraction of tendons, and all the signs of impaired nutrition. The nails become hard and clawed. Perforating ulcers of the feet are common. Portions of the extremities, including whole fingers and toes, die, and drop off. Later, paralysis becomes more marked, affecting the muscles of the face and limbs. The disease runs a very chronic course and may last 20 or 30 years. Recovery occasionally occurs in the mixed form, which is probably the most common. The symptoms described are combined in varying degrees. Leprosy may be mistaken for syphilis, tuberculosis, Ainham, an obscure disease affecting Negroes in which the little toe drops off, and several affections of the skin. Diagnosis is established by the presence of the Bacillus leprae in the nodules or bulli, and by the signs of nerve degeneration exhibited in the anesthetic patches of skin and the thickened nerve trunks. In former times, leprosy was often confounded with other skin diseases, especially psoriasis and leukoderma, the white leprosy of the Old Testament was probably a form of the latter. But there is no doubt that true leprosy has existed from time immemorial. Prescriptions for treating it have been found in Egypt, to which a date of about 4600 B. Roman 100 is assigned. The disease is described by Aristotle and by later Greek writers, but not by Hippocrates, though leprosy derives its name from his lepra, or scaly disease, which was no doubt psoriasis in ancient times. It was widely prevalent throughout Asia, as well as in Egypt and among the Greeks and Romans in the Middle Ages. It became extensively diffused in Europe, and in some countries, France, England, Germany, and Spain, every considerable town had its leper house, in which the patients were segregated. The total number of such houses has been reckoned at 19,000. The earliest one in England was established at Canterbury in 1096, and the latest at Highgate in 1472. At one time there were at least 95 religious hospitals for lepers in Great Britain and 14 in Ireland. Sir James Simpson. During the 15th century, the disease underwent a remarkable diminution. It practically disappeared in the civilized parts of Europe, and the leper houses were given up. It is a singular fact that this diminution was coincident with the great extension of syphilis. See prostitution. The general disappearance of leprosy at this time is the more unintelligible because it did not take effect everywhere. In Scotland, the disease lingered until the 19th century, and in some other parts it has never died out at all at the present time. It still exists in Norway, Iceland, along the shores of the Baltic, in South Russia, Greece, Turkey, several Mediterranean islands, the Riviera, Spain, and Portugal. Isolated cases occasionally occur elsewhere, but they are usually imported. The Teutonic races seem to be especially free from the taint. Leper asylums are maintained in Norway, and at 2 or 3 places in the Baltic, San Remo, Cyprus, Constantinople, Alicante, and Lisbon. Except in Spain, where some increase has taken place, the disease is dying out. The number of lepers in Norway was 3,000 in 1856, but has now dwindled to a few hundreds. They are no longer numerous in any part of Europe. On the other hand, leprosy prevails extensively throughout Asia, from the Mediterranean to Japan, and from Arabia to Siberia. It is also found in nearly all parts of Africa, particularly on the east and west coasts near the equator. In South Africa, it has greatly increased and attacks the Dutch as well as natives. Leper asylums have been established at Robben Island near Cape Town and in Tembuland in Australia, where it was introduced by Chinese. It has also spread to Europeans in New Zealand. The Maoris are affected, but the amount of leprosy is not large in either country. A much more remarkable case is that of the Hawaiian Islands, where the disease is believed to have been imported by Chinese. It was unknown before 1848, but in 1866, the number of lepers had risen to 230 and, in 1882, to 4,000 living. All attempts to stop it by segregating lepers in the settlement of Molokai appear to have been fruitless in the West Indies, and on the American continent again leprosy has a wide distribution. It is found in nearly all parts of South and Central America, and in certain parts of North America, namely Louisiana, California, among Chinese, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and North and South Dakota, Norwegians, New Brunswick, French Canadians. It is difficult to find any explanation of the geographical distribution and behavior of leprosy. It seems to affect islands and the seacoast more than the interior, and to some extent this gives color to the old belief that it is caused or fostered by a fish diet, which has been revived by Mr. Jonathan Hutchinson, but is not generally accepted. Leprosy is found in interiors where fish is not an article of diet. Climate, again, has obviously little if any influence. The theory of heredity is equally at fault, whether it be applied to account for the spread of the disease by transmission, or for its disappearance by the elimination of susceptible persons. The latter is the manner in which heredity might be expected to act, if at all, for lepers are remarkably sterile. But we see the disease persisting among the Eastern races, who have been continuously exposed to its selective influence from the earliest times, while it has disappeared among the Europeans, who were affected very much later. The opposite theory of hereditary transmission from parents to offspring is also at variance with many observed facts. Leprosy is very rarely congenital, and no cases have occurred among the descendants to the 3rd generation of 160 Norwegian lepers settled in the United States. Again, if hereditary transmission were an effective influence, the disease could hardly have died down so rapidly as it did in Europe in the 15th century. Then we have the theory of contagion. There is no doubt that human beings are inoculable with leprosy, and that the disease may be communicated by close contact. Cases have been recorded which prove it conclusively. For instance, that of a man who had never been out of the British Islands, but developed leprosy after sharing, for a time, the bed and clothes of his brother, who had contracted the disease in the West Indies. Some of the facts noted, such as the extensive dissemination of the disease in Europe during the Middle Ages, and its subsequent rapid decline, suggest the existence of some unknown epidemic factor. Poverty and insanitation are said to go with the prevalence of leprosy, but they go with every malady, and there is nothing to show that they have any special influence. Vaccination has been blamed for spreading it, and a few cases of communication by arm-torn inoculation are recorded. The influence of this 481 factor, however, can only be trifling. Vaccination is a new thing. Leprosy, a very old one. Where there is most vaccination, there is no leprosy, and where there is most leprosy, there is little or no vaccination. In India, 78 of the lepers are unvaccinated, and in Canton, since vaccination was introduced, leprosy has declined. On the whole, we must conclude that there is still much to be learnt about the conditions which govern the prevalence of leprosy. With regard to prevention, the isolation of patients is obviously desirable, especially in the later stages, when open sores may disseminate the bacilli, but complete segregation, which has been urged, is regarded as impracticable by those who have had most experience in leprous districts. Scrupulous cleanliness should be exercised by persons attending on lepers or brought into close contact with them. In treatment, the most essential thing is general care of the health with good food and clothing. The tendency of modern therapeutics to attach increasing importance to nutrition in various morbid states, and notably in diseases of degeneration, such as tuberculosis and affections of the nervous system, is borne out by experience in leprosy, which has affinities to both, and this suggests the application to it of modern methods for improving local as well as general nutrition by physical means. A large number of internal remedies have been tried with varying results. Those most recommended are cholmugra oil, arsenic salicylate of soda, salol, and chlorate of potash. Vergara uses calargal intravenously and subcutaneously, and states that in all the cases treated there was marked improvement, and hair that had been lost grew again. Carmet's and tyranine injected subcutaneously has been followed by good results. Dake together with R-Bay, isolated from a non-ulcerated leprous nodule, a streptothrix, which they call S. leproides, its relation to the bacillus. Uncertain, they found that injections of this organism had marked curative effects due to a neutral fat, which they named nastin. Injections of nastin together with benzoyl chloride directly act on the lepra bacilli. Some cases were unaffected by this treatment, but with others the effect was marvelous. Dr. W. A. Pusey of Chicago uses applications of carbon dioxide snow with good effect in the later stages of the disease. There is a wide field for surgery, which is able to give much relief to sufferers. Literature for history and geographical distribution. See Hirsch Handbuch der historisch geographischen Pathologie, 1st ed. Erlangen 1860, with exhaustive literature. For pathology Virchow die Krankheiten Geschwulst, Berlin 18,630-1867. Vol. Roman 2, for clinical histories R. Living Elephantiasis Graecorum, or True Leprosy, London 1873. Ch. Roman 4 for medieval leprosy in Germany. Virchow in Virchow's archive, 5 articles. Vols. Roman 18 Roman 2, 18,601,861. In the Netherlands Israels in Nederland Tijdsche, for Geneeskund Vol. Roman 11,857. In Britain J. Y. Simpson Edin Med. And Serg Jern 3 articles. Vols. Roman 66, and Roman 6,718,461,840. 7. Treatises on modern leprosy, in particular localities Danielson and Boek, Norway Trait de la Spedelskt with Atlas of 24 coloured plates. Paris 1848. A. F. Anderson Leprosy, as met within the Straits Settlements, coloured photographs with explanatory notes. London 1872. H. Van Dyck Carter Bombay on leprosy and elephantiasis with coloured plates. London 1874. Hilly's Leprosy in British Guiana, an account of West Indian leprosy, with 22 coloured plates. London 1882. See also the dermatological works of Hebra Erasmus Wilson Bazin and Jonathan Hutchinson, also the latter's letters to the Times of the 11th of April and the 25th of May 1903. British Medical Journal April 1, 1908. American Journal of Dermatology Dec. 1907. The Practitioner February 1910. An important early work is that of P. G. Hensler Varma Bendlandischen Aussatzi im Mittelalter, Hamburg 1790. Lepsius Karl Richard 18,101,884, German Egyptologist, was born at Nombergam Saal on the 23rd of December 1810. and in 1823 was sent to the Schulpfutter school near Naumburg, where he came under the influence of Professor Lange. 1829, he entered the University of Leipzig, and 1 year later that of Göttingen, where under the influence of Ottfried Müller, he finally decided to devote himself to the archaeological side of philology. From Göttingen, he proceeded to Berlin, where he graduated in 1833 as doctor with the thesis De tabulis Eugubinis. In the same year, he proceeded to study in Paris and was commissioned by the Duc de Lines to collect material from the Greek and Latin writers for his work on the weapons of the ancients. In 1834, he took the Volney Prize with his Paläographie als Mittel der Sprachforschung, befriended by Bunsen and Humboldt. Lepsius threw himself with great ardor into Egyptological studies, which since the death of Champollion in 1832 had attracted no scholar of eminence, and wait here Lepsius found an ample field for his powers after 4 years spent in visiting the Egyptian collections of Italy, Holland, and England. He returned to Germany, where Humboldt and Bunsen united their influence to make his projected visit to Egypt a scientific expedition with royal support. For 3 years Lepsius and his party explored the whole of the region in which monuments of ancient Egyptian and Ethiopian occupation are found, from the Sudan above Khartoum to the Syrian coast. At the end of 1845, they returned home, and the results of the expedition, consisting of casts, drawings, and squeezes of inscriptions and scenes, maps and plans, collected with the utmost thoroughness, as well as antiquities and papyri, far surpassed expectations. In 1846, he married Elizabeth Klein, and his appointment to a professorship in university in the following August afforded him the leisure necessary for the completion of his work. In 1859, the 12 volumes of his vast Denkmäler aus Ägypten und Äthiopien were finished, supplemented later by a text prepared from the notebooks of the expedition. They comprise its entire archaeological, paleographical, and historical results. In 1866, Lepsius again went to Egypt and discovered the famous Decree of Tanis, or Table of Canopus, an inscription of the same character as the Rosetta Stone in hieroglyphic Demotic and Greek. In 1873, he was appointed keeper of the Royal Library Berlin, which, like the Berlin Museum, owes much to his care. About 10 years later, he was appointed Geheimer Oberregierungsrat. He died at Berlin on the 10th of July, 1884. Besides the colossal Denkmäler and other publications of texts, such as the Tatenbuch der Ägypter Book of the Dead 1842, his other works, amongst which may be specially named his Königsbuch der Ägypter 1858 and Chronology der Ägypter 1849, are characterized by a quality of permanence that is very remarkable in a subject of such rapid development as Egyptology. In spite of his scientific training in philology, Lepsius left behind few translations of inscriptions or discussions of the meanings of words. By preference, he attacked historical and archaeological problems connected with the ancient texts, the alphabet, the metrology, the names of metals and minerals, the chronology, the royal names. On the other hand, one of his latest works, the Nubish Grammatic 1880, is an elaborate grammar of the then little-known Nubian language, preceded by a linguistic sketch of the African continent. Throughout his life, he profited by the gift of attaching to himself the right men, whether as patrons or, like Weidenbach and Stern, as assistants. Lepsius was a fine specimen of the best type of German scholar. See Richard Lepsius by Georg Ebers, New York, 1887, and Art Egypt section, Exploration and Research. Lepton's an Athenian orator known as the proposer of a law that no Athenian, whether citizen or resident alien, with the sole exception of the descendants of Harmodius and Aristogiton, should be exempt from the public charges for the state festivals. The object was to provide funds for the festivals and public spectacles at a time when both the treasury and the citizens generally were short of money. It was further asserted that many of the recipients of immunity were really unworthy of it. Against this law, Demosthenes delivered 354 B. Roman 100, his well-known speech against Leptons, in support of the proposal of Ctesippus that all the cases of immunity should be carefully investigated. Great stress is laid on the reputation for ingratitude and breach of faith, which the abolition of immunities would bring upon the state. Besides, the law itself had been passed unconstitutionally, for an existing law confirmed these privileges, and by the Constitution of Solon, no law could be enacted until any existing law which it contravened had been repealed. The law was probably condemned. Nothing further is known of Leptons. See the edition of the speech by J. E. Sandys, 1890. Leptis, the name of 2 towns in ancient Africa. The first Leptis Magna, the modern Lebda, was in Tripolitana between Tripolis and Misrata, at the mouth of the Sinips. The second Leptis Parva, known also as Leptiminus or Leptis Minor, the modern Lambta, was a small harbour of Byzacena between Ruspina Monaster and Thapsus Demas. Leptis Magna was one of the oldest and most flourishing of the Phoenician emporia, established on the coasts of the Greater Sietes, the chief commercial entrepot for the interior of the African continent. It was founded by the Sidonians Sallust Jug 78, who were joined later by people of Tyre. Pliny Hist, Nat. Roman 5, Herodotus enlarges on the fertility of its territory. Roman 4, Roman 5. It was tributary to Carthage, to which it paid a contribution of a talent. De Livy Roman 34. After the Second Punic War, Massinissa made himself master of it. Sallust Jug 78, Livy Roman 34. Appian Roman 8. During the Jugurthan War, it appealed for protection to Rome. Sallust Jug 78. Though captured and plundered by Juba, it maintained its allegiance to Rome, supported the senatorial cause, received Cato the Younger, with the remains of the Pompeian forces, after Pharsalus 48 B. Roman 100, after his victory Julius Caesar imposed upon it an annual contribution of 300,000 measures of oil. Nevertheless, it preserved its position as a free city, governed by its own magistrates. Roman 100 Roman 1 Roman 50 Roman 8. It received the title of Municipium. Roman 100 Roman 1 Roman 50 Roman 8, and was subsequently made a colonia by Trajan. Roman 100 Roman 1 Roman 50 Roman 8. Septimius Severus, who was born there, beautified the place, and conferred upon it the Ius Italicum. Leptis Magna was the limit of the Roman state, the last station of the limes Tripolitanus. Hence, especially during the last centuries of the empire, it suffered much from the nomads of the desert, the Garamantes, the Austriani, and the Levithi Amian. Mark Roman 28 Procopt. Edif Roman 6. Its commerce declined, and its harbour silted up. Justinian made a vain attempt to rebuild it. Procop Ibid ch. Deal el Afrique Byzantine p. 388. It was the seat of a bishopric, but no mention is made of its bishops after 462. Leptis Magna had a citadel which protected the commercial city, which was generally called Neapolis, the situation of which may be compared with that of Carthage, at the foot of Biasa. Its ruins are still imposing remains of ramparts, and docks, a theatre, a circus, and various buildings of the Roman period still exist. Inscriptions show that the current pronunciation of the name was Lepsis Lepsitana, instead of Leptis Leptitana. Tissot Giaga Camp de la Prave d'Afrique, Roman 2 Clermont Gano, Recul d'Archéologie Orientale. Roman 6 Comptes, Rendus de Elica des Inska, et B. Letters 1903 p. 333, Cagnat. Roman 100 R, Acad 1905 p. 530. 1. The coins of Leptis Magna, like the majority of the emporia in the neighbourhood, present a series from the Punic period. They are of bronze with the legend Lepki. They have on one side the head of Bacchus, Hercules, or Cybele, and on the other various emblems of these deities from the Roman period. We have also coins bearing the heads of Augustus Livia and Tiberius, which still have the name of the town in Neo-Punic script. Lud Muller Numism de Lank Afrique Roman 2. The ruins of Leptis Magna have been visited by numerous travellers since the time of Frederick William and Henry William Beechey, Travels pp. 51 and 74, and Heinrich Barth Wanderungen pp. 306-360. They are described by Ch. Tissot Giaga Camp. Roman 2, et sec. Roman 150, Peraud de Ciaticis Emporiis p. 33 Paris 1881. In 8c also a description in the New York Journal The Nation 1877 Vol. Roman 27, no 680 3 Roman 1000. Meyer de Mathusielx explored the site afresh in 1901. His account is inserted in the Nouvelles Archives des Missions Roman 10277, cf. Vol. Roman 12. See also J. Tautain le Limes Tripolitanus en Tripolitain in the Bulletin Archéologique, au Carmite des Travaux Historiques 1905. Leptis Parva Lambta 712, Roman 1000 from Monaster, which is often confused by modern writers with Leptis Magna in their interpretations of ancient texts. Tissot Giaga Camp. Roman 2, was according to the Tabula Pudingeriana 18 Roman 1000 south of Hadrumetum, evidently Phoenician, in origin like Leptis Magna. It was in the Punic period of comparatively slight importance, nevertheless it had fortifications, and the French engineer Adox has discovered a probable line of ramparts, like its neighbour Hadrumetum. Leptis Parva, declared for Rome after the last Punic War, also after the fall of Carthage in 146. It preserved its autonomy, and was declared a civitas libera, et immunis Appian Punica 94 Roman 100 Roman 1 Roman 50 Roman 1, de Bell, Afric Roman 100 Roman 12, Julius Caesar, made it the base of his operations before the Battle of Thapsus in 46 ch. Tissot Georga Camp Roman II, under the Empire Leptis Parva, became extremely prosperous. Its bishops appeared in the African councils. From 258 onwards, in Justinian's reorganization of Africa, we find that Leptis Parva was with Capsa, one of the two residences of the Dux Byzasni Tissot opsit p. 171. The town had coins under Augustus and Tiberius. On the obverse is the imperial effigy with a Latin legend, and on the reverse the Greek legend C with the bust of Mercury Lud Muller Numism de Lank, Afrique Roman II. The ruins extend along the seacoast to the northwest of Lemta. The remains of Docks, the amphitheatre, and the Acropolis can be distinguished. A Christian cemetery has furnished tombs adorned with curious mosaics. See Comte's Rendus de Elicad des Inscrip, et B. Letters 1883 p. 189 Cagnat, and Saladin Notes d'Archiol Tunisians in the Bulletin Monumental of 1884 Archives, des Missions, Roman 12 Cagnat Explorations Archiol en Tunisie 3, Mi Fasque pp 916, and Tour du Monde 1881 Roman 1 Saladin, Rapport sur une mission en Tunisie, 1886 pp 920, Bulletin Archiol du Comite de Travaux Historiques, 1895 pp 69, 71, Inscriptions of Lambta Bulletin de la Soche Archiol de Sus 1905, Plan of the Ruins of Lambta. E.B. Le Pai or Le Pai en Velay, a town of southeastern France, capital of the department of Haute-Loire 90 Roman 1000 SW of Lyon, on the Paris-Lyon railway POP, 1906, town 17,291, commune 21,420. Le Pai rises in the form of an amphitheatre from a height of 2050 ft above sea level, upon Mont Anise, a hill that divides the left bank of the Dolzon from the right bank of the Bourne, a rapid stream joining the Loire 3 Roman 1000 below from the new town, which lies east and west in the valley of the Dolzon. The traveller ascends the old feudal and ecclesiastical town through narrow steep streets, paved with pebbles of lava to the cathedral commanded by the fantastic pinnacle of Mont Cornet, which is 433 ft above the Place de Breuil in the lower town, is a steep rock of volcanic breccia, surmounted by an iron statue of the Virgin 53 ft high, cast after a model by Bonacieux out of guns taken at Sebastopol. Another statue, that of Msgr de Morlhan, Bishop of Le Pai, also sculptured by Bonacieux, faces that of the Virgin from the platform of Mont Cornet. A magnificent panoramic view is obtained of the town and of the volcanic mountains which make this region one of the most interesting parts of France. The Romanesque Cathedral Notre Dame, dating chiefly from the first half of the 12th century, has a parti-coloured facade of white sandstone and black volcanic breccia, which is reached by a flight of 60 steps, and consists of 3 tiers, the lowest composed of 3 high arcades opening into the porch, which extends beneath the first bays of the nave. Above are 3 windows lighting the nave, and these in turn are surmounted by 3 gables, 2 of which, those to the right and the left, are of open work. The staircase continues within the porch, where it divides, leading on the left to the cloister, on the right into the church. The doorway of the south transept is sheltered by a fine Romanesque porch. The isolated beltour 184 ft, which rises behind the choir in 7 stories, is one of the most beautiful examples of the Romanesque transition period. The bays of the nave are covered in by octagonal cupolas, the central cupola forming a lantern. The choir and transepts are barrel vaulted. Much veneration is paid to a small image of the Virgin on the high altar, a modern copy of the medieval image, destroyed at the Revolution. The cloister to the north of the choir is striking owing to its variously coloured materials, and elegant shafts. Violetal duck, considered one of its galleries to belong to the oldest known type of cathedral cloister, 8th or 9th century. Connected with the cloister are remains of fortifications of the 13th century, by which it was separated from the rest of the city. Near the cathedral, the 483 baptistry of St. John, 11th century, built on the foundations of a Roman building, is surrounded by walls and numerous remains of the period, partly uncovered by excavations. The church of St. Lawrence, 14th century, contains the tomb and statue of Bertrand du Guesclin, whose ashes were afterwards carried to St. Denis. Le Pai possesses fragmentary remains of its old line of fortifications, among them a machicolated tower which has been restored, and a few curious old houses dating from the 12th to the 17th century. In front of the hospital, there is a fine medieval porch under which a street passes. Of the modern monuments, the statue of Marie-Joseph Paul, Marquis of Lafayette, and a fountain in the Place de Breuil, executed in marble, bronze and syenite, may be specially mentioned the museum named after Charles Croisadier, a native sculptor and metalworker, to whose munificence it principally owes its existence, contains antiquities, engravings, a collection of lace and ethnographical and natural history collections. Among the curiosities of Le Pai should be noted the church of St. Michel d'Aigle, beside the gate of the town, perched on an isolated rock like Mont Cornet, the top of which is reached by a staircase of 271 steps. The church dates from the end of the 10th century, and its chancel is still older. The steeple is of the same type as that of the cathedral. 3 miles from Le Pai are the ruins of the Château de Polignac, one of the most important feudal strongholds of France. Le Pai is the seat of a bishopric, a prefect, and a court of assizes, and has tribunals of first instance and of commerce, a board of trade arbitration, a chamber of commerce, and a branch of the Bank of France. Its educational institutions include ecclesiastical seminaries, lycees, and training colleges for both sexes, and municipal industrial schools of drawing, architecture, and mathematics applied to arts and industries. The principal manufacture is that of lace and guipure in woolen, linen, cotton, silk, and gold and silver threads, and distilling, leather dressing, malting, and the manufacture of chocolate and cloth are carried on. Cattle, woolens, grain, and vegetables are the chief articles of trade. It is not known whether Le Pai existed previously to the Roman invasion, towards the end of the 4th or beginning of the 5th century. It became the capital of the country of the Velavi, at which period the bishopric, originally at Reveshen, now St. Paulian, was transferred hither. Gregory of Tours speaks of it by the name of Anicium, because a chapel ad diem had been built on the mountain, whence the name of Mont Adidon or Arnis, which it still retains in the 10th century. It was called Podium Sancti Mariae, whence Le Pai. In the Middle Ages there was a double enclosure, one for the cloister, the other for the town. The sanctuary of Notre Dame was much frequented by pilgrims, and the city grew famous and populous. Rivalries between the bishops who held directly of the See of Rome and had the right of coining money, and the lords of Polignac, revolts of the town against the royal authority, and the encroachments of the feudal superiors on municipal prerogatives, often disturbed the quiet of the town. The Saracens in the 8th century, the Routiers in the 12th, the English in the 14th, the Burgundians in the 15th, successively ravaged the neighbourhood. Le Pai sent the flower of its chivalry to the Crusades in 1096, and Raymond d'Aiguille, called d'Aiguilles, one of its sons, was their historian. Many councils and various assemblies of the states of Languedoc met within its walls. Popes and sovereigns, among the latter Charlemagne and Francis Roman I, visited its sanctuary. Pestilence and the religious wars put an end to its prosperity. Long occupied by the Leaguers, it did not submit to Henry Roman IV until many years after his accession. Lerdo de Tejada Sebastian, 18,251,889, President of Mexico, was born at Jalapa on the 25th of April 1825. He was educated as a lawyer and became a member of the Supreme Court. He became known as a liberal leader and a supporter of President Juarez. He was Minister of Foreign Affairs for 3 months in 1857 and became President of the Chamber of Deputies in 1861. During the French intervention and the reign of the Emperor Maximilian, he continued loyal to the Patriotic Party and had an active share in conducting the national resistance. He was Minister of Foreign Affairs to President Juarez, and he showed an implacable resolution in carrying out the execution of Maximilian at Querétaro. When Juarez died in 1872, Lerdo succeeded him in office in the midst of a confused civil war. He achieved some success in pacifying the country and began the construction of railways. He was re-elected on the 24th of July, 1876, but was expelled in January of the following year by Porfirio Diaz. He had made himself unpopular by the means he took to secure his re-election, and by his disposition to limit state rights in favor of a strongly centralized government. He fled to the United States and died in obscurity at New York in 1889. C. H. Bancroft, Pacific States, Vol. 9, San Francisco, 18,821,890. Larissae, a village of Liguria, Italy, situated on the Eni side of the Gulf of Spezia, about 12 Roman 1000 est of Spezia, and 4 Roman 1000 WSW of Sarzana, by road 17 ft, above sea level, Pop 1901-9326. Its small harbour is guarded by an old castle said to have been built by Tancred in the Middle Ages. It was the chief place on the Gulf Esterens. A hamlet belonging to Larissae was the residence of Shelley during his last days. Farther northwest is the Bay of Pertusola with its large lead-smelting works. Lerida, a province of northern Spain, formed in 1833 of districts previously included in the ancient province of Catalonia, and bounded on the N by France and Andorra E by Girona, and Barcelona S by Tarragona, and W by Saragossa, and Huesca Pop, 1900 274,590 area, 4690 SQ Roman 1000. The northern half of Lerida belongs entirely to the Mediterranean or eastern section of the Pyrenees, and comprises some of the finest scenery in the whole chain, including the valleys of Erin and La Sardana, and large tracts of forest. It is watered by many rivers, the largest of which is the Segre, a left-hand tributary of the Ebro south of the point, at which the Segre is joined on the right by the Nágara Pallarsa. The character of the country completely alters. The Llanos de Urgel, which comprise the greater part of southern Lerida, are extensive plains forming part of the Ebro Valley, but redeemed by an elaborate system of canals from the sterility which characterizes so much of that region in Aragon. Lerida is traversed by the main railway from Barcelona to Saragossa, and by a line from Tarragona to the city of Lerida. In 1904, the Spanish government agreed with France to carry another line to the mouth of an international tunnel through the Pyrenees. Industries are in a more backward condition than in any other province of Catalonia. Despite the abundance of water power, there are however many sawmills, flour mills, and distilleries of alcohol and liqueurs, besides a smaller number of cotton and linen factories, paper mills, soapworks, and oil and leather factories. Zinc, lignite, and common salt are mined, but the output is small, and of slight value. There is a thriving trade in wine, oil, wool, timber, cattle, mules, horses, and sheep, but agriculture is far less prosperous than in the maritime provinces of Catalonia. Lerida, Roman 5, is the capital, Pop, 21,432, and the only town with more than 5,000 inhabitants. Ciudad de Urgel, near the headwaters of the Segre, is a fortified city which has been an episcopal see since 840, and has had a close historical connection with Andorra. Roman 5, Solsona, on a small tributary of the Cardona, which flows through Barcelona to the Mediterranean, is the Cetelix of the Romans, and contains in its parish church an image of the Virgin, said to possess miraculous powers, and visited every year by many hundreds of pilgrims. Cervera, on a small river of the same name, contains the buildings of a university which Philip Roman 5 established here in 1717. This university had originally been founded at Barcelona in the 15th century, and was reopened there in 1842. In character, and especially in their industry, intelligence, and keen local patriotism, the inhabitants of Lerida are typical Catalans. See Catalonia. Lerida, the capital of the Spanish province of Lerida on the river Segre, and the Barcelona-Saragossa and Lerida-Tarragona railways. Pop, 1900 21,432. The older parts of the city on the right bank of the river are a maze of narrow and crooked streets, surrounded by ruined walls and a moat, and commanded by the ancient citadel, which stands on a height overlooking the plains of Nágara on the north, and of Urgel on the south. On the left bank, connected with the older quarters by a fine 484 stone bridge and an iron railway bridge, are the suburbs laid out after 1880 in broad and regular avenues of modern houses. The old cathedral, last used for public worship in 1707, is a very interesting late Romanesque building with Gothic and Moresque additions, but the interior was much defaced by its conversion into barracks after 1717. It was founded in 1203 by Pedro Roman II of Aragon and consecrated in 1278. The fine octagonal belfry was built early in the 15th century. A second cathedral with a Corinthian facade was completed in 1781. The Church of San Lorenzo, 12,701,300, is noteworthy for the beautiful tracery of its Gothic windows. Its nave is said to have been a Roman temple converted by the Moors into a mosque, and by Ramon Berenguer Roman IV, last Count of Barcelona, into a church. Other interesting buildings are the Romanesque town hall, founded in the 13th century, but several times restored, the Bishop's Palace, and the military hospital, formerly a convent. The museum contains a good collection of Roman and Romanesque antiquities, and there are schools for teachers, a theological seminary, and academies of literature and science. Leather, paper, glass, silk, linen, and cloth are manufactured in the city, which has also some trade in agricultural produce. Lerida is the Ilerda of the Romans, and was the capital of the people whom they called Ilerdenses. Pliny, or Ilergetes Ptolemy, by situation the key of Catalonia and Aragon. It was from a very early period an important military station in the Punic Wars. It sided with the Carthaginians, and suffered much from the Roman arms in its immediate neighbourhood. Hanno was defeated by Scipio in 216 B. Roman 100, and it afterwards became famous as the scene of Caesar's arduous struggle with Pompey's generals Afranius and Petreius in the first year of the Civil War 49 B. Roman 100. It was already a municipium in the time of Augustus, and enjoyed great prosperity under later emperors. Under the Visigoths it became an episcopal see, and at least one ecclesiastical council is recorded to have met here in 546. Under the Moors, Lerda became one of the principal cities of the province of Saragossa. It became tributary to the Franks in 793, but was reconquered in 797. In 1149, it fell into the hands of Ramon Berenger Roman IV. In modern times, it has come through numerous sieges, having been taken by the French in November 1707, during the War of Succession, and again in 1810. In 1300, James, Roman II of Aragon, founded a university at Lerida, which achieved some repute in its day, but was suppressed in 1717, when the University of Cervera was founded. Lerma Francisco de Sandoval y Rojas, Duke of 15,521,625, Spanish minister, was born in 1552. At the age of 13, he entered the royal palace as a page. The family of Sandoval was ancient and powerful, but under Philip Roman 215,561,590. 8. The nobles, with the exception of a few who held viceroyalties or commanded armies abroad, had little share in the government. The future Duke of Lerma, who was by descent Marquis of Denia, passed his life as a courtier, and possessed no political power till the accession of Philip Roman III in 1598. He had already made himself a favourite with the prince, and was in fact one of the incapable men who, as the dying King Philip Roman II foresaw, were likely to mislead the new sovereign. The old king's fears were fully justified. No sooner was Philip Roman III king than he entrusted all authority to his favourite, whom he created Duke of Lerma in 1599, and on whom he lavished an immense list of offices and grants. The favour of Lerma lasted for 20 years, till it was destroyed by a palace intrigue, carried out by his own son Philip Roman III. Not only entrusted the entire direction of his government to Lerma, but authorized him to affix the royal signature to documents, and to take whatever presents were made to him. No royal favourite was ever more amply trusted, or made a worse use of power, at a time when the state was practically bankrupt. He encouraged the king in extravagance, and accumulated for himself a fortune estimated by contemporaries at 44 millions of ducats. Lerma was pious, withal spending largely on religious houses, and he carried out the ruinous measures for the expulsion of the Moriscos in 1610, a policy which secured him the admiration of the clergy, and was popular with the mass of the nation. He persisted in costly and useless hostilities with England, till in 1604, Spain was forced by exhaustion to make peace, and he used all his influence against a recognition of the independence of the Low Countries. The fleet was neglected, the army reduced to a remnant, and the finances ruined beyond recovery. His only resources as a finance minister were the debasing of the coinage and foolish edicts against luxury, and the making of silver plate. Yet it is probable that he would never have lost the confidence of Philip Roman III, who divided his life between festivals and prayers, but for the domestic treachery of his son, the Duke of Uceda, who combined with the king's confessor Aliaga, whom Lerma had introduced to the place, to turn him out after a long intrigue in which the king was all but entirely dumb and passive. Lerma was at last compelled to leave the court on the 4th of October 1618 as a protection, and, as a means of retaining some measure of power, in case he fell from favour, he had persuaded Pope Paul Roman V to create him cardinal in the year of his fall. He retired to the town of Lerma in Old Castile, where he had built himself a splendid palace, and then to Valladolid under the reign of Philip Roman IV, which began in 1621. He was despoiled of part of his wealth, and he died in 1625. The history of Lerma's tenure of office is in Vol. Roman 15 of the Historia General de Hispana of Modesto Lafuente, Madrid 1855, with references to contemporary authorities. Lermontov Mikhail Yurovich 18,140,1840, one Russian poet and novelist, often styled the poet of the Caucasus, was born in Moscow of Scottish descent, but belonged to a respectable family of the Tula government, and was brought up in the village of Tarkhanui in the Penzensk government, which now preserves his dust by his grandmother, and whom the whole care of his childhood was devolved by his mother's early death, and his father's military service. No cost nor pains was spared to give him the best education she could think of. The intellectual atmosphere which he breathed in his youth differed little from that in which Pushkin had grown up, though the domination of French had begun to give way before the fancy for English, and Lamartine shared his popularity with Byron. From the academic gymnasium in Moscow, Lermontov passed in 1830 to the university, but there his career came to an untimely close through the part he took in some acts of insubordination to an obnoxious teacher. From 1830 to 1834, he attended the School of Cadets at St. Petersburg, and in due course he became an officer in the Guards. To his own and the nation's anger at the loss of Pushkin 1837, the young soldier gave vent in a passionate poem addressed to the Tsar, and the very voice which proclaimed that if Russia took no vengeance on the assassin of her poet, no second poet would be given her, was itself an intimation that a poet had come already. The Tsar, however, seems to have found more impertinence than inspiration in the address, for Lermontov was forthwith sent off to the Caucasus. As an officer of dragoons he had been in the Caucasus with his grandmother as a boy of 10, and he found himself at home by yet deeper sympathies than those of childish recollection, the stern and rocky virtues of the mountaineers, against whom he had to fight no less than the scenery of the rocks and mountains themselves, proved akin to his heart. The emperor had exiled him to his native land. He was in St. Petersburg in 1838 and 1839, and in the latter year wrote the novel A Hero of Our Time, which is said to have been the occasion of the duel in which he lost his life in July 1841. In this contest, he had purposely selected the edge of a precipice, so that if either combatant was wounded so as to fall, his fate should be sealed. Lermontov published only one small collection of poems in 1843. Volumes, much mutilated by the censorship, were issued in 1842 by Glazunov, and there have been full editions of his works in 1860 and 1863. To Bodenstedt's German translation of his poems, Mikhail Lermontov's Poetischer Nachlass, Berlin 1842, 2 vols, which indeed was the first satisfactory collection, he is indebted for a wide reputation outside of Russia. His novel has found several translators. August Bolt's Berlin 1852, Roman 100. Among his best-known pieces are Ismail Bey Haji Abrek Walerik the Novice, and remarkable as an imitation of the old Russian ballad, The Song of the Tsar, Ivan Vasilievich His Young Bodyguard, and the bold merchant Kalashnikov. See Thaïlandier Le Poète du Caucase in Revue des Deux Mondes, 485 February, 1855, reprinted in Alemagny et Russie Paris, 1856. Duduishkin's materials for the biography of Lermontov, prefixed to the 1863 edition of his works, The Demon, translated by Sir Alexander Condy Stephen 1875, is an English version of one of his longer poems. WRSR Leroupir 17,980,1870, French philosopher and economist, was born at Bercy near Paris on the 7th of April 1790. The son of an artisan, his education was interrupted by the death of his father, which compelled him to support his mother and family. Having worked first as a mason and then as a compositor, he joined P. Dubois in the foundation of Le Globe, which became in 1831 the official organ of the Saint Simonian community, of which he became a prominent member in November of the same year, when Enfantin preached the enfranchisement of women and the functions of the couplet-prêteur. Leroux separated himself from the sect in 1838 with J. Rignaud, who had seceded with him. He founded the Encyclopaedia Nouvelle Eds, 18,381,841. Amongst the articles which he inserted in it were De Legalite and Refutation de l'Eclectisme, which afterwards appeared as separate works in 1840. He published his treatise De Luminite, 2nd ed., 1845, which contains the fullest exposition of his system and was regarded as the philosophical manifesto of the humanitarians. In 1841, he established the Revue Indépendante with the aid of George Sand, over whom he had great influence. Her Spiridion, which was dedicated to him, Sept Cordes de la Lyre Consul, and La Comtesse de Rudolstadt, were written under the humanitarian inspiration. In 1843, he established at Baussac Cruz a printing association organized according to his systematic ideas, and founded the Revue Sociale. After the outbreak of the Revolution of 1848, he was elected to the Constituent Assembly, and in 1849 to the Legislative Assembly, but his speeches on behalf of the extreme socialist wing were of so abstract and mystical a character that they had no effect. After the coup d'état of 1851, he settled with his family in Jersey, where he pursued agricultural experiments, and wrote his socialist poem La Grève de Samarez on the definitive amnesty of 1869. He returned to Paris, where he died in April 1871 during the Commune. The writings of Leroux have no permanent significance in the history of thought. He was the propagandist of sentiments and aspirations. Rather than the expounder of a systematic theory, he has indeed a system, but it is a singular medley of doctrines borrowed not only from Saint-Simonian but from Pythagorean and Buddhistic sources in philosophy. His fundamental principle is that of what he calls the triada triplicity, which he finds to pervade all things, which in God is power intelligence, and love in man sensation sentiment, and knowledge. His religious doctrine is pantheistic, and rejecting the belief in a future life, as commonly conceived, he substitutes for it a theory of metempsychosis in social economy. His views are very vague. He preserves the family, country, and property, but finds in all three, as they now are, a despotism which must be eliminated. He imagines certain combinations by which this triple tyranny can be abolished, but his solution seems to require the creation of families without heads, countries without governments, and property without rights of possession in politics. He advocates absolute equality, a democracy pushed to anarchy. See Raylard Pierre Leroux et ses Œuvres, Paris 1899, Thomas Pierre Leroux sa vie son, Œuvre sa doctrine, Paris 1904, Roman 50, Raybaud études sur les réformateurs et socialistes modernes, article in R.H. Inglis Palgrave's Dictionary of Paul Econ. Laraboulu Henry Jean Baptiste Anatole 1842, French publicist, was born at Lycia on the 12th of February 1842. In 1866, he published Une troupe de comédiens and afterwards Essai sur la restauration de nos monuments, historiques, devant l'art et devant le budget, which deals particularly with the restoration of the Cathedral of Évreux. He visited Russia in order to collect documents on the political and economic organization of the Slav nations, and on his return published in the Revue des Deux Mondes 18,821,889 a series of articles which appeared shortly afterwards in book form under the title L'Empire des Tsars et les Russes, 4th ed., revised in 3 vols 18,971,890. 8. The work entitled Un Empereur, un Roi, un Pape, une Restauration, published in 1879, was an analysis and criticism of the politics of the Second Empire. Un homme d'État Russe 1884, gave the history of the emancipation of the serfs, by Alexander Roman. 2 other works are Les Catholiques Libéraux, l'Église, et le libéralisme 1890, La Papote, le socialisme, et la démocratie 1892, Les Juifs et l'antisémitisme, Israel chez les nations 1893, Les Arméniens, et la question arménienne 1896, l'antisémitisme 1897, Études russes et européennes 1897. These writings, mainly collections of articles and lectures intended for the general public display, enlightened views and wide information. In 1881, Leroux was elected professor of contemporary history and Eastern affairs at the École Libre des Sciences Politiques, becoming director of this institution on the death of Albert Sorel in 1906, and in 1887 he became a member of the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques. 2 of Leroux works have been translated into English, one as The Empire of the Tsars, and The Russians by Z. A. Ragazin, New York, 18,930,1896, and another as Papacy, Socialism, Democracy, by B. Roman 50 O'Donnell, 1892, C.W. E. H. Lecky, Historical and Political Essays, 1908. Laraboulu Pierre Paul, 1843, French economist, brother of the preceding, was born at Saumur on the 9th of December 1843, and educated in Paris at the Lycée Bonaparte and the École de Droit. He afterwards studied at Bonn and Berlin, and on his return to Paris began to write for Le Temps Revue Nationale and Revue Contemporaine. In 1867, he won a prize offered by the Academy of Moral Science with an essay entitled L'influence de l'état moral et intellectuel des populations ouvrières sur le taux des salaires. In 1870, he gained 3 prizes for essays on la colonisation, chez les peuples modernes et l'administration, en France et en Angleterre, and l'impact foncier et ses consequences économiques. In 1872, Leroux became professor of finance at the newly founded École Libre des Sciences Politiques, and in 1880 he succeeded his father-in-law Michel Chevalier in the chair of political economy in the Collège de France. Several of his works have made their mark beyond the borders of his own country. Among these may be mentioned his Recherches économiques, historiques et statistiques sur les guerres contemporaines, a series of studies published between 1863 and 1869, in which he calculated the loss of men and capital caused by the great European conflicts. Other works by him are La question monnière au XIX siècle, 1861, Le travail des femmes au XIX siècle, 1873, Trait de la science des finances, 1877, Essai sur la répartition des richesses, 1882, L'Algérie, et la Tunisie, 1888, Précis d'économie politique, 1888, and L'état moderne et ses fonctions, 1889. He also founded in 1873 the Économiste francaise on the model of the English economist Léry Beaulieu, may be regarded as the leading representative in France of orthodox political economy and the most pronounced opponent of protectionist and collectivist doctrines. Lerwick, a municipal and policeburg of Shetland, Scotland, the most northerly town in the British Isles. Pup, 1901 4281. It is situated on Brassey Sound, a fine natural harbour on the east coast of the island, called mainland, 115 Roman 1000 NE of Kirkwall in Orkney and 340 Roman 1000 from Leith. By steamer, the town dates from the beginning of the 17th century, and the older part consists of a flagged causeway called Commercial Street, running for 1 Roman 1000 parallel with the sea, in which the gable ends of several of the quaint-looking houses stand, and so narrow in places as not to allow of two vehicles passing each other. At right angles to this street, lanes ascend the hillside to Hillhead, where the more modern structures and villas have been built. At the north end stands Fort Charlotte, erected by Cromwell, repaired in 1665 by Charles Roman II, and altered in 1781 by George Roman III, after whose queen it was named. It is now used as a depot for the Naval Reserve, for whom a large drill hall was added. The Anderson Institute at the south end was constructed as a secondary school in 1862 by Arthur Anderson, a native who also presented the Widows' Asylum in the same quarter, an institution intended by preference for widows of Shetland sailors. The town hall, built in 1881, contains several stained-glass windows, 2 of which were the gift of citizens of Amsterdam and Hamburg, in gratitude for services rendered by the islanders to fishermen and seamen of those ports. Lerwick's main industries are connected with the fisheries, of which it is in 486 important centre docks, wharves, piers, currying stations and warehouses have been provided or enlarged to cope with the growth of the trade, and an esplanade has been constructed along the front. The town is also the chief distributing agency for the islands, and carries on some business in knitted woolen goods. 1 mile west of Lerwick is Clickamin Loch. Separated from the sea by a narrow strip of land on an islet in the lake, stands a ruined broch or round tower. Lesage Alain René, 16,681,747, French novelist and dramatist, was born at Sars, in the peninsula of Ruiz, between the Morbihan and the sea, on the 13th of December, 1668. Ruiz was a legal district, and Claude Lesage, the father of the novelist, held the united positions of advocate, notary, and registrar of its royal court. His wife's name was Jean Brenougat. Both father and mother died when Lesage was very young, and his property was wasted or embezzled by his guardians. Little is known of his youth, except that he went to school with the Jesuits at Vannes until he was 18. Conjecture has it that he continued his studies at Paris, and it is certain that he was called to the bar at the capital in 1692. In August 1694, he married the daughter of a joiner, Marie Elizabeth Hyard. She was beautiful, but had no fortune, and Lesage had little practice. About this time, he met his old schoolfellow, the dramatist Danchet, and is said to have been advised by him to betake himself to literature. He began modestly as a translator and published in 1695 a French version of the Epistles of Aristaenetus, which was not successful. Shortly afterwards, he found a valuable patron and adviser in the Abbé de Lyon, who bestowed on him an annuity of 600 livres, and recommended him to exchange the classics for Spanish literature, of which he was himself a student and collector. Lesage began by translating plays chiefly from Rojas and Lope de Vega, Le Traiteur Puni, and Le Point d'Honneur from the former. Don Felix de Mendoza from the latter were acted or published in the first 2 or 3 years of the 18th century. In 1704, he translated the continuation of Don Quixote by Avellaneda, and soon afterwards adapted a play from Calderon. Don César Ursin, which had a divided fate. Being successful at court and damned in the city, he was however nearly 40 before he obtained anything like decided success. But in 1707, his admirable farce of Crispin Rival de Sun Mater was acted with great applause, and Le Diable Boitu was published. This latter went through several editions in the same year, and was frequently reprinted till 1725, when Lesage altered and improved it considerably, giving it its present form. Notwithstanding the success of Crispin, the actors did not like Lesage, and refused a small piece of his called Les Étrennes, 1707. He thereupon altered it into Turcaret, his theatrical masterpiece, and one of the best comedies in French literature. This appeared in 1709. Some years passed before he again attempted romance writing, and then the first two parts of Gil Blas de Saint-Helene appeared in 1715. Strange to say, it was not so popular as Le Diable Boitu. Lesage worked at it for a long time, and did not bring out the third part till 1724, nor the fourth till 1735. For this last, he had been part paid to the extent of 100 pistoles some years before its appearance. During these 20 years, he was however continually busy. Notwithstanding the great merit and success of Turcaret and Crispin, the Théâtre Français did not welcome him, and in the year of the publication of Gil Blas, he began to write for the Théâtre de la Foire, the comic opera, held in booths at festival time. This, though not a very dignified occupation, was followed by many writers of distinction at this date, and by none more assiduously than by Lesage. According to one computation, he produced either alone or with others about 100 pieces, varying from strings of songs with no regular dialogues to comediettas only distinguished from regular plays by the introduction of music. He was also industrious in prose fiction. Besides finishing Gil Blas, he translated the Orlando Innamorato 1721, rearranged Guzman de Alfaraque 1732, published two more or less original novels, La Bachelier de Salamanque and Estevanel González, and in 1733 produced the Vie et Aventures de Roman 1000 de Beauchesne, which is curiously like certain works of Defoe. Besides all this, Lesage was also the author of La Valise Trouvée, a collection of imaginary letters, and of some minor pieces, of which Une Journée des Parcs is the most remarkable. This laborious life he continued until 1740, when he was more than 70 years of age. His eldest son had become an actor, and Lesage had disowned him, but the second was a canon at Boulogne in comfortable circumstances. In the year just mentioned, his father and mother went to live with him at Boulogne. Lesage spent the last 7 years of his life, dying on the 17th of November 1747. His last work, Mélange amusant de Saillies d'esprit et de traits, historiques les plus frappants, had appeared in 1743. Not much is known of Lesage's life and personality, and the foregoing paragraph contains not only the most important, but almost the only facts available for it. The few anecdotes which we have of him represent him as a man of very independent temper, declining to accept the condescending patronage which in the earlier part of the century was still the portion of men of letters. Thus it is said that on being remonstrated with, as he thought impolitely, for an unavoidable delay in appearing at the Duchess of Bouillon's house to read Turcaret, he at once put the play in his pocket, and retired, refusing absolutely to return it. May however be said that, as in time so in position, he occupies a place apart from most of the great writers of the 17th and 18th centuries respectively. He was not the object of royal patronage like the first, nor the pet of salons and coteries like the second. Indeed, he seems all his life to have been purely domestic in his habits, and purely literary in his interests. The importance of Lesage in French and in European literature is not entirely the same, and he has the rare distinction of being more important in the latter than in the former. His literary work may be divided into 3 parts. The first contains his Théâtre de la Foire and his few miscellaneous writings, the second his 2 remarkable plays, Crispin and Turcaret, the third his prose fictions. In the first 2, he swims within the general literary current in France. He can be and must be compared with others of his own nation, but in the third, he emerges altogether from merely national comparison. It is not with Frenchmen that he is to be measured. He formed no school in France. He followed no French models. His work, admirable as it is from the mere point of view of style and form, is a parenthesis in the general development of the French novel. That product works its way from Madame de Lafayette through Marivaux, and Provost not through Lesage. His literary ancestors are Spaniards, his literary contemporaries and successors are Englishmen. The position is almost unique. It is certainly interesting and remarkable in the highest degree. Of Lesage's miscellaneous work, including his numerous farcio pretas, there is not much to be said, except that they are the very best kind of literary hackwork, the pure and original style of the author, his abundant wit, his cool, humoristic attitude towards human life, which wanted only greater earnestness, and a wider conception of that life to turn it into true humor, are discernible throughout, but this portion of his work is practically forgotten. and its examination is incumbent only on the critic Crispin and Turcaret, show a stronger and more deeply marked genius, which but for the ill will of the actors might have gone far in this direction, but Lesage's peculiar unwillingness to attempt anything absolutely new discovered itself here, even when he had devoted himself to the Foire Theatre. It seems that he was unwilling to attempt, when occasion called for it, the absolute innovation of a piece, with only one actor, a crux which Alexis Pyrna Lesser, but a bolder genius accepted and carried through Crispin and Turcaret, are unquestionably Molièresque, though they are perhaps more original in their following of Molière than any other plays that can be named. For this also was part of Lesage's idiosyncrasy, that while he was apparently unable or unwilling to strike out an entirely novel line for himself, he had no sooner entered upon the beaten path than he left it to follow his own devices. Crispin rivaled a son. Mater is a farce in one act and many scenes after the earlier manner of motion. Its 487 plot is somewhat extravagant inasmuch as it lies in the effort of a knavish valet, not as usual to further his master's interests, but to supplant that master in love and gain. But the charm of the piece consists, first, in the lively bustling action of the short scenes, which take each other up so promptly and smartly that the spectator has not time to cavil at the improbability of the action, and secondly in the abundant wit of the dialogue. Turcaret is a far more important piece of work, and ranks high among comedies dealing with the actual society of their time. The only thing which prevents it from holding the very highest place is a certain want of unity in the plot. This want, however, is compensated in Turcaret by the most masterly profusion of character drawing in the separate parts. Turcaret the ruthless, dishonest, and dissolute financier, his vulgar wife as dissolute as himself, the harebrained Marquis, the knavish Chevalier, the Baroness, a coquette with the finer edge taken off her fine ladyhood, yet by no means unlovable, are each and all finished portraits of the best comic type. While almost as much may be said of the minor characters, the style and dialogue are also worthy of the highest praise. The wit never degenerates into mere wit combats. It is, however, as a novelist that the world has agreed to remember Lesage. A great deal of unnecessary labour has been spent on the discussion of his claims to originality. What has been already said will give a sufficient clue through this thorny ground. In mere form, Lesage is not original. He does little more than adopt that of the Spanish picaroon romance of the 16th and 17th century. Often, too, he prefers merely to rearrange and adapt existing work, and still oftener to give himself a kind of start by adopting the work of a preceding writer as a basis. But it may be laid down as a positive truth that he never, in any work that pretends to originality at all, is guilty of anything that can fairly be called plagiarism. Indeed, we may go further and say that he is very fond of asserting or suggesting his indebtedness when he is really dealing with his own funds. Thus the Diable Boitu borrows the title, and for a chapter or two the plan, and almost the words of the Diablo Cajulo of Luis Vélez de Guevara. But after a few pages, Lesage leaves his predecessor alone. Even the plan of the Spanish original is entirely discarded, and the incidents, the episodes, the style are as independent as if such a book as the Diablo Cajulo had never existed. The case of Gil Blas is still more remarkable. It was at first alleged that Lesage had borrowed it from the Marcos de Obregon of Vincent Espinal. Curiously rash assertion, inasmuch as that work exists and is easily accessible, and as the slightest consultation of it proves that though it furnished Lesage with separate incidents and hints for more than one of his books, Gil Blas as a whole is not in the least indebted to it. Afterwards Father Eiler asserted that Gil Blas was a mere translation from an actual Spanish book, an assertion at once incapable of proof and disproof, inasmuch as there is no trace whatever of any such book. A third hypothesis is that there was some manuscript original which Lesage may have worked up in his usual way, in the same way, for instance, as he professes himself to have worked up the Bachelor of Salamanca. This also is in the nature of it incapable of refutation, though the argument from the Bachelor is strong against it, for there could be no reason why Lesage should be more reticent of his obligations in the one case than in the other, except, however, for historical reasons. The controversy is one which may be safely neglected, nor is there very much importance in the more impartial indication of source-skiefly works on the history of Olivers, which has sometimes been attempted. That Lesage knew Spanish literature well is of course obvious, but there is as little doubt with the limitations already laid down of his real originality as of that of any great writer in the world. Gil Blas then remains his property, and it is admittedly the capital example of its own style, for Lesage has not only the characteristic which Homer and Shakespeare have of absolute truth to human nature as distinguished from truth to this or that national character, but he has what has been called the quality of detachment, which they also have. He never takes sides with his characters, as Fielding, whose master with Cervantes, he certainly was, sometimes does Asmodeus, and Don Cleophas Gil Blas, and the Archbishop and Dr. Sangrado are produced by him with exactly the same impartiality of attitude, except that he brought into novel writing this highest quality of artistic truth. It perhaps cannot be said that he did much to advance prose fiction in itself. He invented, as has been said, no new genre. He did not, as Marivaux and Prevost did, help on the novel as distinguished from the romance in form. His books are undistinguishable not merely from the Spanish romances, which are, as has been said, their direct originals, but from the medieval Romans' d'aventures and the Greek prose romances, but in individual excellence they have few rivals, nor should it be forgotten, as it sometimes is, that Lesage was a great master of French style, the greatest unquestionably, between the classics of the 17th century and the classics of the 18th. He is perhaps the last great writer before the decadence, for since the time of Paul Louis Courier it has not been denied that the philosophe period is in point of style a period of decadence. His style is perfectly easy at the same time that it is often admirably epigrammatic. It has plenty of colour, plenty of flexibility, and may be said to be exceptionally well fitted for general literary work. The dates of the original editions of Lesage's most important works have already been given. He published during his life a collection of his regular dramatic works, and also one of his pieces for the Foire, but the latter is far from exhaustive, nor is there any edition which can be called so, though the others choises of 1782 and 1818 are useful, and there are so-called others completes of 1821 and 1840, besides critical articles by the chief literary critics and historians. The work of Eugene Lintelhack in the Grands Écrivains Francais 1893 should be consulted. The Diable Boitou and Gil Blas have been reprinted and translated numberless times. Both will be found conveniently printed together with Estevanel Gonzalez and Guzman D. Alfourcade, the best of the minor novels, in 4 volumes of Garnier's Bibliothèque Amusante, Paris, 1865. Turcaret and Crispin are to be found in all collected editions of the French drama. There is a useful edition of them, with ample specimens of Lesage's work for the Foire in 2 volumes, Paris, 1821. Gisard. Les Andelys, a town of northern France, capital of an arrondissement in the department of Eure, about 30 Roman 1000 SC of Rouen by rail pop, 1906-3955. Les Andelys is formed by the union of Le Grand Andely and Le Petit Andely, the latter situated on the right bank of the Seine, the former about half a mile from the river Grand Andely. Founded, according to tradition, in the 6th century, has a church 13th, 14th and 15th centuries, parts of which are of fine late Gothic and Renaissance architecture. The works of art in the interior include beautiful stained glass of the latter period. Other interesting buildings are the Hôtel du Grand Cerf, dating from the first half of the 16th century, and the Chapel of St. Clotilde close by a spring which, owing to its supposed healing powers, is the object of a pilgrimage. Grand Andely has a statue of Nicolas Poussin, a native of the place. Petit Andely sprang up at the foot of the eminence on which stands the Château Gaillard, now in ruins, but formerly one of the strongest fortresses in France. See fortification and siegecraft and castle. It was built by Richard Coeur de Lion at the end of the 12th century to protect the Norman frontier, was captured by the French in 1204, and passed finally into their possession in 1449. The church of St. Sauveur at Petit Andely also dates from the end of the 12th century. Les Andelys is the seat of a subprefect and of a tribunal of first instance, has a preparatory infantry school. It carries on silk milling and the manufacture of leather organs and sugar. It has trade in cattle, grain, flour. Roman 100 Les Box, a village of southeastern France in the department of Bouches-du-Rhône. 11 Roman 1000 Ne of Arles by road pop, 1906, 111. Les Box, which in the Middle Ages was a flourishing town, is now almost deserted apart from a few inhabited dwellings. It consists of an assemblage of ruined towers, fallen walls, and other debris which cover the slope of a hill, crowned by the remains of a huge chateau, once the seat of a celebrated court of love. The ramparts, a medieval church, the chateau, parts of which date to the 11th century, and many of the dwellings are 488 in great part, hollowed out of the white friable limestone on which they stand here, and there may be found houses preserving carved facades of Renaissance workmanship. Les Box has given its name to the reddish rock bauxite which is plentiful in the neighbourhood, and from which aluminum is obtained. In the Middle Ages, Les Box was the seat of a powerful family which owned the Terre Bossencs extensive domains in Provence, and Dauphine, the influence of the seigneurs de Box in Provence, declined before the power of the House of Anjou, to which they abandoned many of their possessions in 1630. 2. The chateau and the ramparts were dismantled. L'Espinax of Mytilene, Greek sophist and rhetorician, flourished in the time of Augustus, according to Photius Card 74. He was the author of 16 political speeches, of which 2 are extant: a hortatory speech after the style of Thucydides, and a speech on the Corinthian War. In the first, he exhorts the Athenians against the Spartans; in the second, the title of which is misleading against the Thebans edition, by F. Keir L'Espinactes qui supersunt Leipzig, 1907, some erotic letters are also attributed to him. The L'Espinax described in Suidas as the author of a large number of philosophical works is probably of much earlier date. On the other hand, the author of a small treatise on grammatical figures, Ed Rudolf Müller, Leipzig, 1900, is probably later. Lesbos, Mytilene, Turk Midilou, an island in the Aegean Sea, off the coast of Mysia, of the entrance of the Gulf of Smyrna, forming the main part of a Sanjak, in the archipelago Vilayet of European Turkey. It is divided into 3 districts: Mytilene or Castro in the E, Malivo in the N, and Kaloni in the W. Since the Middle Ages, it has been known as Mytilene from the name of its principal town. Strabo estimated the circumference of the island at 1100 stadia, or about 138 Roman 1000, and Scylax reckoned it 7th in size of the islands of the Mediterranean. The width of the channel between it and the mainland varies from 7 to 10 Roman 1000. The island is roughly triangular in shape. The 3 points are Arginum on the Ne, Sigrium Sigri on the W, and Malia Maria on the Se. The Euripus Pyrrhius Caloni is a deep gulf on the west between Sigrium and Malia. The country, though mountainous, is very fertile. Lesbos, being celebrated in ancient times for its wine, oil and grain, Homer refers to its wealth. Its chief produce now is olives, which also form its principal export. Soap skins and Valonia are also exported, and mules and cattle are extensively bred. The sardine fishery is an important trade, and antimony, marble and coal are found on the island. The surface is rugged and mountainous, the highest point Mount Olympus Hagios Elias being 3080 ft. The island has suffered from periodical earthquakes. The roads were remade in 1889, and there is telegraphic communication on the island. And to the mainland, by cable, the ports are Sigri and Mytilene. The Gulf of Caloni and Hyra, or Oliveri, can only be entered by vessels of small draught. The chief town, called Mytilene, is built in amphitheatre shape, round a small hill crowned by remains of an ancient fortress. There are now 14 mosques and 7 churches, including a cathedral. It was originally built on an island close to the eastern coast of Lesbos, and afterwards, when the town became too large for the island, it was joined to Lesbos by a causeway, and the city spread along the coast. There was a harbour on each side of the small island Malouis, by some surmised to be the northern of these, was not far away besides the 5 cities, which gave the island the name of Pentapolis. Mytilene, Methymna, Antissa, Eresus, Pyrrha. There was a town called Arispa destroyed by an earthquake in the time of Herodotus. Professor Kahns thinks that this is the site now called Palais-Castro Ne of Caloni, Pyrrha lay Se of Caloni, and is now also called Palais-Castro. Antissa was on the N coast near Sigri. It was destroyed by the Romans in 168 B. Roman 100. Eresus was also near Sigri on the S coast. Methymna was on the N coast on the site of Malivo, still the second city of the island. The name Methymna is derived from the wine Giar, for which it was famous. Considerable remains of town walls and other buildings are to be seen on all these sites. E.G.R. History. Although the position of Lesbos near the old established trade route to the Hellespont marks it out as an important site, even in prehistoric days, no evidence on the early condition of the island is as yet obtainable beyond the Greek tradition, which represented it at the time of the Trojan War as inhabited by an original stock of Pelasgi and an immigrant population of Ionians. In historic times, it was peopled by an Aeolian race who reckoned Boeotia as their motherland and claimed to have migrated about 1050 B. Roman 100. Its principal nobles traced their pedigree to Orestes, son of Agamemnon. Lesbos was the most prominent of Aeolian settlements, and indeed played a large part in the early development of Greek life. Its commercial activity is attested by several colonies in Thrace and the Troad, and by the participation of its traders in the settlement of Naucrates in Egypt. Hence, also the town of Mytilene, by virtue of its good harbour, became the political capital of the island. The climax of its prosperity was reached about 600 B. Roman 100, when a citizen named Pittacus was appointed as Aesimnetes dictator to adjust the balance between the governing nobility and the insurgent Carmens, and by his wise administration and legislation won a place among the 7 sages of Greece. These years also constitute the golden age of lesbian culture, the lyric poetry of Greece, which owed much to 2 lesbians of the 7th century, the musician Terpander and the dithyrambist Arion, attained the standard of classical excellence under Pittacus' contemporaries Alcaeus and Sappho in the 6th century. The importance of the island declined partly through a protracted and unsuccessful struggle with Athens for the possession of Sygium near the Hellespont, partly through a crushing naval defeat inflicted by Polycrates of Samos about 550. The lesbians readily submitted to Persia after the fall of Croesus of Lydia, and although hatred of their tyrant Cos, a Persian protégé, drove them to take part in the Garnic Revolt 499,493, they made little use of their large navy, and displayed poor spirit at the decisive Battle of Lade. In the 5th century, Lesbos, for a long time, remained a privileged member of the Delian League Roman V, with full rights of self-administration, and under the sole obligation of assisting Athens with naval contingents. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the Peloponnesian War, the ruling oligarchy of Mytilene forced on a revolt, which was ended after a 2-year siege of that town, 429,427. The Athenians, who had intended to punish the rebels by a wholesale execution, contented themselves with killing the ringleaders, confiscating the land, and establishing garrison. In the later years of the war, Lesbos was repeatedly attacked by the Peloponnesians, and in 405 the harbour of Mytilene was the scene of a battle between the admirals Callicratidas and Canaan. In 389, most of the island was recovered for the Athenians by Thrasybulus. In 377, it joined the Second Delian League, and remained throughout a loyal member, although in the second half of the century the dominant democracy was for a while supplanted by a tyranny. In 334, Lesbos served as a base for the Persian admiral Memnon against Alexander the Great during the Third Macedonian War. The lesbians sided with Perseus against Rome. Similarly, in 88, they became eager allies of Mithridates. Roman VI of Pontus and Mytilene stood a protracted siege on his behalf. This town, nevertheless, was raised by Pompey to the status of a free community, thanks no doubt to his confidant Theophanes, a native of Mytilene. Of the other towns on the island, Antisar, Eresus, and Pyrrha possess no separate history. Methymna in the 5th and 4th centuries sometimes figures as a rival of Mytilene, with an independent policy among the distinguished lesbians. In addition to those cited, may be mentioned the cyclic poet Lesches, the historian Hellanicus, and the philosophers Theophrastus and Cratippus. During the Byzantine age, the island, which now assumes the name of Mytilene, continued to flourish. In 1091, it fell for a while into the hands of the Seljuks, and in the following century was repeatedly occupied by the Venetians. In 1224, it was recovered by the Byzantine emperors, who in 1354 gave it as a dowry to the Genoese family Gattilusio. After prospering under 489, their administration, Mytilene passed in 1462 under Turkish control, and has since had an uneventful history. The present population is about 130,000, of whom 13,000 are Turks and Moslems, and 117,000 Greeks. See Strabo, Roman 13 pp 617,619, Herodotus, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 6 14, Thucydides, Roman 350, Xenophon Hellenica, Roman 1, Roman 2, S. Plain Lesbiacorum Liber, Berlin 1828, Roman 100 T. Newton, Travels and Discoveries, in the Levant, London 1865 b. Roman 5 Head Historia Numorum, Oxford 1887 pp 480, 7488, E. Roman 50 Hicks, and G. F. Hill, Greek Historical Inscriptions, Oxford 1901 Nose, 6194 101 139, 164 Khans, Rise off der Insel Lesbos, 1865, Coldwy Antiki, Borestoff Lesbos, Berlin 1890. Roman 1000 O.B. Roman 100. Lesches Leschios in Pausanias, Roman 10.5, the reputed author of the Little Iliad, one of the cyclic poems. According to the usually accepted tradition, he was a native of Pyrrha in Lesbos, and flourished about 660 B. Roman 100 others place him about 50 years earlier. The Little Iliad took up the story of the Homeric Iliad, and beginning with the contest between Ajax and Odysseus, for the arms of Achilles carried it down to the fall of Troy. Aristotle, Poetics 23, according to the epitome in the Chrestomathy of Proclus, it ended with the admission of the wooden horse within the walls of the city. Some ancient authorities ascribe the work to a Lacedaemonian named Sinethon, and even to Homer. C.F.G. Welker der Epische Cyclus, 18,651,880, 2 Muller, and Darnaldson Hist of Greek Literature, Roman 1 ch 6 Gh Bode Geschichte, der Hellenischen Dichtkunst, Roman 1 Lescure Louis Marie Joseph, Marquis de 17,661,793, French soldier and anti-revolutionary, was born near Bressuire. He was educated at the École Militaire, which he left at the age of 16. He was in command of a company of cavalry in the Regiment de Royal Piedmont, but being opposed to the ideas of the revolution he emigrated in 1791. He soon, however, returned to France, and on the 10th of August 1792, took part in the defense of the Tuileries against the mob of Paris the day after he was forced to leave Paris, and took refuge in the chateau of Clisson near Bressuire on the outbreak of the revolt of Vendée against the Republic. He was arrested and imprisoned with all his family. As one of the promoters of the rising, he was set at liberty by the Royalists, and became one of their leaders fighting at Thouars, taking Fontenay and Somme May-June 1793, and after an unsuccessful attack on Nantes joining H. Duverger de la Roche-Jacqueline, another famous Vendean leader. Their peasant troops, opposed to the Republican general F. J. Westermann, sustained various defeats, but finally gained a victory between Tiffauges and Carlet on the 19th of September 1793. The struggle was then concentrated round Chatillon, which was time after time taken, and lost by the Republicans. Lescure was killed on the 15th of October 1793, near the chateau of La Tremblay between Aigny and Fouges. See Marquise de la Roche-Jacqueline Lescure's widow, who afterwards married La Roche-Jacqueline. Memoirs, Paris, 1817. Julien de Courcelles, Dictionnaire des Généraux Francais tome, Romans 71,823, T. Muret Histoire des Guerres de l'Ouest, Paris, 1848, and J. a Roman 1000 Crétineau Joly Guerres de Vendée, 1834. Lesdiguières François de Barne-Duc, de 15,430, 1626, Constable of France, was born at Saint Bonnet de Champsaur on the 1st of April 1543, of a family of notaries with pretensions to nobility. He was educated at Avignon under a Protestant tutor and had begun the study of law in Paris when he enlisted as an archer. He served under the lieutenant general of his native province of Dauphine Bertrand de Simeon, Baron de Gourdes, but when the Huguenots raised troops in Dauphine, Lesdiguières threw in his lot with them, and under his kinsman Antoine Rambaud de Fermaire, whom he succeeded in 1570, distinguished himself in the mountain warfare that followed by his bold, yet prudent handling of troops. He fought at Jarnac and Moncontour, and was a guest at the wedding of Henry Roman IV of Navarre. Warned of the impending massacre, he retired hastily to Dauphine, where he secretly equipped and drilled a determined body of Huguenots, and in 1575, after the execution of Montbrun, became the acknowledged leader of the Huguenot resistance in the district, with the title of Commandant General, confirmed in 1577 by Marshal Damville, by Condé in 1580, and by Henry of Navarre in 1582. He seized Gap by a lucky night attack on the 3rd of January 1577, re-established the reformed religion there, and fortified the town. He refused to acquiesce in the Treaty of Poitiers 1578, which involved the surrender of Gap, and after 2 years of fighting, secured better terms for the province. Nevertheless, in 1580, he was compelled to hand the place over to Mayenne, and to see the fortifications dismantled. He took up arms for Henry Roman IV in 1585, capturing Chorges, Embrun-Châteauroux and other places, and after the truce of 15,881,589, secured the complete submission of Dauphine. In 1590 he beat down the resistance of Grenoble, and was now able to threaten the Leaguers, and to support the governor of Provence against the raids of Charles Emmanuel Roman I of Savoy. He defeated the Savoyards at Esparin in April 1591, and in 1592 began the reconquest of the Marquisate of Saluzzo, which had been seized by Charles Emmanuel after his defeat of the Spanish allies of Savoy at Salvetrano in June 1593. There was a truce during which Lesdiguières was occupied in maintaining the royal authority against Eperon in Provence. The war with Savoy proceeded intermittently until 1601, when Henry Roman IV concluded peace, much to the dissatisfaction of Lesdiguières. The king regarded his lieutenant's domination in Dauphine with some distrust. Although he was counted among the best of his captains, nevertheless he made him a Marshal of France in 1609, and ensured the succession to the lieutenant generalship of Dauphine vested in Lesdiguières. Since 1597, to his son-in-law Charles de Crequy sincerely devoted to the throne. Les de Guiers took no part in the intrigues, which disturbed the minority of Louis Roman XIII, and he moderated the political claims made by his co-religionists under the terms of the Edict of Nantes. After the death of his first wife, Claudine de Berenger, he married the widow of Enemond Matel, a Grenoble shopkeeper who was murdered in 1617. Les de Guiers was then 73, and this Lady Marie Vignan had long been his mistress. He had 2 daughters, one of whom Francois married Charles de Crequy in 1622. He formally abjured the Protestant faith, his conversion being partly due to the influence of Marie Vignan. He was already a duke and peer of France. He now became Constable of France, and received the Order of the Saint-Esprit. He had long since lost the confidence of the Huguenots, but he nevertheless helped the Vaudois against the Duke of Savoy. Les de Guiers had the qualities of a great general, but circumstances limited him to the mountain warfare of Dauphine Provence, and Savoy he had almost unvarying success through 60 years of fighting. His last campaign, fought in alliance with Savoy to drive the Spaniards from the Valteline, was the least successful of his enterprises. He died of fever at Valence on the 21st of September 1626. The life of the Huguenot captain has been written in detail by C.H. Dufayard, Le Connétable de Les de Guiers, Paris, 1892. His first biographer was his secretary Louis Vidal, Histoire de la vie du Connétable de Les de Guiers, Paris, 1638. Much of his official correspondence with an admirable sketch of his life is contained in Actes et Correspondance du Connétable de Les de Guiers, edited by Count Douglas and J. Roman, in Documents historiques inédits pour servir à l'histoire de Dauphine, Grenoble, 1878. Other letters are in the Letters et Memoires, Paris, 1647, of Duplessis Morne. Lesgians or Lesgais, from the Persian lexi, called Leki by the Grusians or Georgians Armenians, and Arsites, the collective name for a number of tribes of the eastern Caucasus, who with their kinsfolk the Chechenses have inhabited Dagestan from time immemorial. They spread southward into the Transcaucasian circles, Cuba, Shemaka, Nuka, and Sakatali. They are mentioned as by Strabo and Plutarch, along with perhaps the modern Galgai, a Chechensian tribe, and their name occurs frequently in the Chronicles of the Georgians, whose territory was exposed to their raids for centuries, until on the surrender 1859 to Russia of the Chechensian chieftain Shamil, they became Russian subjects. Moses of Korn mentions a battle in the reign of the Armenian king Baba A. Roman 500,377, in which Shagir, king of the Lekians, was slain. The most important of the Leskian tribes are the Avars Kuroman 5, the Kasamukians or Lakians, the Dargais, and the 490 Kurins or Leskians proper. Komarov 1 gives the total number of the tribes as 27, all speaking distinct dialects. Despite this, the Leskian peoples, with the exception of the Udi and Kubachi, are held to be ethnically identical. The Leskians are not usually so good-looking as the Circassians or the Chechenses. They are tall, powerfully built, and their hybrid descent is suggested by the range of coloring, some of the tribes exhibiting quite fair, others quite dark individuals. Among some there is an obvious Mongoloid strain. In disposition they are intelligent, bold, and persistent, and capable of reckless bravery, as was proved in their struggle to maintain their independence. They are capable of enduring great physical fatigue. They live a semi-savage life on their mountain slopes, for the most part living by hunting and stock-breeding. Little agriculture is possible. Their industries are mainly restricted to smithwork and cutlery, and the making of felt cloaks, and the women weave excellent shawls. They are for the most part fanatical Mohammedans. See Moritz Wagner, Schammel, Leipzig, 1854, von Seydlitz, Ethnographie des Caucasus, in Petermann's Mittelungen, 1880, Ernest, Chanter, Recherches Anthropologiques dans le Caucase, Lyon, 18,851,887, J. de Morgan, Recherches sur les origines des peuples du Caucase, Paris, 1889. 1 Ethnological Map of Dagestan. Lessener Serbo-Croatian, Hvar, an island in the Adriatic Sea forming part of Dalmatia, Austria. Lessener lies between the islands of Braza on the north and Kurzola on the south, and is divided from the peninsula of Sabiancello by the Narenta Channel. Its length is 41 Roman 1000, its greatest breadth less than 4 Roman 1000. It has a steep rocky coast with a chain of thinly wooded limestone hills. The climate is mild, and not only the grape and olive but dates, figs, and the carob or locust bean flourish. The cultivation of these fruits, boat building, fishing, and the preparation of rosemary essence and liqueurs are the principal resources of the islanders. Lessener, Hvar, and Sitavkia, Starograd, are the principal towns and seaports, having respectively 2138 and 3120 inhabitants. Lesna, the capital, contains an arsenal, an observatory, and some interesting old buildings of the 16th century. It is a Roman Catholic bishopric, and the centre of an administrative district, which includes Setavkia Lissa, and some small neighbouring islands. Pop 1900 of island 18,090, one of district 27,928. To the primitive Illyrian race, whose stone cists and bronze implements have been disinterred from barrows near the capital, may perhaps be attributed the Cyclopean walls at Setavkia, about 385 B. Roman 100. A Greek colony from Paros built a city on the site of the present Lesina, naming it Paros or Pharos. The forms Phara Pharia, common among Latin writers, and Pityeia also occur in 229 B. Roman 100. The island was betrayed to the Romans by Demetrius, lieutenant of the Illyrian queen Tutor, but in 219, as Demetrius proved false to Rome also, his capital was razed by Lucius Aemilius Paulus Neos Pharos. Now Setavkia took its place, and flourished until the 6th century, when the island was laid waste by barbarian invaders. Constantine Porphyrodonatus mentions Lesina as a colony of pagan Slavs in the 10th century. Throughout the Middle Ages, it remained a purely Slavonic community, and its name, which appears in old documents as Lesna or Lycina wooded, is almost certainly derived from the Slavonic lys, forest, not from the Italian Lesina, and all but the old form Faria persisted as Far or Hvar, with the curious result that the modern Serbo-Croatian name is Greek and the modern Italian name Slavonic in origin. Lesina became a bishopric in 1145, and received a charter from Venice in 1331. It was sacked by the enemies of Venice in 1354, and 1358, ceded to Hungary in the same year, held by Ragusa from 1413 to 1416, and incorporated in the Venetian dominions in 1420. During the 16th century, Lesina city had a considerable maritime trade, and though sacked and partly burned by the Turks in 1571, it remained the chief naval station of Venice in these waters until 1776, when it was superseded by Curzola, passing to Austria in 1797, and to France in 1805. It withstood a Russian attack in 1807, but was surrendered by the French in 1813, and finally annexed to Austria in 1815. Lesion through fr from lat lesio, injury, ledia, to hurt, and injury, hurt, damage in Scots law. The term is used of damage suffered by a party in a contract sufficient to enable him to bring an action for setting it aside in pathology. The chief use the word is applied to any morbid change in the structure of an organ, whether shown by visible changes or by disturbance of function. Leskovac or Leskovac, a town in Serbia between Niš and Vranja on the railway line from Niš to Salonika. Pop 1901 13707. It is the headquarters of the Servian hemp industry, the extensive plain in which the town lies growing the best flax and hemp in all the Balkan peninsula. The plain is not only the most fertile portion of Serbia, but also the best cultivated. Besides flax and hemp, excellent tobacco is grown. 5 valleys converge on the plain from different directions, and the inhabitants of the villages in these valleys are all occupied in growing flax and hemp, which they send to Leskovac to be stored or manufactured into ropes. After Belgrade and Niš, Leskovac is the most prosperous town in Serbia. Leslie John 15,271,596, Scottish bishop and historian, was born in 1527. His father was Gavin Leslie, rector of Kingassy. He was educated at the University of Aberdeen, where he took the degree of Roman 1000A in 1538. He obtained a dispensation permitting him to hold a benefice notwithstanding his being a natural son, and in June 1546 he was made an acolyte in the Cathedral Church of Aberdeen, of which he was afterwards appointed a canon and prebendary. He also studied at Poitiers, at Toulouse, and at Paris, where he was made Doctor of Laws in 1553. In 1558, he took orders and was appointed official of Aberdeen, and inducted into the parsonage and prebend of Oyne. At the Reformation, Leslie became a champion of Catholicism. He was present at the disputation held in Edinburgh in 1561, when Knox and Willox were his antagonists. He was one of the commissioners sent the same year to bring over the young Queen Mary to take the government of Scotland. He returned in her train, and was appointed a privy councillor and professor of canon law in King's College, Aberdeen, and in 1565, one of the senators of the College of Justice. Shortly afterwards he was made abbot of Lindores, and in 1565 Bishop of Ross, the election to the see being confirmed in the following year. He was one of the 16 commissioners appointed to revise the laws of Scotland, and the volume of the Actes and Constitutionis of the Realmy of Scotland, known as the Black Acts, was chiefly owing to his care, printed in 1566. The bishop was one of the most steadfast friends of Queen Mary after the failure of the royal cause, and whilst Mary was a captive in England, Leslie, who had gone to her at Bolton, continued to exert himself on her behalf. He was one of the commissioners at the conference at York in 1568. He appeared as her ambassador at the court of Elizabeth to complain of the injustice done to her, and when he found he was not listened to, he laid plans for her escape. He also projected a marriage for her with the Duke of Norfolk, which ended in the execution of that nobleman. For this, he was put under the charge of the Bishop of London, and then of the Bishop of Ely in Holborn, and afterwards imprisoned in the Tower of London. During his confinement, he collected materials for his History of Scotland, by which his name is now chiefly known. In 1571, he presented the latter portion of this work, written in Scots, to Queen Mary to amuse her in her captivity. He also wrote for her use his Pious Consolations, and the Queen devoted some of the hours of her captivity to translating a portion of it into French verse. In 1573, he was liberated from prison, but was banished from England for 2 years. He attempted unsuccessfully to obtain the assistance of continental princes in favour of Queen Mary while at Rome. In 1578, he published his Latin History de Origine, Moribus et Rebus Gestis Scotorum. In 1579, he went to France and was made suffragan and vicar general of the Archbishopric 491 of Rouen. Whilst visiting his diocese, however, he was thrown into prison and had to pay 3,000 pistoles to prevent his being given up to Elizabeth. During the remainder of the reign of Henry Roman III, he lived unmolested, but on the accession of the Protestant Henry Roman IV, he again fell into trouble. In 1590, he was thrown into prison and had to purchase his freedom at the same expense as before. In 1593, he was made Bishop of Coutances in Normandy, and had license to hold the bishopric of Ross till he should obtain peaceable possession of the former see. He retired to an Augustinian monastery near Brussels, where he died on the 31st of May 1596. The chief works of Leslie are as follows: A Defence of the Honour of Marie Queen of Scotland, by Eusebius Diciophil, London 1569, reprinted with alterations at Liege in 1571, under the title A Treatise Concerning the Defence of the Honour of Marie Queen of Scotland, made by Morgan Philippes Barkeller of Divinity Pyre Afflicti Animi Consolations, ad Mariam Scott Reg Paris, 1574. De Origin Moribus et Rebus Gestis Scotorum, Library de Sem, Rome, 1578, reissued 1675, De Illustrium Feminarum, in Republica Administranda, Authoritate Libellus Reims, 1580, a Latin version of a tract on the lawfulness of the regiment of women. Cf. Knox Pamphlet de Titulo, et Jure Marii Scott Reg Quo Rigni Anglii Successionum Sibi, Just Vindicat Reims, 1580, translated in 1584. The History of Scotland, from 1436 to 1561, owes much in its earlier chapters to the accounts of Hector Bose Curoman V and John Major Curoman V, though no small portion of the topographical matter is first-hand in the later sections. He gives an independent account from the Catholic point of view, which is a valuable supplement, and a corrective in many details to the works of Buchanan and Knox. A. Scott's version of the history was written in 1596 by James Dalrymple of the Scottish Cloister at Regensburg. It has been printed for the Scottish Text Society, 2 vols 18,881,895, under the editorship of the Rev. E.G. Cody OSB. A Slight Sketch by Leslie of Scottish History from 1562 to 1571 has been translated by Forbes Leith in his Narrative of Scottish Catholics, 1885, from the original MS, now in the Vatican. Leslie J. Peter, 18,191,903, American geologist, was born in Philadelphia on the 17th of September 1819. It is recorded by Sir A. Jakey that he was christened Peter after his father and grandfather, and at first wrote his name Peter Leslie Jr., but disliking the Christian appellation that had been given to him, he eventually transformed his signature by putting the J of Junior at the beginning. He was educated for the ministry at the University of Pennsylvania, where he graduated in 1838, but the effects of close study having told upon his health, he served for a time as subassistant on the first Geological Survey of Pennsylvania under Professor H. Roman 500 Rogers, and was afterwards engaged in a special examination of the coal regions on the termination of the survey in 1841. He entered Princeton Seminary and renewed his theological studies at the same time, giving his leisure time to assist Professor Rogers in preparing the final report and map of Pennsylvania. He was licensed to preach in 1844. He then paid a visit to Europe and entered on a short course of study at the University of Halle. Returning to America, he worked during 2 years for the American Tract Society, and at the close of 1847, he joined Professor Rogers again in preparing geological maps and sections at Boston. He then accepted the pastorate of the Congregational Church at Milton, a suburb of Boston, where he remained until 1851, when his views having become Unitarian, he abandoned the ministry and entered into practice as a consulting geologist. In the course of his work, he made elaborate surveys of the Cape Breton coalfield and of other coal and iron regions from 1855 to 1859. He was Secretary of the American Iron Association for 27 years, 18,580,1885. He was Secretary and Librarian of the American Philosophical Society from 1872 to 1878. He was Professor of Geology and Dean of the Faculty of Science in the University of Pennsylvania, and from 18,740,1893 he was in charge of the Second Geological Survey of the state. He then retired to Milton, Mass., where he died on the 1st of June 1903. He published Manual of Coal and its Topography, 1856, The Iron Manufacturer's Guide to the Furnaces, Forges and Rolling Mills of the United States, 1859. See Memoir by Sir A. Jakey in Quart Journal Soch, May 1904, and Memoir with Portrait by B. S. Lyman, printed in advance with portrait and afterwards in abstract, only in Trans Ama Inst Mining Engineers, Roman 340 1904, p. 726. Leslie Charles, 16,501,722, Anglican non-juring Divine Son of John, Leslie 15,711,670, 1. Bishop of Raphoe and afterwards of Clogher, was born in July 1650 in Dublin, and was educated at Enniskillen School and Trinity College, Dublin. Going to England, he read law for a time, but soon turned his attention to theology, and took orders in 1680. In 1687, he became Chancellor of the Cathedral of Connor and a Justice of the Peace, and began a long career of public controversy by responding in public disputation at Monaghan to the challenge of the Roman Catholic Bishop of Clogher. Although a vigorous opponent of Roman Catholicism, Leslie was a firm supporter of the Stuart dynasty, and having declined at the Revolution to take the oath to William and Mary, he was on this account deprived of his benefice in 1689. The growing troubles in Ireland induced him to withdraw to England, where he employed himself for the next 20 years in writing various controversial pamphlets in favour of the non-juring cause, and in numerous polemics against the Quakers, Jews, Socinians and Roman Catholics, and especially in that against the deists with which his name is now most commonly associated. He had the keenest scent for every form of heresy, and was especially zealous in his defence of the sacraments, a warrant having been issued against him in 1710, for his pamphlet The Good Old Cause, or Lying in Truth. He resolved to quit England and to accept an offer made by the Pretender, with whom he had previously been in frequent correspondence, that he should reside with him at Barle Duck, after the failure of the Stuart cause in 1715. Leslie accompanied his patron into Italy, where he remained until 1721, in which year, having found his sojourn amongst Roman Catholics extremely unpleasant, he sought and obtained permission to return to his native country. He died at Glasgow, Monaghan, on the 13th of April 1722. The theological works of Leslie were collected and published by himself in 2 vols folio in 1721. A later edition, slightly enlarged, appeared at Oxford in 1832. 7 vols 8 vo, though marred by persistent arguing in a circle, they are written in lively style and show considerable erudition. He had the somewhat rare distinction of making several converts by his reasonings, and Johnson declared that Leslie was a reasoner, and a reasoner who was not to be reasoned against, an historical interest in all that now attaches to his subjects, and his methods, as may be seen when the promise given in the title of his best known work is contrasted with the actual performance. The book professes to be a short and easy method with the deists, wherein the certainty of the Christian religion is demonstrated by infallible proof from 4 rules, which are incompatible to any imposture that ever yet has been, or that can possibly be. 1697. The 4 rules which, according to Leslie, have only to be rigorously applied, in order to establish not the probability merely, but the absolute certainty of the truth of Christianity. are simply these: 1, that the matter of fact be such as that men's outward senses, their eyes and ears, may be judges of it; 2, that it be done publicly in the face of the world; 3, that not only public monuments be kept up in memory of it, but some outward actions be performed; 4, that such monuments and such actions or observances be instituted, and do commence from the time that the matter of fact was done. Other publications of Leslie are The Snake in the Grass, 1696, against the Quakers; A Short Method with the Jews, 1689; Gallienus Redivivus, An Attack on William Roman III, 1695; The Socinian Controversy discussed, 1697; The True Notion of the Catholic Church, 1703; and The Case Stated between the Church of Rome and the Church of England, 1713. Leslie Charles Robert, 17,940,1859, English genre painter, was born in London on the 19th of October 1790. 4. His parents were American, and when he was 5 years of age, he returned with them to their native country. They settled in Philadelphia, where their son was educated, and afterwards apprenticed to a bookseller. He was, however, mainly interested in painting and the drama, and when George Frederick Cooke visited the city, he executed a portrait of the actor from recollection of him on the stage, which was considered a work of such promise that a fund was raised to enable the young artist to study in Europe. He left for London in 1811, bearing introductions which procured for him the friendship of Westbeachy Olstan Coleridge and Washington Irving, and was admitted as a student of the Royal Academy, where he carried off 2 silver medals. At first influenced by Weston Fuseli, he essayed high art, and his earliest important subject depicted Saul and the Witch of Endor, but he soon discovered his true 492 aptitude, and became a painter of cabinet pictures, dealing not like those of Wilkie with the contemporary life that surrounded him, but with scenes from the great masters of fiction, from Shakespeare and Cervantes, Addison and Molière, Swift, Sterne, Fielding and Smollett. Of individual paintings, we may specify Sir Roger de Coverley going to church, 1819; May Day in the time of Queen Elizabeth, 1821; Sancho Panza and the Duchess, 1824; Uncle Toby and the Widow Wadman, 1830; La Malade Imaginaire, Act Roman III, SC 6, 1843; and the Duke's Chaplain enraged leaving the table, from Don Quixote, 1849. Many of his more important subjects exist in varying replicas. He possessed a sympathetic imagination, which enabled him to enter freely into the spirit of the author whom he illustrated, a delicate perception for female beauty, an unfailing eye for character and its outward manifestation in face and figure, and a genial and sunny sense of humor, guided by an instinctive refinement, which prevented it from overstepping the bounds of good taste. In 1821, Leslie was elected Aura, and 5 years later full academician. In 1833, he left for America to become teacher of drawing in the military academy at West Point, but the post proved an irksome one, and in some 6 months he returned to England. He died on the 5th of May, 1859. In addition to his skill as an artist, Leslie was a ready and pleasant writer. His Life of his friend, Constable the landscape painter, appeared in 1843, and his Handbook for Young Painters, a volume embodying the substance of his lectures as Professor of Painting to the Royal Academy, in 1855. In 1860, Tom Taylor edited his autobiography and letters, which contain interesting reminiscences of his distinguished friends and contemporaries. Leslie Frederick Hobson, 18,551,892, English actor, was born at Woolwich on the 1st of April, 1855. He made his first stage appearance in London as Colonel Hardy in Paul Pry in 1878. He had a good voice, and in 1882 made a great hit as Rip Van Winkle in Planquette's opera of that name at the Comedy. In 1885, he appeared at the Gaiety as Jonathan Wild in H.P. Stevens and W. Yardley's burlesque Little Jack. Shepherd. His extraordinary success in this part determined his subsequent career, and for some years he and Nellie Farren, with whom he played in perfect association, were the pillars of Gaiety burlesque. Leslie's Don Caesar de Bazin in Rye Blas, or the Blasé Row, was perhaps the most popular of his later parts. In all of them, it was his own versatility and entertaining personality which formed the attraction. Whether he sang, danced, whistled, or gagged, his performance was an unending flow of high spirits and ludicrous charm. Under the pseudonym of a Roman 100 tour, he was acknowledged on the programs as part author of these burlesques, and while on occasion he acted in more serious comedy, for which he had undoubted capacity, his fame rests on his connection with them. In 1881 and 1883, he played in America. He died on the 7th of December, 1892. CWT, Vincent Recollections of Fred Leslie 1894. Leslie Sir John 17,661,832, Scottish mathematician and physicist, was born of humble parentage at Largo, Fifeshire, on the 16th of April 1766, and received his early education there, and at Leven in his 13th year, encouraged by friends who had even then remarked his aptitude for mathematical and physical science, he entered the University of St Andrews. On the completion of his arts course, he nominally studied divinity at Edinburgh until 1787. In 17,880,1789, he spent rather more than a year as private tutor in a Virginian family, and from 1790 till the close of 1792, he held a similar appointment at Etruria in Staffordshire with the family of Josiah, Wedgwood employing his spare time in experimental research, and in preparing a translation of Buffon's Natural History of Birds, which was published in 9/8 vols in 1793, and brought him some money for the next 12 years passed chiefly in London, or at Largo with an occasional visit to the continent of Europe. He continued his physical studies, which resulted in numerous papers contributed by him to Nicholson's Philosophical Journal, and in the publication 1804 of the Experimental Inquiry into the Nature and Properties of Heat, a work which gained him the Rumford Medal of the Royal Society of London. In 1805, he was elected to succeed John Playfair in the chair of mathematics at Edinburgh, not, however, without violent though unsuccessful opposition on the part of a narrow-minded clerical party, who accused him of heresy in something he had said as to the unsophisticated notions of mankind about the relation of cause and effect during his tenure of this chair. He published 2 volumes of a course of mathematics, first entitled Elements of Geometry, Geometrical Analysis, and Plane Trigonometry, in 1809, and the second Geometry of Curved Lines in 1813, the third volume on Descriptive Geometry, and the Theory of Solids was never completed with reference to his invention in 1810 of a process of artificial congelation. He published in 1813 a short account of experiments and instruments depending on the relations of air to heat and moisture, and in 1818 a paper by him on certain impressions of cold transmitted from the higher atmosphere with an instrument, the etherioscope, adapted to measure them, appeared in the Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 1819. On the death of Playfair, he was promoted to the more congenial chair of natural philosophy, which he continued to hold until his death, and in 1823 he published, chiefly for the use of his class, the first volume of his never completed Elements of Natural Philosophy. Leslie's main contributions to physics were made by the help of the differential thermometer, an instrument whose invention was contested with him by Count Rumford. By adapting to this instrument various ingenious devices, he was enabled to employ it in a great variety of investigations, connected especially with photometry, hygroscopy, and the temperature of space. In 1820, he was elected a corresponding member of the Institute of France, the only distinction of the kind which he valued, and early in 1832 he was created a knight. He died at Coates, a small property which he had acquired near Largo, on the 3rd of November 1832. Leslie Thomas Edward Cliff, 18,271,882, English economist, was born in the county of Wexford, in as is believed the year 1827. He was the second son of the Rev. Edward Leslie Prebendary of Dramore and rector of Anahilt, in the county of Down. His family was of Scottish descent, but had been connected with Ireland since the reign of Charles Roman I. Amongst his ancestors were that accomplished prelate, John Leslie 15,711,671, Bishop first of Raphoe and afterwards of Clogher, who, when holding the former see, offered so stubborn a resistance to the Cromwellian forces, and the bishop's son, Charles C. Above the non-juror Cliff, Leslie received his elementary education from his father, who resided in England, though holding church preferment, as well as possessing some landed property in Ireland. By him, he was taught Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. At an unusually early age, he was afterwards for a short time under the care of a clergyman at Clapham, and was then sent to King William's College in the Isle of Man, where he remained until in 1842, being then only 15 years of age, he entered Trinity College, Dublin. He was a distinguished student, there obtaining besides other honours a classical scholarship in 1845, and a senior moderatorship gold medal in mental and moral philosophy. At his degree examination in 1846, he became a law student at Lincoln's Inn, was for 2 years a pupil in a conveyancer's chambers in London, and was called to the English bar, but his attention was soon turned from the pursuit of legal practice for which he seems never to have had much inclination by his appointment, in 1853, to the professorship of jurisprudence and political economy in Queen's College, Belfast, the duties of this chair requiring only short visits to Ireland in certain terms of each year. He continued to reside and prosecute his studies in London, and became a frequent writer on economic and social questions in the Principal Reviews and other periodicals in 1870. He collected a number of his essays, adding several new ones into a volume entitled Land Systems and Industrial Economy of Ireland, England, and Continental Countries. J.S. Mill gave a full account of the contents of this work in a paper in the Fortnightly Review, in which he pronounced Leslie to be one of the best living writers on applied political economy. Mill had sought his acquaintance on reading 493, his first article in Macmillan's magazine. He admired his talents and took pleasure in his society, and treated him with a respect and kindness which Leslie always gratefully acknowledged. In the frequent visits which Leslie made to the continent, especially to Belgium, and some of the less-known districts of France and Germany, he occupied himself much in economic and social observation, studying the effects of the institutions and system of life which prevailed in each region on the material and moral condition of its inhabitants. In this way, he gained an extensive and accurate acquaintance with continental rural economy, of which he made excellent use in studying parallel phenomena at home. The accounts he gave of the results of his observations were among his happiest efforts. No one, said Mill, was able to write narratives of foreign visits, at once so instructive and so interesting. In these excursions, he made the acquaintance of several distinguished persons, amongst others of Roman 1000 Léonce de Lavigny, and Roman 1000 Émile de Lavalais. To the memory of the former of these, he afterwards paid a graceful tribute in a biographical sketch, Fortnightly Review, February 1881, and to the close of his life, there existed between him and Roman 1000 de Lavalais relations of mutual esteem and cordial intimacy. 2 essays of Leslie's appeared in volumes published under the auspices of the Cobden Club, one on the land system of France, 2nd ed. 1870, containing an earnest defence of la petite culture, and still more of la petite propriété, the other on financial reform, 1871, in which he exhibited in detail the impediments to production and commerce arising from indirect taxation. Many other articles were contributed by him to reviews between 1875 and 1879, including several discussions of the history of prices and the movements of wages in Europe, and a sketch of life in Auvergne in his best manner. The most important of them, however, related to the philosophical method of political economy, notably a memorable one which appeared in the Dublin University periodical Hermathena in 1879. The Provost and Senior Fellows of Trinity College published for him a volume in which a number of these articles were collected under the title of Essays in Political and Moral Philosophy. These and some later essays, together with the earlier volume on land systems, form the essential contribution of Leslie to economic literature. He had long contemplated, and had in part written, a work on English economic and legal history, which would have been his magnum opus, a more substantial fruit of his genius and his labours than anything he has left. But the MS treatise, after much pains had already been spent on it, was unaccountably lost at Nancy in 1872, and though he hoped to be able speedily to reproduce the missing portion and finish the work, no material was left in a state fit for publication. What the nature of it would have been may be gathered from an essay on the history and future of profit in the Fortnightly Review for November 1881, which is believed to have been in substance an extract from it. That he was able to do so much may well be a subject of wonder, when it is known that his labours had long been impeded by a painful and depressing malady, from which he suffered severely at intervals. Whilst he never felt secure from its recurring attacks to this disease, he in the end succumbed at Belfast on the 27th of January, 1882. Leslie's work may be distributed under 2 heads, that of applied political economy, and that of discussion on the philosophical method of the science. The land systems belonged principally to the former division. The author perceived the great and growing importance for the social welfare of both Ireland and England of what is called the land question, and treated it in this volume at once with breadth of view, and with a rich variety of illustrative detail. His general purpose was to show that the territorial systems of both countries were so encumbered with elements of feudal origin as to be altogether unfitted to serve the purposes of a modern industrial society. The policy he recommended is summed up in the following list: requirements, a simple jurisprudence relating to land, a law of equal intestate succession, a prohibition of entail, a legal security for tenants, improvements and open registration of title and transfer, and a considerable number of peasant properties, the volume is full of practical good sense, and exhibits a thorough knowledge of home and foreign agricultural economy, and in the handling of the subject is everywhere shown the special power which its author possessed of making what he wrote interesting as well as instructive. The way in which sagacious observation and shrewd comment are constantly intermingled in the discussion, not seldom, reminds us of Adam Smith, whose manner was more congenial to Leslie than the abstract and arid style of Ricardo. But what more than anything else marks him as an original thinker, and gives him a place apart among contemporary economists, is his exposition and defense of the historical method in political economy, both at home and abroad. There has for some time existed a profound and growing dissatisfaction with the method, and many of the doctrines of the hitherto dominant school, which it is alleged under a fictitious completeness, symmetry, and exactness, disguises a real hollowness and discordance. With fact, it is urged that the attempt to deduce the economic phenomena of a society from the so-called universal principle of the desire of wealth is illusory, and that they cannot be fruitfully studied apart from the general social conditions and historic development of which they are the outcome of this movement of thought. Leslie was the principal representative, if not the originator, in England. There is no doubt, for he has himself placed it on record, that the first influence which impelled him in the direction of the historical method was that of Sir Henry Maine, by whose personal teaching of jurisprudence as well as by the example of his writings, he was led to look at the present economic structure and state of society as the result of a long evolution. The study of those German economists who represent similar tendencies doubtless confirmed him in the new line of thought on which he had entered, though he does not seem to have been further indebted to any of them, except perhaps in some small degree to Roscher, and the writings of Kant, whose prodigious genius as exhibited in the philosophy positive he admired and proclaimed, though he did not accept his system as a whole must have powerfully cooperated to form in him the habit of regarding economic science as only a single branch of sociology, which should always be kept in close relation to the others. The earliest writing in which Leslie's revolt against the so-called orthodox school distinctly appears is his essay on wages, which was first published in 1868, and was reproduced as an appendix to the volume on land tenures. In this, after exposing the inanity of the theory of the wage fund, and showing the utter want of agreement between its results and the observed phenomena, he concludes by declaring that political economy must be content to take rank as an inductive instead of a purely deductive science, and that by this change of character it will gain in utility, interest, and real truth far more than a full compensation for the forfeiture of a fictitious title to mathematical exactness and certainty. But it is in the essays collected in the volume of 1879 that his attitude in relation to the question of method is most decisively marked. In one of these, on the political economy of Adam Smith, he exhibits in a very interesting way the coexistence in the wealth of nations of historical inductive investigation in the manner of Montesquieu, with a priori speculation founded on theologico-metaphysical bases, and points out the error of ignoring the former element, which is the really characteristic feature of Smith's social philosophy, and places him in strong contrast with his soi-disant followers of the school of Ricardo. The essay, however, which contains the most brilliant polemic against the orthodox school, as well as the most luminous account and the most powerful vindication of the new direction, was that of which we have above spoken as having first appeared in Hermathena. It may be recommended as supplying the best extant presentation of one of the two contending views of economic method. On this essay mainly rests the claim of Leslie to be regarded as the founder and first head of the English historical school of political economy. Those who share his views on the philosophical constitution of the science regard the work he did, notwithstanding its unsystematic character, as in reality the most important done by any English economists in the latter half of the 19th century, but even the warmest partisans of the older school acknowledge that he did excellent service by insisting on a kind of inquiry, previously too much neglected, which was of the highest interest and value in whatever relation it might be supposed to stand to the establishment of economic truth. The members of both groups alike recognized his great learning, his patient and conscientious habits of investigation, and the large social spirit in which he treated the problems of his science. J.K. Roman 1. Leslie, a Policeburg of Fifeshire, Scotland, Pop 1901-3587. It lies on the Leven, the vale of which is overlooked by the town 4 Roman 1000 W of Markinch, by the North British Railway. The industries include paper-making, flax spinning, bleaching, and linen weaving. The old church claims to be the Christ's Kirk on the green of the ancient ballads of that name. A stone on the green called the Bull Stone is said to have been used when bull baiting was a popular pastime. Leslie House, the seat of the Earl of Rothes, designed by Sir William Bruce, rivaled Holyrood in magnificence. It was noted for its tapestry and its gallery of family portraits and other pictures, including a 494 portrait of Rembrandt by himself. Daniel Defoe considered its park the glory of the kingdom. The mansion sustained serious damage from fire in 1763. Norman Leslie, Master of Rothes, was concerned in the killing of Cardinal Beaton, 1546, and the dagger with which John Leslie, Norman's uncle, struck the fatal blow is preserved in Leslie House. Markinch Pop, 1499, a policeburg situated between Canland Burn and the Leven 714 Roman 1000 N by E of Kirkcaldy, by the North British Railway, is a place of great antiquity. A cell of the Culdees was established here by one of the last of the Celtic bishops, the site of which may possibly be marked by the ancient cross of Balgony. Markinch is also believed to have been a residence of the earlier kings, where prior to the 11th century they occasionally administered justice, and in the reign of William, the Lion, Roman 500, the warrantors of goods alleged to have been stolen were required to appear here. Its industries comprise bleaching, flax spinning, paper-making, distilling, and coal mining. Balgony Castle, close by the keep of which is Adft High, was a residence of Alexander Leslie, the first Earl of Leven, and at Balfour Castle were born Cardinal Beaton and his uncle and nephew, the Archbishops of Glasgow. Lespinasse Jean Julie Eleanor de 17,321,776, French author, was born at Lyon on the 9th of November 1732. A natural child of the Comtesse d'Albon, she was brought up as the daughter of Claude Lespinasse of Lyon. On leaving her convent school, she became governess in the house of her mother's legitimate daughter Mme de Vichy, who had married the brother of the Marquise du Deffand. Here Mme du Deffand made her acquaintance, and recognizing her extraordinary gifts, persuaded her to come to Paris as her companion. The alliance lasted 10 years, 17,540,1764, until Mme du Deffand became jealous of the younger woman's increasing influence. When a violent quarrel ensued, Emile de Lespinasse set up a salon of her own, which was joined by many of the most brilliant members of Mme du Deffand's circle. D'Alembert was one of the most assiduous of her friends, and eventually came to live under the same roof. There was no scandal attached to this arrangement, which ensured D'Alembert's comfort and lent influence to Emile de Lespinasse's salon. Although she had neither beauty nor rank, her ability as a hostess made her reunions the most popular in Paris. She owes her distinction, however, not to her social success, but to circumstances which remained a secret during her lifetime. From her closest friends, 2 volumes of letters published in 1809 displayed her as the victim of a passion of a rare intensity. In virtue of this ardent, intense quality, Saint Beuve and other of her critics place her letters in the limited category, to which belong the Latin letters of Heloise and those of the Portuguese nun. Her first passion, a reasonable and serious one, was for the Marquis de Mora, son of the Spanish ambassador in Paris. De Mora had come to Paris in 1765, and with some intervals remained there until 1772, when he was ordered to Spain for his health on the way to Paris in 1774, to fulfill promises exchanged with Emile de Lespinasse. He died at Bordeaux, but her letters to the Comte de Guibert, the worthless object of her fatal infatuation, begin from 1773, from the struggle between her affection for De Mora and her blind passion for her new lover. They go on to describe her partial disenchantment on Guibert's marriage and her final despair. Emile de Lespinasse died on the 23rd of May 1776, her death being apparently hastened by the agitation and misery to which she had been for the last 3 years of her life. A prey in addition to the letters, she was the author of 2 chapters intended as a kind of sequel to Sterne's sentimental journey. Her letters were published by Mme de Guibert in 1809, and a spurious additional collection appeared in 1820. Among modern editions may be mentioned that of Eugene Asser, 18,761,877. Letters, inédites de Mademoiselle de Lespinasse, a Condorcet A. D'Alembert, a Guibert au Comte de Crillon, edited by Roman 1000 Charles Henry, 1887, contains copies of the documents available for her biography. Mrs. Humphrey Ward's novel Lady Rose's Daughter owes something to the character of Emile de Lespinasse. Les Sables d'Arlan, a seaport of western France, capital of an arrondissement of the department of Vendée, on an inlet of the Atlantic seaboard, 23 Roman 1000 SW, of La Rochefoucauld, by rail Pop, 1906 11847. The town stands between the sea on the south and the port on the north, while on the west it is separated by a channel from the suburb of La Chaume, built at the foot of a range of dunes 65 ft high, which terminates southwards in the rocky peninsula of L'Aiguille. The beautiful smoothly sloping beach, 1 Roman 1000 in length, is much frequented by bathers to the north of Sables. Extend salt marshes and oyster parks, yielding 6 million to 8 million oysters per annum. Sables has a church built in the late Gothic style towards the middle of the 17th century. The port, consisting of a tidal basin and a wet dock, is accessible to vessels of 2,000 tons, but is dangerous when the winds are from the southwest. The lighthouse of Barges, a mile out at sea to the west, is visible for 17 to 18 nautical miles. The inhabitants are employed largely in sardine and tunny fishing. There are imports of coal, wood, petroleum, and phosphates. Boat building and sardine preserving are carried on. The town has a subprefecture and a tribunal of first instance. Founded by Basque or Spanish sailors, Sables was the first place in Poitou invaded by the Normans in 817. Louis Roman XI, who went there in 1472, granted the inhabitants various privileges, improved the harbour, and fortified the entrance captured and recaptured during the Wars of Religion. The town afterwards became a nursery of hardy sailors and privateers who harassed the Spaniards and afterwards the English. In 1696, Sables was bombarded by the combined fleets of England and Holland. In the middle of the 18th century, hurricanes caused grievous damage to town and harbour. Les Saintes-Maries, a coast village of southeastern France in the department of Bouches-du-Rhône, 24 Roman 1000 SSW, of Arles, by rail Pop, 1906 544. Saintes-Maries is situated in the plain of the Camargue, 112 Roman 1000 e of the mouth of the Petit Rhône. It is the object of an ancient and famous pilgrimage, due to the tradition that Mary, sister of the Virgin, and Mary, mother of James and John, together with their black servant Sarah, Lazarus, Martha, Mary Magdalene, and St. Maximin, fled thither to escape persecution in Judea. The relics of the two Marys, who are said to have been buried at Saintes-Maries, are bestowed in the upper story of the apse of the fortrechurch, a remarkable building of the 12th century, with crenellated and machicolated walls. 2 festivals are held in the town, a less important one in October, the other on the 24th and 25th of May, unique for its gathering of gypsies who come in large numbers to do honour to the tomb of their patroness Sarah, contained in the crypt below the apse. Less one of the most romantic of the smaller rivers of Belgium, it rises at Archamps in the Ardennes, and flowing in a northwesterly course, reaches the Meuse at Anserem a few miles above Dinant. The river is only 49 Roman 1000 long, but its meandering course may be judged by the fact that it is no more than 29 Roman 1000 from Archamps to Anserem in a straight line. There is a good deal of pretty scenery along this river, as for instance at Siergnon, but the most striking part of the valley is contained in the last 12 Roman 1000 from Houillet to Anserem. In this section, the river is confined between opposing walls of cliff ranging from 300 to 500 ft above the river. Here were discovered in the caves near Walsen the bones of prehistoric men, and other evidence of the primitive occupants of this globe, at a period practically beyond computation. Another curious natural feature of the Lesse is that on reaching the hill of Han, it disappears underground, reappearing about 1 Roman 1000 farther on, at the village of that name. Here are the curious and interesting Han grottos. The Lesse receives altogether, in its short course, the water of 13 tributaries. Lesseps Ferdinand de 18,051,894, French diplomatist and maker of the Suez Canal, was born at Versailles on the 19th of November 1805. The origin of his family has been traced back as far as the end of the 14th century. His ancestors, it is believed, came from Scotland and settled at Bayonne. When that region was occupied by the English, one of his great-grandfathers was town clerk, and at the same time secretary to Queen Anne of Neuburg, widow of Charles Roman II of Spain, exiled to Bayonne after the accession of Philip Roman V. From the middle of the 18th century 495, the ancestors of Ferdinand de Lesseps followed the diplomatic career, and he himself occupied with real distinction several posts in the same calling from 1825 to 1849. His uncle was ennobled by King Louis Roman XVI, and his father was made a count by Napoleon Roman I. His father, Matthew de Lesseps, 17,740,1832, was in the consular service. His mother Catherine de Grivigny was Spanish and aunt of the Countess of Montijo, mother of the Empress Eugenie. His first years were spent in Italy, where his father was occupied with his consular duties. He was educated at the College of Henry Roman IV in Paris. From the age of 18 years to 20, he was employed in the commissary department of the army from 1825 to 1827. He acted as assistant vice-consul at Lisbon, where his uncle Barthélemy de Lesseps was the French charge d'affaires. This uncle was an old companion of La Pérouse, and a survivor of the expedition in which that navigator perished in 1828. Ferdinand was sent as an assistant vice-consul to Tunis, where his father was consul general. He courageously aided the escape of Yusuf, pursued by the soldiers of the Bey, of whom he was one of the officers for violation of the Seraglio law. Yusuf acknowledged this protection given by a Frenchman by distinguishing himself in the ranks of the French army at the time of the conquest of Algeria. Ferdinand de Lesseps was also entrusted by his father with missions to Marshal Count Clausel, General-in-Chief of the Army of Occupation in Algeria. The Marshal wrote to Matthew de Lesseps on the 18th of December 1830, "I have had the pleasure of meeting your son, who gives promise of sustaining with great credit the name he bears." In 1832, Ferdinand de Lesseps was appointed vice-consul at Alexandria. To the placing in quarantine of the vessel, which took him to Egypt, is due the origin of his great conception of a canal across the Isthmus of Suez, in order to help him to while away the time at the Lazaretto. Roman 1000 Mimout, consul general of France at Alexandria, sent him several books, among which was the memoir written upon the Suez Canal, according to Bonaparte's instructions by the civil engineer Lapper, one of the scientific members of the French expedition. This work struck de Lesseps' imagination and gave him the idea of piercing the African isthmus. This idea, moreover, was conceived in circumstances that were to prepare the way for its realization. Mehemet Ali, who was the viceroy of Egypt, owed his position, to a certain extent, to the recommendations made in his behalf to the French government by Matthew de Lesseps, who was consul general in Egypt when Mehemet Ali was a simple colonel. The viceroy therefore welcomed Ferdinand affectionately, while said Pacha, Mehemet's son, began those friendly relations that he did not forget later, when he gave him the concession for making the Suez Canal in 1833. Ferdinand de Lesseps was sent as consul to Cairo, and soon afterwards given the management of the Consulate General at Alexandria, a post that he held until 1837. While he was there, a terrible epidemic of the plague broke out, and lasted for 2 years, carrying off more than a third of the inhabitants of Cairo and Alexandria. During this time, he went from one city to the other according as the danger was more pressing, and constantly displayed an admirable zeal and an imperturbable energy. Towards the close of the year 1837, he returned to France, and on the 21st of December married Emile Agathe de Lamel, daughter of the government prosecuting attorney at the court of Angers. By this marriage Roman 1000 de Lesseps became the father of 5 sons. In 1839, he was appointed consul at Rotterdam, and in the following year transferred to Malaga, the place of origin of his mother's family. In 1842, he was sent to Barcelona, and soon afterwards promoted to the grade of consul general in the course of a bloody insurrection in Catalonia, which ended in the bombardment of Barcelona. Ferdinand de Lesseps showed the most persistent bravery, rescuing from death without distinction the men belonging to the rival factions, and protecting and sending away not only the Frenchmen who were in danger, but foreigners of all nationalities. From 1848 to 1849, he was Minister of France at Madrid. In the latter year, the government of the French Republic confided to him a mission to Rome at the moment when it was a question whether the expelled Pope would return to the Vatican with or without bloodshed. Following his interpretation of the instructions he had received, de Lesseps began negotiations with the existing government at Rome, according to which Pius Roman 9 should peacefully re-enter the Vatican and the independence of the Romans be assured at the same time. But while he was negotiating, the elections in France had caused a change in the foreign policy of the government. His course was disapproved. He was recalled and brought before the Council of State, which blamed his conduct without giving him a chance to justify himself. Rome, attacked by the French army, was taken by assault after a month's sanguinary siege. Roman 1000 de Lesseps then retired from the diplomatic service, and never afterwards occupied any public office. In 1853, he lost his wife and daughter at a few days' interval. Perhaps his energy would not have been sufficient to sustain him against these repeated blows of destiny, if in 1854 the accession to the viceroyalty of Egypt of his old friend, said Pacha, had not given a new impulse to the ideas that had haunted him for the last 22 years. Concerning the Suez Canal, said Pacha invited Roman 1000 de Lesseps to pay him a visit, and on the 7th of November 1854 he landed at Alexandria on the 30th of the same month. Said Pacha signed the concession authorizing Roman 1000 de Lesseps to pierce the Isthmus of Suez. A first scheme indicated by him was immediately drawn out by 2 French engineers who were in the Egyptian service Roman 2000 Linant Bay and Maudjal Bay. This project, differing from others that had been previously presented or that were in opposition to it, provided for a direct communication between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. After being slightly modified, the plan was adopted in 1856 by an international commission of civil engineers, to which it had been submitted. Encouraged by this approval, de Lesseps no longer allowed anything to stop him. He listened to no adverse criticism, and receded before no obstacle, neither the opposition of Lord Palmerston, who considered the projected disturbance as too radical not to endanger the commercial position of Great Britain, nor the opinions entertained in France as well as in England, that the sea in front of Port Said was full of mud, which would obstruct the entrance to the canal, that the sands from the desert would fill the trenches. No adverse argument, in a word, could dishearten Ferdinand de Lesseps. His faith made him believe that his adversaries were in the wrong, but how great must have been this faith, which permitted him to undertake the work at a time when mechanical appliances for the execution of such an undertaking did not exist, and when for the utilization of the proposed canal there was as yet no steam mercantile marine. Impelled by his convictions and talents, supported by the Emperor Napoleon Roman III and the Empress Eugenie, he succeeded in rousing the patriotism of the French, and obtaining by their subscriptions more than half of the capital of 200 millions of francs, which he needed in order to form a company. The Egyptian government subscribed for 80 millions worth of shares. The company was organized at the end of 1858. On the 25th of April 1859, the first blow of the pickaxe was given by Lesseps at Port Said, and on the 17th of November 1869, the canal was officially opened by the Khedive Ismail Pacha. Suez Canal. While in the interests of his canal, Lesseps had resisted the opposition of British diplomacy to an enterprise which threatened to give to France control of the shortest route to India. He acted loyally towards Great Britain after Lord Beaconsfield had acquired the Suez shares belonging to the Khedive by frankly admitting to the board of directors of the company 3 representatives of the British government. The consolidation of interests which resulted, and which has been developed by the addition in 1884 of 7 other British directors, chosen from among shipping merchants and businessmen, has augmented for the benefit of all concerned the commercial character of the enterprise. Ferdinand de Lesseps steadily endeavoured to keep out of politics. If in 1869 he appeared to deviate from this principle, by being a candidate at Marseille for the corps legislatif, it was because he yielded to the entreaties of the Imperial 496 government, in order to strengthen its goodwill for the Suez Canal. Once this goodwill had been shown, he bore no malice towards those who rendered him his liberty. By preferring Gambetta, he afterwards declined the other candidatures that were offered him for the Senate in 1876, and for the Chamber in 1877. In 1873, he became interested in a project for uniting Europe and Asia by a railway to Bombay with a branch to Peking. He subsequently encouraged Major Rauder, who wished to transform the Sahara Desert into an inland sea. The King of the Belgians, having formed an international African society, de Lesseps accepted the presidency of the French committee, facilitated Roman 1000 de Brazza's explorations, and acquired stations that he subsequently abandoned to the French government. These stations were the starting point of French Congo in 1879. A congress assembled in the rooms of the Geographical Society at Paris under the presidency of Admiral de la Roncière-Leneury, and voted in favor of the making of the Panama Canal. Public opinion, it may be declared, designated Ferdinand de Lesseps as the head of the enterprise. It was upon that occasion that Gambetta bestowed upon him the title of Le Grand Franchise. He was not a man to shirk responsibility, and notwithstanding that he had reached the age of 74, he undertook to carry out the Panama Canal project. See Panama Canal, and France. History. Politics, which de Lesseps had always avoided, was his greatest enemy in this matter, the winding up of the Panama Company having been declared in the month of December 1888. The adversaries of the French Republic, seeking for a scandal that would imperil the government, hoped to bring about the prosecution of the directors of the Panama Company. Their attacks were so vigorously made that the government was obliged in self-defense to have judicial proceedings taken against Ferdinand de Lesseps, his son Charles B. 1849, and his co-workers Fontaine and Cartu Charles de Lesseps, a victim offered to the fury of the politicians, tried to divert the storm upon his head, and prevent it from reaching his father. He managed to draw down upon himself alone the burden of the condemnations pronounced. One of the consequences of the persecutions of which he was the object was to oblige him to spend 3 years from 1896 to 1899 in England, where his participation in the management of the Suez Canal had won for him some strong friendships, and where he was able to see the great respect in which the memory and name of his father were held by Englishmen. Ferdinand de Lesseps died at La Chênière on the 7th of December 1894. He had contracted a second marriage in 1869 with Emile Otard de Braga, daughter of a former magistrate of Mauritius, and 11 out of 12 children of this marriage survived him. Roman 1000 de Lesseps was a member of the French Academy, of the Academy of Sciences, of numerous scientific societies, Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor, and of the Star of India, and had received the freedom of the City of London. According to some accounts, he was unconscious of the disastrous events that took place during the closing months of his life. Others report that, feeling himself powerless to scatter the gathered clouds, and aware of his physical feebleness, he had had the moral courage to pass in the eyes of his family, which he did not wish to afflict, as the dupe of the efforts they employed to conceal the truth from him. This last version would not be surprising if we relied upon the following portrait sketched by a person who knew him intimately, simple in his tastes, never thinking of himself, constantly preoccupied about others, supremely kind. He did not, and would not recognize such a thing as evil of a confiding nature. He was inclined to judge others by himself. This naturally affectionate abandonment that every one felt in him had procured him profound attachments and rare devotions he showed while making the Suez Canal. What a gift he possessed for levying the Pacific armies he conducted. He set duty above everything, had in the highest degree a reverence for honor, and placed his indomitable courage at the service of everything that was beneficial, with an abnegation that nothing could tire. His marvelous physical and moral equilibrium gave him an evenness of temper which always rendered his society charming. Whatever his cares, his work, or his troubles, I have never noticed in him aught but generous impulses, and a love of humanity carried even to those heroic imprudences of which they alone are capable, who devote themselves to the amelioration of humanity. No doubt, this eulogy requires some reservations. The striking and universal success which crowned his work on the Suez Canal gave him an absoluteness of thought which brooked no contradiction, a despotic temper before which everyone must bow, and against which, when he had once taken a resolution, nothing could prevail, not even the most authoritative opposition or the most legitimate entreaties. He had resolved to construct the Panama Canal without locks, to make it an uninterrupted navigable way. All attempts to dissuade him from this resolution failed before his tenacious will. At his advanced age, he went with his youngest child to Panama to see with his own eyes the field of his new enterprise. He there beheld the Culebra and the Chagres. He saw the mountain and the stream, those two greatest obstacles of nature that sought to bar his route. He paid no heed to them, but began the struggle against the Culebra and the Chagres. It was against them that was broken his invincible will, sweeping away in the defeat the work of Panama, his own fortune, his fame, and almost an atom of his honor. But this atom, only grazed by calumny, has already been restored to him by posterity, for he died poor, having been the first to suffer by the disaster to his illusions. Political agitators, in order to sap the power of the opportunist party, did not hesitate to drag in the mud one of the greatest citizens of France. But when the Panama scandal has been forgotten for centuries to come, the traveller, in saluting the statue of Ferdinand de Lesseps at the entrance of the Suez Canal, will pay homage to one of the most powerful embodiments of the creative genius of the 19th century. C.G. Barnett Smith, The Life and Enterprises of Ferdinand de Lesseps, London, 1893, and Souvenirs de Quarante ans by Ferdinand de Lesseps, trans. by Roman 100b, Pitman de B. Lessing Gotthold Ephraim, 17,291,780, one German critic and dramatist, was born at Kamenz in Upper Lusatia Oberlausitz, Saxony, on the 22nd of January 1729. His father Johann Gottfried Lessing was a clergyman, and a few years after his son's birth became pastor primarius, or chief pastor of Kamenz. After attending the Latin school of his native town, Gotthold was sent in 1741 to the famous school of St. Ephraim at Meissen, where he made such rapid progress, especially in classics and mathematics, that towards the end of his school career he was described by the rector as a steed that needed double fodder. In 1746, He entered the University of Leipzig as a theological student. Philological lectures of Johann Friedrich Christ 17,1756 and Johann August Ernesti 17,071,781 proved, however, more attractive than those on theology, and he attended the philosophical disputations presided over by his friend a G. Kastner, professor of mathematics and also an epigrammatist of repute among Lessing's chief friends in Leipzig, were Roman 100 F. Weiss, 17,261,800, for the dramatist, and Krislav Milius, 17,221,754, who had made some name for himself as journalist. He was particularly attracted by the theatre, then directed by the talented actress Caroline Nuber 16,971,760, who had assisted Goethe in his efforts to bring the German stage into touch with literature. Frau Nuber even accepted for performance Lessing's first comedy Der Junggelliot 1748, which he had begun at school. His father naturally did not approve of these new interests and acquaintances, and summoned him home. He was only allowed to return to Leipzig on the condition that he would devote himself to the study of medicine. Some medical lectures he did attend, but as long as Frau Nuber's company kept together, the theatre had an irresistible fascination for him. In 1748, however, the company broke up, and Lessing, who had allowed himself to become surety for some of the actors' debts, was obliged to leave Leipzig too, in order to escape their creditors. He went to Wittenberg, and afterwards towards the end of the year to Berlin, where his friend Milius had 497 established himself as a journalist in Berlin. Lessing now spent 3 years maintaining himself chiefly by literary work. He translated 3 volumes of Charles Rolland's Histoire Ancienne, wrote several plays der Missagen der Freigeist die Judenand, in association with Milius, began the Beiträge zur History und Aufnahmen des Theaters 1750, a periodical which soon came to an end for the discussion of matters connected with the drama. Early in 1751, he became literary critic to the Vossische Zeitung, and in this position laid the foundation for his reputation as a reviewer of learning, judgment, and wit. At the end of 1751, he was in Wittenberg again, where he spent about a year engaged in unremitting study and research. He then returned to Berlin with a view to making literature his profession, and the next 3 years were among the busiest of his life. Besides translating for the booksellers, he issued several numbers of the Theatralische Bibliothek, a periodical similar to that which he had begun with Milius. He also continued his work as critic to the Vossische Zeitung. In 1754, he gave a particularly brilliant proof of his critical powers in his Weidmecum für Herrn S. G. Lange. As a retort to that writer's overbearing criticism, Lessing exposed with scathing satire Lange's errors in his popular translation of Horace. By 1753, Lessing felt that his position was sufficiently assured to allow of him issuing an edition of his collected writings, Schriften 6 vols, 17,531,755. They included his lyrics and epigrams, most of which had already appeared during his first residence in Berlin, in a volume of Kleinigkeiten, published anonymously. Much more important were the papers entitled Retungen, in which he undertook to vindicate the character of various writers, Horace, and writers of the Reformation period such as Cochleus and Cardanus, who had been misunderstood or falsely judged by preceding generations. The Schriften also contained Lessing's early plays, and one new one, Miss Sarah Sampson 1755. Hitherto Lessing had as a dramatist followed the methods of contemporary French comedy, as cultivated in Leipzig. Miss Sarah Sampson, however, marks the beginning of a new period in the history of the German drama. This play, based more or less on Leal's Merchant of London and influenced in its character drawing by the novels of Richardson, is the first Bürgerliches Trauerspiel, or Tragedy of Common Life in German. It was performed for the first time at Frankfurt an Oder in the summer of 1755, and received with great favour among Lessing's chief friends during his second residence in Berlin, were the philosopher Moses Mendelssohn 17,291,786, in association with whom he wrote in 1755 an admirable treatise Popi Metaphysica, tracing sharply the lines which separate the poet from the philosopher. He was also on intimate terms with Roman 100 F. Nicolai 17,331,811, a Berlin bookseller and rationalistic writer, and with the German Horace K. W. Ramler 17,251,798. He had also made the acquaintance of J. W. Roman 50 Gleim 17,190,1803, the Halberstadt poet, and E. Roman van Kleist, 17,151,759, a Prussian officer whose fine poem Der Frühling had won for him Lessing's warm esteem. In October 1755, Lessing settled in Leipzig with a view to devoting himself more exclusively to the drama. In 1756, he accepted the invitation of Gottfried Winckler, a wealthy young merchant, to accompany him on a foreign tour for 3 years. They did not, however, get beyond Amsterdam, for the outbreak of the 7 Years' War made it necessary for Winckler to return home without loss of time. A disagreement with his patron shortly after resulted in Lessing's sudden dismissal. He demanded compensation, and although in the end the court decided in his favor, it was not until the case had dragged on for about 6 years. At this time Lessing began the study of medieval literature, to which attention had been drawn by the Swiss critics Bodmer and Britannica, and wrote occasional criticisms for Nicolai Bibliothek der Schönen Wissenschaften in Leipzig. Lessing had also an opportunity of developing his friendship with Kleist, who happened to be stationed there. The two men were mutually attracted, and a warm affection sprang up between them in 1758. Kleist's regiment being ordered to new quarters, Lessing decided not to remain behind him, and returned again to Berlin. Kleist was mortally wounded in the following year at the Battle of Kunersdorf. Lessing's third residence in Berlin was made memorable by the brief Die Neueste Literatur betreffend 17,590,1765, a series of critical essays written in the form of letters to a wounded Officerin, the principal books that had appeared since the beginning of the 7 Years' War. The scheme was suggested by Nicolai, by whom the letters were published. In Lessing's share in this publication, his critical powers and methods are to be seen at their best. He insisted especially on the necessity of truth to nature in the imaginative presentation of the facts of life, and in one letter he boldly proclaimed the superiority of Shakespeare to Corneille, Racine, and Voltaire. At the same time, he marked the immutable conditions to which even genius must submit if it is to succeed in its appeal to our sympathies. While in Berlin at this time, he edited with Ramler a selection from the writings of F. von Lagau, an epigrammatist of the 17th century, and introduced to the German public the Lieder eines Preußischen Grenadiers by J. W. Roman 50 Gleim. In 1759, he published for Lothars a prose tragedy in 1 act, and also a complete collection of his fables, preceded by an essay on the nature of the fable. The latter is one of his best essays on criticism, defining with perfect lucidity what is meant by action in works of the imagination, and distinguishing the action of the fable from that of the epic and the drama. In 1760, feeling the need of some change of scene and work, Lessing went to Breslau, where he obtained the post of secretary to General Teutonian, to whom Kleist had introduced him in Leipzig. Teutonian was not only a general in the Prussian army but governor of Breslau and director of the Mint. During the 4 years which Lessing spent in Breslau, he associated chiefly with Prussian officers, went much into society, and developed a dangerous fondness for the gaming table. He did not, however, lose sight of his true goal. He collected a large library, and after the conclusion of the 7 Years' War in 1763, he resumed more enthusiastically than ever the studies which had been partially interrupted. He investigated the early history of Christianity, and penetrated more deeply than any contemporary thinker into the significance of Spinoza's philosophy. He also found time for the studies which were ultimately to appear in the volume entitled Lacunae, and in fresh spring mornings he sketched in a garden the plan of Minna von Barnhelm. After resigning his Breslau appointment in 1765, he hoped for a time to obtain a congenial appointment in Dresden, but nothing came of this, and he was again compelled, much against his will, to return to Berlin. His friends there exerted themselves to obtain for him the office of keeper of the Royal Library, but Frederick had not forgotten Lessing's quarrel with Voltaire, and declined to consider his claims. During the 2 years which Lessing now spent in the Prussian capital, he was restless and unhappy, yet it was during this period that he published 2 of his greatest works, Lacunae oder über die Grenzen der Malerei und Poesie 1766, and Minna von Barnhelm 1767. The aim of Lacunae, which ranks as a classic not only in German but in European literature, is to define by analysis the limitations of poetry and the plastic arts. Many of his conclusions have been corrected and extended by later criticism, but he indicated more decisively than any of his predecessors the fruitful principle that each art is subject to definite conditions, and that it can accomplish great results only by limiting itself to its special function. The most valuable parts of the work are those which relate to poetry, of which he had a much more intimate knowledge than of sculpture. and painting his exposition of the methods of Homer and Sophocles is especially suggestive, and he may be said to have marked an epoch in the appreciation of these writers, and of Greek literature generally. The power of Minna von Barnhelm, Lessing's greatest drama, was also immediately recognized. Telheim, the hero of the comedy, is an admirable study of a manly and sensitive soldier, with somewhat exaggerated ideas of conventional honor, and Minna, the heroine, is one of the brightest and most attractive figures. In German 498 comedy, the subordinate characters are conceived with even more force and vividness, and the plot, which reflects precisely the struggles and aspirations of the period that immediately followed the 7 Years' War, is simply and naturally unfolded. In 1767, Lessing settled in Hamburg, where he had been invited to take part in the establishment of a national theatre. The scheme promised well, and as he associated himself with Johann Joachim Christoph Bode, 17,301,793, a literary man whom he respected, in starting a printing establishment, he hoped that he might at last look forward to a peaceful and prosperous career. The theatre, however, was soon closed, and the printing establishment failed, leaving behind it a heavy burden of debt. In despair, Lessing determined, towards the end of his residence in Hamburg, to quit Germany, believing that in Italy he might find congenial labour that would suffice for his wants. The Hamburgische Dramaturgie, 17,671,768, Lessing's commentary on the performances of the National Theatre, is the first modern handbook of the dramatist's art. By his original interpretation of Aristotle's theory of tragedy, he delivered German dramatists from the yoke of the classic tragedy of France, and directed them to the Greek dramatists, and to Shakespeare. Another result of Lessing's labours in Hamburg was the Antiquarische Brief, 1768, a series of masterly letters in answer to Christian Adolf Klotz, 17,381,771, a professor of the University of Halle, who, after flattering Lessing, had attacked him and sought to establish a kind of intellectual despotism by means of critical journals, which he directly or indirectly controlled. In connection with this controversy, Lessing wrote his brilliant little treatise Why die Alten den Tod Gebeldet, 1769, contrasting the medieval representation of death as a skeleton with the Greek conception of death as the twin brother of sleep. Instead of settling in Italy as he intended, Lessing accepted in 1770 the office of librarian at Wolfenbüttel, a post which was offered to him by the hereditary Prince of Brunswick. In this position he passed his remaining years. For a time he was not unhappy, but the debts which he had contracted in Hamburg weighed heavily on him, and he missed the society of friends. His health too, which had hitherto been excellent, gradually gave way. In 1775 he travelled for 9 months in Italy with Prince Leopold of Brunswick, and in the following year he married Eva Koenig, the widow of a Hamburg merchant with whom he had been on terms of intimate friendship, but their happiness lasted only for a brief period. In 1778 she died in childbed. Soon after settling in Wolfenbüttel, Lessing found in the library the manuscript of a treatise by Berengarius of Tours on transubstantiation in reply to Lanfranc. This was the occasion of Lessing's powerful essay on Berengarius, in which he vindicated the latter's character as a serious and consistent thinker. In 1771, he published his Zerstrut Anmerkungen über das Epigramm und Einige der vornehmsten Epigrammatistina, work which Herder described as itself an epigram. Lessing's theory of the origin of the epigram is somewhat fanciful, but no other critic has offered so many pregnant hints as to the laws of epigrammatic verse, or defended with so much force and ingenuity the character of Martial. In 1772, he published Emilia Galotti, a tragedy which he had begun many years before in Leipzig. The subject was suggested by the Roman legend of Virginia, but the scene is laid in an Italian court, and the whole play is conceived in the spirit of the tragedy of common life. Its defect is that its tragic conclusion does not seem absolutely inevitable, but the characters, especially those of the Gräfin Orsina and Marinelli, the Prince of Guastala's chamberlain, who weaves the intrigue from which Emilia escapes by death, are powerfully drawn. Having completed Emilia Galotti, which the younger generation of playwrights at once accepted as a model, Lessing occupied himself for some years almost exclusively with the treasures of the Wolfenbüttel library. The results of these researches he embodied in a series of volumes, Zur Geschichte und Literatur, the first being issued in 1773, the last in the year of his death. The last period of Lessing's life was devoted chiefly to theological controversy. H.S. Reimarus, 16,940,1768, professor of Oriental languages in Hamburg, who commanded general respect as a scholar and thinker, wrote a book entitled Apology, oder Schutzschrift für die vernunftigen Verehrer. Gart's standpoint was that of the English deists, and he investigated without hesitation the evidence for the miracles recorded in the Bible. The manuscript of this work was after the author's death entrusted by his daughter to Lessing, who published extracts from it in his Zur Geschichte und Literatur in 1740-1778. These extracts, the authorship of which was not publicly avowed, were known as the Wolfenbütteler Fragment. They created profound excitement among Orthodox theologians, and evoked many replies in which Lessing was bitterly condemned for having published writings of so dangerous a tendency. His most formidable assailant was Johann Melchior Goes, 17,171,786, the chief pastor of Hamburg, a sincere and earnest theologian, but utterly unscrupulous in his choice of weapons against an opponent to him. Therefore Lessing addressed in 1778 his most elaborate answers ein Parable Axiomata, 11 letters with the title Anti-Goes, and 2 pamphlets in reply to an inquiry by Goes as to what Lessing meant by Christianity. These papers are not only full of thought and learning, they are written with a grace, vivacity, and energy that make them hardly less interesting today than they were to Lessing's contemporaries. He does not undertake to defend the conclusions of Reimarus. His immediate object is to claim the right of free criticism in regard even to the highest subjects of human thought. The argument on which he chiefly relies is that the Bible cannot be considered necessary to a belief in Christianity, since Christianity was a living and conquering power before the New Testament in its present form was recognized by the Church. The true evidence for what is essential in Christianity, he contends, is its adaptation to the wants of human nature. Hence, the religious spirit is undisturbed by the speculations of the boldest thinkers. The effect of this controversy was to secure wider freedom for writers on theology, and to suggest new problems regarding the growth of Christianity, the formation of the canon, and the essence of religion. The Brunswick government, having in deference to the consistory, confiscated the fragments and ordered Lessing to discontinue the controversy. He resolved, as he wrote to Elise Reimarus, to try whether they would let him preach undisturbed from his old pulpit. The stage in Nathan der Wise, written in the winter of 17,780-1779, he gave poetic form to the ideas which he had already developed in prose. Its governing conception is that noble character may be associated with the most diverse creeds, and that there can therefore be no good reason why the holders of one sect of religious principles should not tolerate those who maintain wholly different doctrines. The play, which is written in blank verse, is too obviously a continuation of Lessing's theological controversy to rank high as poetry, but the representatives of the 3 religions, the Mohammedan Saladin, the Jew Nathan, and the Christian Knight Templar, finely conceived, and show that Lessing's dramatic instinct had, in spite of other interests, not deserted him. In 1780 appeared Die Erzählung des Menschengeschlechts, the first half of which he had published in 1777. With one of the fragments, this work, composed 100 brief paragraphs, was the last, and is one of the most suggestive of Lessing's writings. The doctrine on which its argument is based is that no dogmatic creed can be regarded as final, but that every historical religion had its share in the development of the spiritual life of mankind. Lessing also maintains that history reveals a definite law of progress, and that occasional retrogression may be necessary for the advance of the world towards its ultimate goal. These ideas formed a striking contrast to the principles both of orthodox and of skeptical writers in Lessing's day, and gave a wholly new direction to religious philosophy. Another work of Lessing's last year's Ernst und Volk, a series of 5 dialogues, of which the first 3 were published in 1777, the last 2 in 1780, also set forth many new points of view. Its nominal subject is Freemasonry, but its real aim is to plead for a humane and charitable spirit, in opposition to a narrow 499 patriotism, an extravagant respect for rank, and exclusive devotion to any particular church. Lessing's theological opinions exposed him to much petty persecution, and he was in almost constant straits for money. Nothing, however, broke his manly and generous spirit. To the end, he was always ready to help those who appealed to him for aid, and he devoted himself with growing ardor to the search for truth. He formed many new plans of work, but in the course of 1780 it became evident to his friends that he would not be able much longer to continue his labors. His health had been undermined by excessive work and anxiety, and after a short illness he died at Brunswick on the 15th of February, 1780, one we lose much in him, wrote, "Goeth after Lessing's death more than we think it may be questioned, whether there is any other writer to whom the Germans owe a deeper debt of gratitude. He was succeeded by poets and philosophers, who gave Germany for a time the first place in the intellectual life of the world. And it was Lessing, as they themselves acknowledged, who prepared the way for their achievements, without attaching himself to any particular system of philosophical doctrine. He fought error incessantly, and in regard to art, poetry, and the drama and religion suggested ideas, which kindled the enthusiasm of aspiring minds, and stimulated their highest energies." Bibliography. The first edition of Lessing's collected works, edited by his brother Karl Gotthelf, Lessing 17,401,812, J. J. Eschenberg and F. Nicolai, appeared in 26 vols between 1791 and 1794, as a continuation of the Vermischt Schriften edited by Lessing himself in 4 vols, 17,711,785. The Samplitz Schriften edited by Lachmann were published in 13 vols, 18,251,828, this edition being subsequently reedited by W. von Maltzahn 18,530,1857, and by F. Munker, 21 vols 1886 ff. The last mentioned being the standard edition of Lessing's works. Other editions are Lessing's work published by Hempel under the editorship of various scholars, 23 vols, 18,681,877, an illustrated edition published by Grote in 8 vols, 1875, New ed. 1882, Lessing's work edited by R. Boxberger and H. Blumner in Kirschner's Deutsche Nationalliteratur vols, 5871, 18,830,1890. There are also many popular editions. Lessing's correspondence is included in the Lachmann editions, and in that of Hempel edited by Roman 100 Redlich 1879, Nachtrage und Berichtigungen 1886. His correspondence with his wife was published as early as 1789, 2 vols, new edition, by Ascone 1885. The chief biographies of Lessing are by K. G. Lessing, his brother, 17,930,1795. A reprint in Reclam's Universal Bibliothek by J. F. Skink, 1825, T. W. Danzel and G. Igorowa, 18,501,853, second, ed. by W. von Maltzahn and R. Boxberger, 2 vols, 18,801,881, A Star, 2 vols, 1859, 9th ed., 1887, J. Syme Lessing, His Life and Works, 2 vols, 1877, H. Zimmern Lessing's Life and Works, 1878, H. Dunzer Lessing's Leben 1882, E. Schmidt, Lessing Geschichtssens Lebens und seiner Schriften, 2 vols, 18,840,1892, 3rd ed., 1910. This is the most complete biography. T. W. Rolleston Lessing in Great Writers, 1889, K. Borinsky, Lessing, 2 vols, 1900 cf. Also Roman 100 Hebler, Lessing Studien 1862, A Layman Forschungen über Lessings Sprake 1875, W. Karsak Materialien zu Lessings Hamburgische Dramaturgie, 1876, 2nd, ed. 1891, H. Blumner Lessings Laocoon 1876, 2nd ed. 1880, H. Blumner Laocoon Studien, 2 vols, 18,811,882, K. Fischer Lessing als Reformator der deutschen Literatur dargestellt, 2 vols, 1881, 2nd ed., 1888, B. A. Wagner Lessing Forschungen 1881, J. W. Braun Lessing im Urteil seiner Zeitgenossen, 2 vols, 1884, P. Albrecht Lessings, Plagiat 6 vols, 1890 ff, K. Werder Vorlesungen über Lessings Nathan 1892, G. Kettner Lessings Dramen im Licht ihrer und unserer Zeit 1904, translations of Lessing's dramatic works, 2 vols, 1878, edited by E. Bell, and of Laocoon dramatic notes, and the representation of death by the ancients by E. Roman 100 Beasley, and H. Zimmern 1 vol 1879, will be found in Bohn's Standard Library. JCJGR Lesson through Fr. Lecken from Lat Lectio reading ledger to read properly, a certain portion of a book, appointed to be read aloud or learnt for repetition, hence anything learnt or studied, a course of instruction or study, a specific meaning of the word, is that of a portion of scripture or other religious writings appointed to be read at divine service. In accordance with a table known as a lectionary in the Church of England, the lectionary is so ordered that most of the Old Testament is read through during the year as the first lesson at morning and evening prayer, and as the second lesson the whole of the New Testament, except revelation of which only portions are Red Sea lection and lectionary. Lest a desert wind, similar to the Lefebvre Roman 5 observed in Madeira, it blows from an easterly direction in autumn-winter, and spring rarely in summer, and is of intense dryness, sometimes reducing the relative humidity at Funchal to below 20, the lest is commonly accompanied by clouds of fine red sand. Lestrange Sir Roger 16,161,704, English pamphleteer on the royalist and court side during the Restoration epoch, but principally remarkable as the first English man of letters of any distinction who made journalism a profession, was born at Hunstanton in Norfolk on the 17th of December 1616. In 1644, during the Civil War, he headed a conspiracy to seize the town of Lynn for the king under circumstances which led to his being condemned to death as a spy. The sentence, however, was not executed, and after 4 years' imprisonment in Newgate he escaped to the Continent. He was excluded from the Act of Indemnity, but in 1653 was pardoned by Cromwell upon his personal solicitation, and lived quietly until the Restoration, when after some delay, his services and sufferings were acknowledged by his appointment as licenser of the press. This office was administered by him in the spirit which might be expected from a zealous cavalier. He made himself notorious not merely by the severity of his literary censorship, but by his vigilance in the suppression of clandestine printing. In 1663, newspapers, he commenced the publication of the Public Intelligencer, and the news from which eventually developed the famous official paper, the London Gazette, in 1665. In 1679, he again became prominent with the Observator, a journal specially designed to vindicate the court from the charge of a secret inclination to popery. He discredited the popish plot, and the suspicion he thus incurred was increased by the conversion of his daughter to Roman Catholicism. But there seems no reason to question the sincerity of his own attachment to the Church of England. In 1687, he gave a further proof of independence by discontinuing the Observator from his unwillingness to advocate James Roman II's Edict of Toleration. Although he had previously gone all lengths in support of the measures of the court, the Revolution cost him his office as licenser, and the remainder of his life was spent in obscurity. He died in 1704. It is to Lestrange's credit that among the agitations of a busy political life, he should have found time for much purely literary work, as a translator of Josephus, Cicero, Seneca, Quevedo, and other standard authors. Lesueur Daniel, the pseudonym of Jean Letronne, née Loiseau, 1860, French poet and novelist who was born in Paris in 1860, she published a volume of poems, Flourishes, d'Avril 1882, which was crowned by the Academy. She also wrote some powerful novels dealing with contemporary life, Le Mariage de Gabrielle 1882, Un mystérieux amour 1892, with a series of philosophical sonnets, El Amant de Geneviève 1883, Marcel 1885, Une vie tragique 1890, Justice de Femme 1893, Comédienne Haine d'Amour 1894, Honor d'une Femme 1901, La Force du Passe 1905. Her poems were collected in 1895. She published in 1905 a book on the economic status of women, L'Evolution Féminine, and in 18,911,893, a translation 2 vols of the works of Lord Byron, which was awarded a prize by the Academy. Her Masque d'Amour, a 5-act play based on her novel 1904 of the same name, was produced at the Theatre Sarah Bernhardt in 1905. She received the Ribbon of the Legion of Honor in 1900, and the Prix Vitet from the French Academy in 1905. She married in 1904 Henry Lapens b. 1867, a well-known writer on art. Lesueur Eustache 16,171,655, one of the founders of the French Academy of Painting, was born on the 19th of November 1617 at Paris, where he passed his whole life, and where he died on the 30th of April 1655. His early death and retired habits have combined to give an air of romance to his simple history, which has been decorated with as many fables as that of Claude. We are told that, persecuted by Lebrun, who was jealous of his ability, he became the intimate friend and correspondent of Poussin, and it is added that, broken-hearted at the death of his wife, Lesueur retired to the monastery of the Chartreux, and died in the arms of the prior. All this, however, is pure fiction. The facts of Lesueur's life are these: he was 500, the son of Kathleen Lesueur, a turner and sculptor in wood, who placed his son with Vowet, in whose studio he rapidly distinguished himself. Admitted at an early age into the Guild of Master Painters, he left them to take part in establishing the Academy of Painting and Sculpture, and was one of the first 12 professors of that body. some paintings illustrative of the hypnerotomatia, parlophili which were reproduced in tapestry, brought him into notice, and his reputation was further enhanced by a series of decorations Louvre in the mansion of Lambert de Thorigny, which he left uncompleted for their execution, was frequently interrupted by other commissions. Amongst these were several pictures for the apartments of the King and Queen in the Louvre, which are now missing although they were entered in Bailey's inventory 1710, but several works produced for minor patrons have come down to us in the gallery of the Louvre, are the Angel and Hagar from the mansion of de Tanneguy, Charente Tobias and Tobit from the Feuillobit collection, several pictures executed for the Church of St. Gervais, the Martyrdom of St. Lawrence from St. Germain de l'Auxerrois, 2 very fine works from the destroyed Abbey of Marmoutiers St. Paul, preaching at Ephesus, one of Lesueur's most complete and thorough performances painted for the Goldsmiths Corporation in 1649, and his famous series of the life of St. Bruno, executed in the cloister of the Chartreux. These last have more personal character than anything else which Lesueur produced, and much of their original beauty survives in spite of injuries and restorations and removal from the wall to canvas. The Louvre also possesses many fine drawings reproduced by Braun, of which Lesueur left an incredible quantity, chiefly executed in black and white chalk. His pupils who aided him much in his work were his wife's brother Th. Gauss, and 3 brothers of his own, as well as Claude Lefebvre, and Patel the landscape painter. Most of his works have been engraved chiefly by Picart B. Audran Seb Leclerc Drevit Chauveau Poily, and displaces Lesueur's work lent itself readily to the engraver's art, for he was a charming draftsman. He had a truly delicate perception of varied shades of grave and elevated sentiment, and possessed the power to render them. His graceful facility in composition was always restrained by a very fine taste, but his works often failed to please completely because, producing so much, he had too frequent recourse to conventional types, and partly because he rarely saw colour except with the cold and clayey quality proper to the school of Vowit. Yet his St. Paul at Ephesus and 1 or 2 other works show that he was not naturally deficient in this sense, and whenever we get direct reference to naturiers in the monks of the St. Bruno series, we recognize his admirable power to read and render physiognomy of varied and serious type. See Gillet de St. George's Mem, in ed. Roman 100 Blanc, Histoire des Painters, Vitet Catalogue, des Tableaux du Louvre d'Argenville Vise des Painters. Lesueur Jean-François 1760, or 17,630, 1837, French musical composer, was born on the 15th of January 1760 or 1763, at Drucat-Plessis near Abbeville. He was a choir boy in the Cathedral of Amiens, and then became musical director at various churches. In 1786, he obtained by open competition the musical directorship of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, where he gave successful performances of sacred music with a full orchestra. This place he resigned in 1787, and after a retirement of 5 years in a friend's country house, he produced La Caverne and 2 other operas at the Théâtre Feydeau in Paris. At the foundation of the Paris Conservatoire, 1795, Lesueur was appointed one of its inspectors of studies, but was dismissed in 1802, owing to his disagreements with Michel Lesueur, succeeded G. Paisiello as Maestro di Capella to Napoleon, and produced 1804 his Ossian at the Opera. He also composed for the Emperor's coronation a Mass, and a Te Deum. Louis Roman XVIII, who had retained Lesueur in his court, appointed him 1818 professor of composition at the Conservatoire, and at this institution he had among many other pupils Hector Berlioz, Ambroise Thomas, Louis Desire Bissazi, and Charles Gounod. He died on the 6th of October 1837. Lesueur composed 8 operas and several masses and other sacred music. All his works are written in a style of rigorous simplicity. See Réal Rechet les Ouvrages de Roman 1000 Lesueur Paris, 1839. Letellier Mitchell, 16,030,1685, French statesman, was born in Paris on the 19th of April 1603. Having entered the public service, he became Maître des Requêtes, and in 1640 Intendant of Piedmont. In 1643, owing to his friendship with Mazarin, he became Secretary of State for Military Affairs. Being an efficient administrator in 1677, he was made Chancellor of France, and he was one of those who influenced Louis Roman XIV to revoke the Edict of Nantes. He died on the 30th of October 1685, a few days after the revocation had been signed. Letellier, who amassed great wealth, left 2 sons, one the famous statesman Louvois, and another who became Archbishop of Reims. His correspondence is in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. See Roman 50, Karen Mitchell Letellier Intendant d'Army au Piémont Paris, 1881. Another Mitchell Letellier, 16,430,1719, was confessor of the French King Louis Roman XIV, born at Vire on the 16th of December 1643. He entered the Society of Jesus and later became prominent. In consequence of his violent attacks on the Jansenists, he was appointed provincial of his order in France, but it was not until 1709 that he became the king's confessor in this capacity. All his influence was directed towards urging Louis to further persecutions of the Protestants. He was exiled by the regent Orleans, but he had returned to France when he died at La Flèche on the 2nd of September 1719. Lethal lethales for letales deadly from letum death. The spelling is due to a confusion with gr forgetfulness, an adjective meaning deadly fatal, especially as applied to weapons. Drugs. Roman 100a lethal chamber is a room or receptacle in which animals may be put to death painlessly by the admission of poisonous gases. Lethargy. Gr from forgetfulness, drowsiness, torpor. In pathology, the term is used of a morbid condition of deep and lasting sleep, from which the sufferer can be with difficulty, and only temporarily aroused. The term Negro or African lethargy was formerly applied to the disease now generally known as sleeping sickness. Q. Roman 5. Lethe. Oblivion. In Greek mythology, the daughter of Eris, Hesiod Theog 227, and the personification of forgetfulness. It is also the name of a river in the infernal regions. Those initiated in the mysteries were taught to distinguish two streams in the lower world, one of memory and one of oblivion. Directions for this purpose, written on a gold plate, have been found in a tomb at Petilia and near Lebedea at the Oracle of Trophonius, which was counted an entrance to the lower world. The two springs Mnemosyne and Lethe were shown Pausanias. Roman 9. 8. This thought begins to appear in literature in the end of the 5th century B. Roman 100, when Aristophanes' Frogs 186 speaks of the plain of Lethe. Plato Rep. Roman 10 embodies the idea in one of his finest myths. Le Tréport, a maritime town of northern France in the department of Seine-Inférieure on the English Channel, at the mouth of the Bresle 114 Roman 1000 NNW of Paris, on the Northern Railway Pup 1906-46-19, owing to its nearness to the capital. Le Tréport is a favourite watering place of the Parisians. A good view is obtained from Mont Huon, which rises to the southwest of the town. The mouth of the Bresle forms a small port comprising an outer tidal harbour and an inner dock accessible to vessels drawing from 13 to 16 ft. The fisheries and oyster parks with their dependent industries, shipbuilding and glass manufacture, furnish the chief occupations of the inhabitants. Coal, timber, ice and jute are imported articles. De Paris. Sugar. Roman 100 are exported. The chief buildings are the Church of St. Jacques 16th century, which has finely carved vaulting and good modern stained glass, and the casino erected 18,961,897, about 1 Roman 1000 northeast of Le Tréport, is the small bathing resort of Meurs. The EU Tréport Canal uniting the two towns has a length of about 3 Roman 1000 and is navigable by vessels drawing 14 ft. Le Tréport, the ancient ulterior portus, was a port of some note in the Middle Ages and suffered from the English invasions. Louis Philippe twice received Queen Victoria here. Letronne Jean Antoine 17,871,840, 8 French archaeologist, was born at Paris on the 25th of January 1787. His 501 father, a poor engraver, sent him to study art under the painter David, but his own tastes were literary, and he became a student in the Collège de France, where it is said he used to exercise his already strongly developed critical faculty by correcting for his own amusement old and bad texts of Greek authors, afterwards comparing the results with the latest and most approved editions from 1810 to 1812. He travelled in France, Switzerland, and Italy, and on his return to Paris, published an essay critique sur la topographie de Syracuse 1812, designed to elucidate Thucydides. 2 years later appeared his Recherches géographiques et critiques on the Dementura orbis terrae of Dicuil. In 1815, he was commissioned by government to complete the translation of Strabo, which had been begun by Laporte Duthil, and in March 1816 he was one of those who were admitted to the Academy of Inscriptions by royal ordinance, having previously contributed a memoir on the metrical system of the Egyptians, which had been crowned. Further promotion came rapidly in 1817. He was appointed director of the École des Chartes in 1819, inspector general of the university, and in 1830, one professor of history in the Collège de France. This chair he exchanged in 1838 for that of archaeology, and in 1840 he succeeded Pierre Roman 100 François Donu 17,611,840 as keeper of the National Archives. Meanwhile, he had published among other works Considerations generales sur l'évaluation des monnaie grecques et romaines, et sur la valeur de l'or, et de l'argent avant la découverte de l'Amérique, 1817, Recherches pour servir l'histoire d'Égypte pendant la domination des Grecs, et des Romans, 1823, and sur l'origine grecque des zodiacs pretendus Egyptians, 1837. By the last named he finally exploded a fallacy, which had up to that time vitiated the chronology of contemporary Egyptologists. His Diplômes et Chartres de l'époque mérovingienne sur papyrus et sur vellin were published in 1840. The most important work of Letronne is the Recueil des inscriptions grecs et latins de l'Égypte, of which the first volume appeared in 1842, and the second in 1848. He died at Paris on the 14th of December 1848.